What you doing? The way I live life. What you doing? The way I live life. The way I live life. What you doing? What you doing? The way I live life. What you doing? The way I live life. The way I live life. What you doing? What you doing? The way I live life. What you doing? The way I live life. The way I live life. What you doing? What a shame, what a shame. What a shame, what a shame. If I heard that you if I heard that you
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first day of the wild cards here for MSC at EWC 2025. My name is Eterna on the English broadcast as your desk host, but alongside me is, of course, Leo as well as Abstract, climbing all the way from their respective regions. And we want to mention once again, after a gruesome and intriguing journey for several teams across the regions, 8 teams have finally qualified and made their way to the wildcards here, as they are going to be battling for only one spot to make it to the group stages of MSC. So without further ado, we're going to start the day off. Boys, how are we doing today?
I am, it's weird to say, I missed Riyadh. It has been quite a hot minute, but I'm glad to be back. On the other hand, though, Abstract, it's your first time. Welcome to EWC.
Yeah, it's great to be here, and especially when it comes down to the SCC Gaming Hall, it's a big area. In fact, the entire EWC walked around, and it feels like it's endless.
Absolutely, it's huge. You've only touched like about, 0.1% of what the venue has to offer. So for those of you guys back at home, or maybe you guys are watching from your hotel here in Riyadh, you guys can actually come over to the boulevard and actually check it out for yourselves, because right now we are casting at the STC Gaming Hall. If you guys want to witness the action up close and personal with the players, because it looks like our first match of the day is actually getting ready. But of course, the cool thing about the wildcards this year is a different format. What do you guys think about the format this time?
I love how simple it is and how brutal it can get, but just the same, we're taking cues from the very successful M6 World Championships. We've turned both the group stage of MSC and the wildcard into a modified Swiss. It's as simple as win 2, lose 2, you're in or you're out.
It's kind of gruesome, right? At this point in time, if you come all the way here to Riyadh, lose 2 games and it's kind of bye-bye kind of thing. I'm pretty sure that everyone wants to make it all the way through over to the main stages, but let's be honest here, out of these 8 teams, only 2 will make it through.
Which is crazy.
2 to the finals for a best of 5. It's quite the run for 8 teams.
Yeah, but let's take a look at our 8 teams here for the wildcards, because of course we have seen a couple of these teams from their respective regions, but I gotta say one team really stands out for me the most, right? Zeta from the Japan qualifiers. Haven't seen them in almost half a decade on the international scene.
You could say that again. It's been a while. The last time we saw anything from Japan in terms of international MLBB was in M2. That was early 2021. You count as 2020. They're part of Group B, which also has Virtus Pro, Nightmare, and Influence Rage. But Abstract, I'm hearing the talk online. The grapevine says Group A is stacked. Group A is the group to be, or the group not to be in.
It's scary, right? Because when it comes down to them, then we have Team Falcons, and we are not strangers to Team Falcons, right? Being the 2024 club champion and all. But aside from them, we have Rare Atom, we have Legion Esports, and even the Mongols.
Familiar faces, familiar names. Maybe we are going to be seeing some shakeups in their official team lineup, but we are going to get to that very, very soon, because before that, we want to talk about what changed from the last time we saw the wildcards last time around. So after this, we'll get a sneak peek into the tournament format. And that's where things get quite interesting. I think you guys mentioned it a little bit more. Essentially, you guys got to win 2 times in a row. Try not to lose 2 times in a row if you guys want to get that one slot into the group stages. But here it is. 8 teams divided over 2 groups. The groups A and B that you guys saw earlier on. And it will be a GLS format.
Yep. It's basically winners face winners, losers face losers. You follow the same mantra of win 2, lose 2, win 2, lose 2, and then you somehow end up in the group stage wherein 16 teams vie to get out of that group again, which is the same. You just follow. You could just write it down on a piece of paper, pass it on to the next team. Just win 2, lose 2, win 2, lose 2.
I mean, when it comes on a group stage, having double elimination is definitely something a little bit more used to. I mean, wildcards is technically the double elimination as well at the start, right?
Yeah.
So either way, when we move on over to the playoff, that's when the single elimination best of 5 then happens. So it's going to be long packed day once we reach the playoffs.
Wait, so wildcards, we should have around 4 matches a day?
Yep.
But whatever happens, whatever stacks that we're going to be looking at, and of course all that entertainment and build up is going to add up because of this. Look at that prize pool. Ladies and gentlemen, a total prize pool of $3 million. If we go to the bottom side of this, what you guys are looking at up on screen right now, wildcard prize pool total $236,000.
Almost $250,000 on the line just for this tournament alone. 4 days of. We keep saying that the wild card is a more relaxed way of qualifying in the MSC, but no, this is pretty high stakes. I'll tell you now. At the end of today, teams already have a feeling of I might go home tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that plus the fact that it's a difference between $30,000 and 50. Yeah, that's a long ways out. But,
it's a long way, but hey, one can dream, one can achieve, right?
True.
At this point in time, whatever they are here in Riyadh, they're already guaranteed money.
Yeah.
So as much as you get some money already, you wouldn't want to stop at the bottom.
I was gonna take that edge as well. I was like, you want to be glass half empty, I'll be glass half full. No matter what happens today, they're gonna walk away with money anyway.
And how often do you get to fly out to beautiful Riyadh, Saudi
Exactly.
Arabia, right? To be part of the prestigious Esports World Cup.
Especially you get, more experience on the world stage. I know a lot of new players, especially coming in from respective regions who might not be as accustomed to the international stage, will bring something home. The fact that they've touched and landed on this amazing stage is already something that they can bring home with them.
This is a great preliminary stage as well, right? If they do have some jitters going on about, this is where they kind of shake it all off. And if they do manage to make it over to the group stages, boy, they've already experienced what it is like to be in the professional gaming field. Once they go over to the group stages, yeah, they're done. They know what they're doing. They're not scared anymore.
Yeah, in just a bit, you guys are going to see the stage, and boy, oh boy, what a stage it is.
I agree. We're going to touch on that a little bit sooner. But again, it's not just bragging rights that they're going to be taking home, right? It's not just the prize pool that they're going to be taking home as well. Because, of course, for those of you guys who tuned in to EWC last year, you know that there's a unique trophy system that is out there available for these teams to actually compete with. So with that, we do have a little bit more information on that. So let's check it out together. Or not. Maybe we're waiting a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta smooth things in, right? Build the suspense.
It's a trophy that they're fighting for. Here it is.
Not just
Just
yet.
a bit.
Not this.
Dude, they're purposely doing this, right? They're making the fans back at home
Teaser.
like, okay, Eterna, Leo, Abstract, what's going on here? There it is.
Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
There you go, guys. That's how it works. And honestly, it brings back really bad memories for me. Onic ID crushed.
Too soon? Oh, but here's the thing. The teams competing now in the wild card have yet to receive their very own key. So
Yeah.
imagine that. Besides the 236,000 USD on the line for the wild card, the chance to have your own
trophy. That's right. Triangle.
to be part of that
The
system.
key.
The key, yes.
The key in the frame.
It must look really heavy, at this point in time. Whenever I look at it, I was like, how heavy does that weigh?
It's actually quite heavy.
Really?
I got a chance to touch it because I did the reporting for the crushing system. These that are going to be, contested later on, especially we talked about the prize pool, we talked about the trophy. They're also here to bring what would you call it? Valor? Is that the right term? Valor to
Valor?
the club.
Honor?
Prestige.
Prestige to the club, right? And the cool thing about that is these clubs are spread across different game titles.
Yep.
So the farther you go up the ladder in your respective title, the more points that this club gets. And I think it was last year that it was Falcons
Oh, yeah.
who got that first point position
By a landslide.
by a landslide.
yeah.
So we'll see who is going to be actually able to win it this time around, but we're going to take a little look into how things are going to go specifically for the club point system. They're easing us in again.
Yeah, it's all about the teasers here.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
With the Esports World Cup starting this time around, we're going to see exactly which team will be able to make it to the top, because did a fact check. Falcons won and brought home $7 million for winning the club system.
Woo!
Yes.
That's what you call winning the war, and not necessarily every single battle. Because again, as per the rules, you gotta qualify in the top 8 of the several different games you
titles,
qualify in. Yeah, and then that adds up into your club total.
Right.
And this year, again, we'll see who gives Team Falcons a run for the money, because Team Falcons is actually opening up.
At this point in time, I think that almost every single game we might have just seen a Team Falcons. So I honestly would be too surprised if Team Falcons takes home the trophy again for 2025.
Home ground advantage as well,
Home ground
right? In our
advantage,
first
true.
match of the day. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, all right? We're still in the wild cards, still a long journey to go till we get to that point. So we might be taking a look at the groups once again here. Just to remind you, we have 4 matches ahead of us, all in a best of 3. And we are going to be seeing our first 2 matches from Group A and our next 2 matches from Group B.
Yep.
Let's talk about dark horses before we get into our first match.
For sure.
So when it comes down to the dark horses, I definitely gotta have to say that Zeta. We have seen Zeta in M1, M2s and such. They play a very entertaining, they play a very unorthodox fashion.
The Japanese, you mean?
Yes.
They were playing Tigreal, they were playing Popol and Koopa before it was cool.
Was it?
Yeah, I can
Was it
remember.
back
It's been a
in
long
M2?
time ago.
Yeah, yep. And then very shortly after, if you'll remember, they dropped RSU Singapore for the play-ins in M2. I was there. They also were at the receiving end of Carl TC's Savage on the Lancelot. I missed it by a second. It happened so fast. I was calling the match. I can't believe it. I think my partner at the time had to say, "Is that a Savage? Is that a Savage?" Like, it's one of those moments. So yeah, no, I'm sorry. I had to share a little bit of both sides, like the pros and cons of playing out of the Japanese region.
Right. When it comes down to 2025 now, you mentioned a little half a decade, close to half a decade.
Yep.
If whether that is going to change for Zeta Division, do they have the same kind of play style or do they change entirely?
That's a big question. A lot of big questions. And I think even us casters, before we got into today, we were discussing back at home, what are we expecting from Zeta Division? Are we going to see the same kind of a color coming from them? The unorthodox drafts, the unorthodox plays. it's going to be quite interesting. And thankfully so, we are going to be seeing them play today as we take a look at today's schedule. Let's check it out right now. Match 1, Match 2, Match 3, Match 4.
Total 4 matches, right?
Best of 3. We mentioned that earlier on. And here it is. Up first, we have Team Falcons Mena versus Rare Atom to open things up here in the wild cards. Match number 2 will have Legion as well as the Mongols. Third up, we have Zeta Division and Influence Rage. And of course, last but not least, Virtus Pro versus Nightmare Esports.
That's right. The second match of the day, I think a good chunk of the world will be paying attention to that. I'd say that's a marquee matchup. You want to watch the Vietnamese face off against the Mongolians. This is a rivalry in the making for the better part of 2 years now. For those of you who don't know, there are times wherein their servers actually bump into each other. Geographically speaking, it's a long shot, but no. A lot of stories between Joga and the rest of the Mongols actually playing against each other, building a little friendly relationship on the
tea.
ladder. Oh, it's far from tea. It's far from tea. It's more of lost stars.
Okay.
between the two of them. So yeah, no, I would love to see them face off in a best of 3 for arguably the largest stakes that they've ever had in both of their careers right now. Qualification into the group stage.
I want to know though, what are your favorite matches that you want to watch today out of these 4?
You're a Zeta fan. I want to see the Mongols versus Legion.
I want to see Virtus Pro.
You want to see Virtus Pro?
Oh.
They were actually my prediction to make it through the wild cards.
Oh, for reals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what's yours?
What was that okay?
No.
I know this guy.
I feel cornered. All right, you're second guessing my okay, and you're asking me my prediction or my favorite match.
I want to know. I just want to know. Curiosity.
All right,
it's all about curiosity.
In the absence of Renmar Santa Cruz, I am a Falcons guy.
All right.
Weirdly enough, I predicted. I put it on paper, ladies and gentlemen, that Falcons would be walking out of the wild card, joining the group stage. They are Sanji, Boyet, Coffin, Troll, and Sano. And then, guess what? In their 6th man, they moved over the big brother Tarzan, but as well, they got a new coach. Coach Ducky.
So much hype surrounding Coach Ducky here. And even without Coach Ducky, this has been a team that has consistently made it to the international stage, representing their region. So we can say on one side, they have the most experience as compared to, unfortunately, their opponent today.
So theoretically speaking, on paper, Team Falcons should be able to kind of smash it for the wildcards, right? But
Supposedly.
But they're going up against Rare Atom, though. We do have Dawn, Lanaya, Powerful, Cat9, and Mikey. Dawn. So Dawn and Lanaya, both of them from the Indonesian side, I'm pretty
And
sure.
Ryzen, their coach.
Oh, Ryzen coach, yes.
Don't forget. She's making sure you don't forget.
Indo Pride.
I won't forget.
I'm just going
Not
to cry in my
anymore.
room.
I'm not too sure exactly what to expect out of Rare Atom at this point in time, right? Because when it comes down to Indonesians plus the from the Chinese, I think that there's definitely going to be a little bit of a language barrier. I'm not too sure how the communication is going to be like against a well-coordinated team like Team Falcons.
I like that you mentioned that because there has been some concern surrounding potential communication issues because specifically Coach Ryzen does not speak Chinese. Right. Yeah, so that's something that they are going to struggle with perhaps, or maybe they figured it out over the past few days.
Hey, they made it pretty far in the Chinese qualifier. They went all the way against Yaofeng Yaoguai, who is sitting pretty in the group stage, waiting for their possible grand final rivals to come up. But yeah, no, that's already a few ticks that show us that maybe, hey, Team Falcons walk out. Although, prediction-wise, a part of me thinks that maybe this is a sweep, right? A 2-0. But I think Rare Atom, I hear voices a lot. Like, not in a weird way. Like in a conversation.
Are you okay? Voices?
Yeah, no, like in conversation.
Do you need
you have
No, in conversation. Like, a lot of people are saying, hey, you better watch out for the Chinese. Like, Chinese MLBB, just like Chinese esports, is well developed. Like, when they decide to focus on something, they want to achieve, they want to do good, they want to excel. But in this case, Rare Atom, I don't think they're there yet. But maybe here, they prove to us that, hey, we are here now in Riyadh, ready to show up.
Because I don't think anyone really, predicted that Rare Atom would be the ones to come here to represent that region, right? Usually we see from the Chinese region it being KBG or DFYG.
Yeah.
Title, even, TLG. So this is the new name, you could say, in the big 4 out of the Chinese ecosystem. So yeah, no, they have a lot to prove. And what a way to do it against the home team.
Damn. I'm already looking forward to this, right? And this is kind of like the beauty of wildcards. You don't really know what to expect coming in. We do have, teams that we don't really have a lot of information about. Some we do, like Team Falcons in this case. So on paper and on theory, 2-0. But Rare Adams, I think that they will be able to score a pretty good shot against Team Falcons if they become complacent.
You know what? I'm going to represent my girl, Michelle.
Oh,
All
yeah?
right, and I'm gonna go
She's
Rare
on the
Adam.
way. She's on the way. Oh! Are you saying Rare Adam all the way? Rare Adam in 3.
Yes.
Because points don't matter. Like, let's be honest, right? In the wild card, points don't matter. You win. That's it.
You win.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how.
Just win, don't lose. It's as simple
Just
as that,
don't
right?
lose.
Just
Twice.
don't
Win
lose.
twice.
Don't lose twice.
Just don't lose twice, nerds.
Yeah. Just
So
lose once is fine.
I guess
Once is okay.
it's a 2-1 then on this desk.
Yeah. And Michelle.
No, don't
She was
say
here.
don't say it's Michelle. Don't say it's Michelle. It's got to be Ryza. It's got to be the Dewa veterans in Lanaya, right?
But I mean, let's kind of unpack this a little bit,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Rare Adam. Who are the players that we should be looking at? Who are the key players that we should be keeping an eye out for?
All right. Besides the obvious in Don and Lanaya for you, I hear Mikey. Mikey out of the gold lane might be a linchpin for Rare Adam's success because as the MENA reps, former MENA reps, the home team here, as they would know, gold lane is where a lot of things rely on. We'll go into the draft now. We'll see exactly how this pans out.
All right, it looks like the drafts are ready, ladies and gentlemen, and that is my cue to bow out. So with that, those of you back at home, those of you guys who are at the venue as well, do enjoy this because this is going to be the opening of the wild cards. We're not really sure what meta as well that we're going to be looking at, neither the patch and how the patch has actually shaped what we are going to be seeing, but it's a really good way to set the tone and set the tempo for the wild cards for the next few days. So with that, let's head over to the drafts for game number 1 between Team Falcons and Rare Adam.
Thank you so much, Eterna. I'm excited.
I'm still here.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying
I'm
thank you.
covering you.
Can I not thank you while
Of
you're
course.
in your presence?
Thank you too. Thank you for being here, Leo.
You're welcome.
Thank him too.
No, I don't need it. It's okay. I don't need
Thank
it.
you, Abstract.
No, it's fine. It's
Here
fine.
are the drafts,
No, it's-
boys.
it's fine.
Take it
Go.
away.
Game number 1, proper. Into the draft we go. Rare Adam in the blue. Falcons on the red. On the play, Coach Raizan here banning out the Farce in the Kalia, while Coach Ducky takes out the Lancelot. Hey, 1.9.92. Current patch we're sitting in. It is interesting to note that there's so much going on. It's a wide open meta, but I never expected Lancelot red side blue number 1 ban. What is going on? Wow. Tony, your thoughts on this? Real quick, can I just have you for a second?
Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back for you, boys. What's going on?
But why is Lancelot and Yusin Shin here? We know they were in the meta, but this early? This is such a high priority.
Maybe it's a Lanaya takeaway. We've seen Lanaya kind of experiment with different kinds of junglers, but he has been known for his assassin. So maybe this is some information that we're not perhaps aware of. So big respect over to Lanaya from the side of Team Falcons, but it looks like Fredrin has been taken out as well.
So, okay, I kind of want to briefly talk about the patch, right? We do have a little bit of hard fix, and when it comes down to the change of the metas as well, I'm more or less just going to be expecting a lot of, healing meta kind of thing. We have been talking about that quite a lot of times before EWC even happened.
Yep, Estes, Florin, Angela, still at large, might get picked up here, but hold up. How about the one hero that negates all said healing, shutting down any and all? It wouldn't shut it down. It neutralizes it.
It makes them a lot less effective.
I love it, though.
But there is the change, of course, from 50% to 40% when it comes down to the healing factor.
One might say that's huge, but it's not.
It's not?
Baksha is still a huge priority. I actually like what Rare Adam is doing here. Again, thank you for your 2 cents, Eterna. Back into the action here. Baksha gets first picked by Rare Adam. How does Coach Ducky respond here? Few big picks remaining. You got the choice between the Granger and the Iritel. The Zushin, apparently.
Zushin,
Wow.
okay. being one of the first few to go out and with a Badang, which is still relatively flexible. We can see the Badang going on the XP route or even on the roam route. I would say the Falcons definitely do have quite a bit of flexibility to work with.
Eugene, this isn't very Coffin of Coffin. We know Coffin to be an artillery mage. This is a utility mage now put into his hands. But the Badang, I like how it's a flex though. Here we go. The answer by Rare Adam. The Uranus. A menace in ranked games recently. Now seen play on the grand stage of them all alongside the Hayabusa. Still no jungler for Falcons.
Yep, we do have a very annoying Uranus, and time again, he deals pretty good damage now that the discs actually scales based on the amount of radiant stacks that you have on hand. So as much as possible, we'll want to see the Uranus just go ham throughout the entirety of the game. But in the meantime, this is a pretty strong in the early stages kind of thing with the Baxia. But with the Hayabusa, that means that we aren't going to see the Baxia in the jungle. That's going to be a roam Baxia.
Yep, can confirm given the Uranus as well. To close the first phase, Team Falcons pick up the Granger, putting it in the hands of Sano. Now they close off possible mid laners and even gold laners. I like how Coach Ducky's attacking the cores this time around. The one of the two cores possible for Rare Adam. There goes the Kimmy.
Targeting down on the powerful, ensuring that they will be able to take away a little bit more of the team fight control kind of thing, right? Naturally, when you see Juicin as well as Badang, you would kind of want to play a little bit more towards the team fight oriented. Well, in the meantime, with that Granger in, that's kind of like front to back. So at this point in time, they are just lacking of a single XP laner and the jungler on their hand. And Zetian actually finds herself in the banning pool as well.
So Zetian confirmed to be open for picks and bans here in the MSC wildcard, gets taken out. Again, there's still no mid laner for Rare Adam. So now you got to wonder what else is left in the pockets for Pao Fu here. Does he Eve? There's certainly nothing to steal for the Valentina right now. Coach Raizan thinking of one more ban. Maybe a jungler. Still out there would be the Ling.
Gatot will be a pretty good ban, in my honest opinion. If they want to go for Ling faster kind of thing, the XP Gatot, or in this case, Badang in the XP lane would also make pretty good sense.
There's room for a Gatot in Falcon, so they can ban that out too, instead of attacking directly the jungler. But there it is. One of Troll's favorites, the Cho, gets taken out. Coach Raizan did some homework here. Now, what do they put in the hands of Boyet? I'm still wondering. Falcons. Boyet is such an interesting element of their roster. He joined them pre-season for the qualifier here to go to MSC, but so far he's fit in. Because again, even with him playing in the main lineup, they made it to the grand finals.
I'm very used to seeing Boyet, right? He appeared in MPL SG before as well, so he's quite literally touring around the world, and now he finds himself in Team Falcons. I really hope that he's doing a great job so far. I mean, the fact that they are in wildcards just means that he's doing great. This guy is a scary jungler. So looking at the possibilities, or rather the amount of junglers that's available right now, what's the one that we should be?
He can still Suyo. Suyo is still open, but it's dangerous to Suyo because you don't know if there's enough magic damage coming from Rare Adam's last two picks. Here we go, a Guinevere. I reckon this is
Gwyn Roam?
An XP Guinevere.
XP Guinevere.
We see Badang more often in the Roam now.
Right.
So I'd reckon they throw this into the hands of Sanji, who I think he might actually throw over the Troll, because Sanji plays a lot of Glue, Baksha, and Badang out of the EXP. So this is a flex that I think Coach Raizan has to think twice about, and there you go.
That's Jungle Gwyn.
Might be Jungle Gwyn too. Good pickup. It is. There's the Matilda out of the Roam. Coach Raizan picks up the Zask and the Irrital to answer the Granger. Oh my god. This is a dive comp out of Rare Adam.
Oh, damn. They want to penetrate through these very tanky front lines, and they even have a Zask from the side of Rare Adam in order to really just anchor and hunker down to deal with this dive.
I like that last touch, Matilda. It's Rare Adam who's playing the dive here. They want to be within range. Their only real semblance of range is the Zask, but even that is mid-range. You're looking at Falcons. I think they rope-a-doped Rare Adam. They were saying, all right, look, we're dive 2. Psych, we got a Matilda. Psych, we can just disengage and make you play out of breath. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 is upon us. Into the land of Dawn we go. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Jungle Guinevere. This was not in the dossier. This was not in the scouting report, Abstract.
I don't know what to expect coming in with Jungle Guinevere and regarding speed as well. As much as possible, we know that when it comes down to the early game, Gwyn does, of course, provide quite a bit of that control when it comes down to the spatial migration, but it is still a skill shot after all. If you're able to kind of land it on top of the Violet Raccoon, that's going to be fine and great, but you can play it along with Juicing, so I think that's still pretty okay.
And looking at the way Boyet's rocking it, he's rocking Thrill, he's on that Mage emblem, and then he's got Impure Rage. So his build, the rest of the next 5-6 minutes, will dictate how they make this Jungle Guinevere work, because that definitely was something out of left field. Looking at that gold lane matchup, again, it is skill intensive. In mid though, Paufu's not having a great time.
It does seem like there is quite a bit of things going on in the middle lane. Cat9 is not necessarily here to really help with the wave clear, but it's okay. Lanaya is just going to be jumping himself right over the Troll and almost getting the kill down on Matilda, but just shy a little bit left.
Troll walks away, does spend the flicker, but the fact is he's not dead. At best, that's a technical knockout for Rare Adam. Does pull out a major resource for Team Falcons. It's going to be a tough turtle take coming up. Down bottom though, Boyet. Give a little something to Don. In comes Cat9.
And it does seem like Don is just going to be stuck in there, but it's not going to be a problem. He is a pretty tanky Uranus after all. While Lanaya joins in the fray, Sanji flickers away, and they're going to be all fine.
The Chinese squad here throwing out everything from mid to bottom, making sure that they don't really give much. Oh, here we go. Boy catches one.
We do have the Purify, so he's going to be fine. He's not at level 4 just yet. Well, in the meantime, Troll is not necessarily there too, but we do have the turtle currently available down in the bottom lane with Lanaya taking up the turtle pretty easily. No contest whatsoever with Sanji now joins in the fray. We do have the fifth break as well, and Violet Raccoon just going to be knocking right onto Powerful before he even manages to do anything.
This isn't how you want to play the Zask. Usually when you pick up the Zask, you want to have your Domineer's Descent, that big Johnny, play as an extra life for you. But no, since minute 0, Team Falcons have been on Pao Fu. So I'd say this is a half win for Adam. It's definitely a big win to get the turtle, but if the rest of the map, what you've been doing, how much pressure you've been putting on Team Falcons, only results in a 200 gold lead, plus the turtle. Mind you, they took the turtle. I think they could ask for more. They want more.
I think that what's really lacking is the fact that the middle lane is not getting that lane priority that we want, right? The Zask entered the team fight at level 3, so he's definitely lacking in XP as compared to Cuffin, which is already well on his way to level 6.
Yep, I think this is exactly why Team Falcons put Cuffin on the Zushin, even if it is not exactly his identity, and Zushin has been, teetering in and out of the metagame. They just needed someone who could provide the pressure early on, and look at this, he's now on to Mikey. Even Mikey, after Powerful in mid, Mikey might be up next.
I mean, definitely gonna worry for them a tad little bit. But with the amount of aggression from Team Falcons, they're moving around a lot. So it's kind of tough for them to be able to do anything, at least for Rare Adam, right? I want to see them being aggressive with the Baxia and all, but with the fact that they're not winning middle lane, they don't really have much influence over to the side lanes.
Yep, so that might be the one reason why Team Falcons is staying within Gold's reach. And check it out, it swings now. Suddenly it's Team Falcons up by 200, 300 gold as the turtle spawns down bottom, already Nalaya in position. The rest of Rare Adam, their mid trio, following through. While the rest of Falcons are just about to rotate. I don't think Boyet's going to let this swing once more over to Rare Adam's favor. They catch Cat9.
And now, of course, the Violet Raccoon is just going to be landing right on top of Cat9. It doesn't seem like he has a lot of HP to work with, but the fifth crack takes him down. Cuffin takes the final hit on top of him. Well, Don, he does have a vengeance, but he's not going to get away. As Troll takes out the final one, while Boyet continues on over to Lanaya, hoping to get a final hit in, but it's not going to do that. Never mind. Troll picks up the double.
My God, they got on Kakashi like it was Satoru Gojo. Team Falcons now deep into the pit. This is a turtle that they fought for a good, minute? And then now it's theirs. Team Falcons, wow, what a win down bottom.
At this point, not a single kill for Rare Adam. So, what exactly should Rare Adam be doing at this point in time to kind of switch things up a bit?
Yeah, I think Rare Adam have to make the call now. Are we the beatdown, or are we going to have to play for Mikey? I think that's a silver lining to this whole situation of them being down about 2,000 gold, down a turtle in the mid-game of the early laning phase. I'd say decide now. Are we playing for Mikey, or can we still fight? Can we put a lot of pressure on Powfu to maybe shut down Troll, weirdly enough, shut down Coffin, because these two utilities in mid are not going down. Team Falcons are having the time of their life.
Got caught with the Violent Requiem once again, but he does have quite a lot of regeneration going on for him as he sets up the consecration, pushing Sanji all the way to the T1.
Yep, there's a whole lot of nothing going on there, especially since between the two of Team Falcons, no one had anti-heal just yet. Shadow set up by Lanaya, Cat9 getting pushed out of that lane, in comes Coffin with the ult.
Very relentless, really wanted to do something over to Cat9, forced to revitalize off of him, and quickly backed off straight afterwards.
Okay, so Rare Adam, so far we know that they've committed to this dive mindset of their comp, because look, a Vengeance and Dawn, revitalize on Cat9. Oh, and mid! Coffin did not expect that, but the fight continues up top.
That's gonna be great. 1 point over to the side of Rare Adam, and now they need to defend the top lane as much as possible. The T1 is almost at the brink of death, and now it's completely destroyed. We do have Dawn though, wanting to kind of proxy the lane a little bit to look for Sano, which was last seen pretty wounded, but it's gonna be safe and sound for now.
Oh, he's not done, man. He's pushing well into the orange, a lot of pressure. Boyet will still confirm. Oh, the Circling Eagle.
He's just going to be putting himself onto Dawn. We don't have the Vital Requiem just yet, but he's soaking a lot. Uranus is just being an absolute menace while we allowed Lanaya to make all the way down to the opposite side of the map to pick up a T1 turret.
Bring up Thesaurus. He's a nuisance. He is literally everywhere Falcons don't want him to be. Final turtle spawning, upper quarter, a lot of pressure in mid. All 5 members of both squads here. It's Dawn, man. Dawn is the vanguard. Dawn is the front line. He's on to Boyet. Boyet forced to dash out.
He is definitely going to dashing out. So with that said, no more special migration, but he can still pop someone up with the Violent Requiem. Everyone, all hands on deck onto Dawn, brings him down effectively. That is a 1v4 fight while the Naya focuses onto the turtle. Rare Adam is just looking for objectives.
Thank you for your service. An XP laner for the turtle at that point in the game, especially since there's no other casualties, is well worth it. I think that's what's keeping Rare Adam within an arm's length of Team Falcon's gold lead. Let's check out the in-game build right now. So this is confirmed to be a utility tank build Guinevere. I got a friend of mine watching back home. You might know him. He's such a fan of Guinevere. And I don't know if this is the right way to build it. I don't know if this is the new meta, but Boyet is making it work. Boyet hasn't died yet.
Not yet, yeah. 2:0:3. At this point in time, I thought that maybe they're lacking a little bit of damage, but I think that Troll is, as a Matilda, is pumping damage.
Yep, again, it's happening. What we said about Team Falcons weaving in and out, rope-a-doping Rare Adam, it's working. That's why we're sitting at 1-5, but in the early game, after that overextension, I think Rare Adam has understood that we can use Dawn now as a meat shield. We can overpower Team Falcon's collapse. Team Falcons, I think it's high time. I did not see the rest of their core. Is there anti-heal? There's no dominance ice on Boyet just yet. Is Sano building? Is he building a halberd? Oh, wow, there's the collapsing on a Lanaya!
Very resilient. They really want to get a kill down on Lanaya, only for Boyet to get caught after the single dash out of space of migration. Cuffin just going to be pulling himself right out of the guiding wind over to Troll. Team Falcons gathered together to ensure that they do not lose anymore.
Not like this. Team Falcons mistimed that, and Troll did not have the wings by wings to pull Boyet out. Rare Adam just welcomed him. Lanaya popped the shadow kill, and now Team Falcons have to recuperate. They have to regroup. Down bottom, a lot of pressure being put in by Rare Adam. Look at the map, man. It's slightly bluer than red.
It's really just about a seesaw game, right? Because right now, the economy is just slightly shifting over to Rare Adam. And as we take a look at the gold difference, we do have got a little bit more towards the side of Irithel and the Hayabusa.
Yeah, the money's on the wrong places for Team Falcons. So now they have to find a way to get it back onto Sano. If anything, I'll tell you now, it's all on Sano. Sano is the one true core for Team Falcons, and I wonder how this Lord fight's gonna feed them. Cat9 put down a half health. Dawn, once again, the front liner. Coffin just can't get a grasp.
Absolutely beefy guy. At this point, he's not even afraid of the lantern flare from Coffin. I thought that as a Uranus, you would want to kind of be really careful because crowd control is gonna be the bane of your existence.
No, but Dawn would actually like to be right smack dab in the middle of Falcons. Pop that Vengeance. This is one of the few times it actually works. Oh, they're going ahead. Making that Lord sting a bit. Boyet got caught out of that Y brush. Cat9 looking for targets. So far, Paufu hasn't really died in a while. Paufu's actually been taking care of himself. Pretty good artillery here. Dropping that little Johnny in that brush. Sanji at half health. This is a slow rolling Lord. I don't think Team Falcons would benefit this.
I don't think so either. I mean, Sanji is currently already down to half HP. If they really want to engage this, Sanji is essentially just going to be jumping in and losing his life in an instant just to land a fist break, fist crack combination.
This is a dance for the ages. Started out by the home team as Rare Adam answers back. Team Falcons, they're staying within the vicinity. I wonder if they want to give the orange buff to Sano first. But look, they're timing it well, Abstract. They're timing it well. They're waiting. Dawn now at half health. Won't be minding that. Oh, it might be a ploy. It's Mikey pushing.
The mid lane's going to get a slight push out. The bottom lane, we do have a slow push going in as well. So if Team Falcons doesn't have any very good ways to kind of play cross map, that is going to be a tad little bit of problem. But in the meantime, there is a higher boost on the side of Rare Adam. So this is all about a macro game for Rare Adam. The moment that they are able to pilot this game through, Team Falcons is just going to be stuck with their back against the wall.
Yeah, we've been in this Lord pit for a hot minute now. Not much one on either side.
Feels like 5.
Yep, luckily, 10, make it 10. Luckily, Team Falcons did not lose that bottom lane tier 2. So they've been taking care of that wave at least by hook or by crook. And the Lord still standing. Looking at the items right now, a Sky Piercer currently and a Malefic Roar on Sano. All this while, the Trinity solid for Mikey. I wouldn't say that Mikey can wipe out though. I think Mikey still needs one more.
Not quite there yet. But we had the question about anti-heal. So at least Juicin does have the glowing wand.
Just Juicin though.
Only Juicin.
Just Coffin. I don't think that's enough.
So we don't even have the dominance eyes on the side of Sanji as of yet. But hold on a second, we do have 2% that's already down to lower than half HP from the side of Rare Adam, while the rest of Lanaya just going to be jumping over to the back line. Troll almost going down. As such, finally the first kill credited over to the side of Sanji with Mikey going down. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the gold laner and the rover. But Powerful is going to be the next one down for the count.
2 for 1. Rare Adam, their turn to overextend. Team Falcons, their patience and their better positioning. It was their jungle. It was their base. Their side of the map that Rare Adam crossed over and led them to a winning trade. Mikey and Powerful for Troll. I'll take that trade any day. The Lord now approaching half health. Dawn, Cat9, and Lanaya moving up. How did that bottom lane get pushed in? Wow, it's all wins for Falcons right now.
I thought that a slow push is actually in favor for Radam, but I'm wrong. At this point in time, we do have Dawn that is really wanting to do something about this, but Boyet will take the Lord for themselves. Radam did not lose anyone from that fight, so that's fine. Team Falcons, they have the Lord, they're preparing themselves.
Oh my god, Coffin with the wormhole teleport. Did you see how far he was away? He was literally in the Y brush, buying time, keeping away 3 members of Rare Adam away from Falcons. As he popped the ult, dashed away, ended up on the other side of the river, and still lived. I'd give that MVP play over to Coffin. Coffin was one of the major reasons why Team Falcons is now owning the map.
What a zoning potential from Team Falcons. And now that the Lord is going to be marching in from the top lane, ready to pillage everything that Rare Adams have, this Lord advantage is going to bring Team Falcons quite the bank.
Yep. Although we are just looking at about 1,500 in gold for Team Falcons, best believe if they play the next minute very well, this could blow up into about a 2,000, 3,000 gold lead, even with Rare Adam defensively cleaning up. Look at this, Boyet going for that purple steal as well. And then the rest of the outer turrets taken down. Rare Adam left to their base.
I would definitely say that when it comes down to wave clear, Rare Adam might have a little bit of problems. So trying to take down this Lord and excrete is going to prove to be tough. As such, T3 up in the top lane, destroyed already. And they're gonna have to focus on this before losing out even more.
You know what, Eugene, you could say the same for Team Falcons. These two teams
right.
I don't want to say dismal wave clear, but on a scale of 1 to 5, I'd give both of them 2.
2. Oh, okay.
Because there's at least a Irithel, and then there's at least a Granger, right?
Basically having a marksman, right?
Yeah, that's one of the few ways that they can defend. But right now, the truth of the matter is, the fact is, Rare Adam have to defend. Now, Dawn, very low. Very close. Sanji gets saved.
It's okay. They have the Matilda. The guiding wind will just yoink Sanji out of the turret range, no problems whatsoever. But for now, we got a Valor Requiem just going to be touched right in, and of course Sanji with the fist crack, but it's going to be a very non-committal play. As you mentioned, Team Falcons, they have a way to engage without being too committal at all.
Yep, and again, they are just waiting for one key point. They're waiting for their guy. They're waiting for Sano to say, it's go time, boys.
It's go time.
Let's go, Habibi. But he's not saying that just yet. I think they're waiting for this Lord to spawn, and then they'll make a play very similar to what happened in the upper quarter, wherein let's have their Adam overextend. Let's wait for them to play into Sano, and then we do one beneficial trade to another. Team Falcons now up by about 2,000 gold, almost 600 stacks onto Sano. He is the guy. Best believe, Eugene, if he dies, Team Falcons just stops.
It's gonna be tough for them to realistically be able to do anything without Sano, right? But with how the map is played out right now, Lord's gonna be at the southeastern part of the map, while the top lane is already completely broken out. So if they were to dance long enough, the top lane is just going to push up crazily, and this is essentially a free Lord for Team Falcons.
Oh yeah, that's unfortunate.
Oh my God! That is going to be the length of flat, and will be able to connect on Dawn, followed by the Violent Requiem, enabling them to get a kill down over to Dawn. The next one on the chopping block is going to be Cat 9. With 3 members left from side of Rare Adam, Team Falcons will take this Lord.
This is as free as it gets. Team Falcons making a beeline, playing like the 5-man unit they have to be. Because again, if you are playing a single core lineup, there's no other way than Ube. So this is the Saudi Arabian Ube in action right now. Rare Adam, they have to defend. They have to hunker down and accept the fact that, okay, we can't let that happen again. Dawn, Cat 9, change of plans. And I'm not even sure if this plan is going to work, right? We have to stop throwing bodies. We have to be playing this a little safer. The bottom lane inhibitor falls.
They do have the tank ability, right? But they don't necessarily have all that damage to kind of return the favor over the side of Team Falcons. You can't make them, swallow the same medicine at this point. So, Random, what do they gotta have, and if whether Irithel is ready? It's got 4 items already, actually, with the final few hits with the Malefic Gun and the Wind of Nature. I would say the same over to the side of Sano, unless they want to kind of stack up a little bit onto the Sky Piercer.
Oh, wow. Okay, Rare Adam. They changed Mikey's boots here. I think this is key. Again, they could have just let it go. They could have just went 6 core items for Mikey, right?
Right.
But I think they understand now how dangerous this is for an Iritel to be in front of a Badang, in front of a Matilda, and in front of a, oh my lord, it's 4 CCs that he has to watch out for. I understand why he had to change. Now they're inside the base. All has fallen.
Yeah, all 3 of the inhibitors is going to be down. Sanji finds himself taken down because of the Ogi Shadow kill that Lanaya is throwing right into the face of Team Falcons. The Lord is going to be pushing in and trying to destroy every single one of these turrets that stand in his way. However, the damage from Rare Adam is going to be sufficient enough to bring this Lord down, and subsequently the creep waves.
All right, not like this. This is not how Team Falcons expected for that 3-lane push to happen, and they did not expect the surgical accuracy of Rare Adam to put all the damage onto the singular hero that overextended, Sanji. There was not a single wing that could save him from Troll, the guided winds. Nothing. Like, I'm sure they pressed it, but there was too much damage.
Yeah, it's all about the homing missiles. It's just going to be running right in the face of the Badang. But do note that he does have the Thunderbelt as well, right? So as the game goes longer, he will get a little bit more hybrid defense to kind of work towards his favor. So we're going to have to work it out and wait and see how that end game is going to look like.
Eugene, look at this. Team Falcons, right? They lost just one hero. They lost Sanji, his first death all game.
Oh, right, that's true.
It led into quite the push. It led into the map turning as blue as it has been for the past 5 minutes.
Just for a while.
Yep, we're approaching the 19-minute mark now, almost crossing TikTok timer threshold, and Sanji's back at it. Oh, look at this, the back line. Lanaya!
I don't think that is going to touch them at all. Lanaya is all the way out of the back and no longer have any more shadows for Lanaya to get himself right out of dodge. Dawn will now try to get himself running out of the way, pops the vengeance only to be flying up to the sky with that Violent Requiem. But hey, he's still alive out of all of that. But we do have more damage coming from the side of Team Falcons. They want to do everything that they can while Mikey popped up with the Wind of Nature. So no more of that invulnerability from the physical damage anymore. That Circling Eagle pops on the 2, puts Cat 9 and brings down his immortality. Dawn is gonna be next. We've only 3% left from the side of Rare Adam. The crystal is down with Team Falcons taking game 1.
Did not cross exactly into the 20-minute threshold, but here we go with Team Falcons drawing first blood, taking the first game in the series. It was so close though. There were moments
Ooh.
where I could have swore Rare Adam found the formula.
Rare Adam, I think that final fight technically could have went a lot better. I mean, the skilling is already there. It's kind of like a 50-50, but they had all of the inhibitor turrets taken down, so they have a massive mono disadvantage.
I think you're right. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. The fact that they were not just fighting a 5-man coalition from Team Falcons, they were also fighting their own base. Like, they were clogging up holes in a sinking ship, and the captain just had to say, "Ahoy, mateys." Ahoy, mateys, this seems to be an end. And that's where we are now. The first game going over to Falcons. This is match point.
Oh, crap, yeah, you're right. At this point, match point over to the side of Team Falcons. They're slowly inching their way closer over to victory if they do win the second game after all. We do, of course, have got a quick little replay. Leo, talk through this. What are we looking at?
Yeah, this is the first major team fight that led to a snowball by Falcons, but not in the traditional way you would understand it. When you say snowball, you're winning everything, right? You're taking names, you're dropping bodies, but no. The way Team Falcons did it is they were always objective-centric.
Yep.
And I know this team was objective-centric this whole time. It's just now they're a little tighter. Already, I'm seeing a stark difference from when they were playing in the grand finals against Ultra Legends. I'm thinking this is the Coach Ducky effect.
Coach Ducky effect. So at least when it comes down to Coach Ducky, he had his time in Team Falcons PH, and unfortunately they didn't manage to proceed. So now planting himself into Falcons MENA.
Too soon, but yes. I mean, a month's time is enough. I think the fact that Ducky has been working with this squad for quite a while, based on my understanding of the timeline, it seems like a lot of his teachings have already come into play.
I'm definitely looking for how Team Falcons is going to do this, right? We did say that Team Falcons is definitely promising. They are a lot more well-coordinated team, and looking at this game with a little bit of kind of like a semi-Ube kind of thing, they have to play together, and it worked out great.
Again, I'm glad to see that as early as game one in all of the wild cards, my predictions paying off. I'd hate for this to be an early onset, disappointment, but no. This is just a cynic in me speaking, but the realist has to expect that Falcons are looking good. Do you like Falcons?
I do. I think it was really solid. Their gameplay was solid, and it was unfortunate for me because as I was watching backstage, I didn't really like the drafts coming in from Rare Adam.
You didn't like it?
No, not really.
You don't like it?
I mean, who am I to say? I just called it a dive comp. It played to the many strengths of the squad, right?
It did. It worked in the beginning as well.
Yes. They scored a turtle and then they could defend, but yeah, no.
I mean, I can't help but think that Zask. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Zask. Let's be honest here.
Like, what was he trying to do? Is a question.
Yeah. Like, okay, so at least for Zask, you want to win lanes, but he lost the lane. And he's at level 3 by the time the first turtle appeared. And from that point on, we also have to realize that wave clear is a problem. So when everything starts creeping in, the Zaz is just stuck there. Even if I dominated the descent, I'm beaming one guy. And that's the creep.
And it's weird, right? Because back in the day when Jushin was super meta, it was the Zaz that was the counter towards the Jushin. So the fact that the Zaz didn't really have much to say in the lane was kind of unique. When I was talking about the drafts, I was more so recalling over the lack of initiators, I think, which felt kind of lackluster in the team fights because that's when we saw Rare Adam just really drop the ball. So we are going to take a look at the highlights from that first game in this match. So we're going to take it to it right now. Okay.
So more moments for us to figure out exactly if it was all in on the initiation. I think you're right. They have a wall of meat, is what they have.
Wall of meat, yeah. With no crowd control.
Yeah, it's the Uranus and the Baksha.
They have no crowd control.
At some point, you're just not afraid of a wall of meat. Sometimes there's enough space in your stomach to go like, I'm chomping down.
I have another stomach for dessert.
Yeah. So, okay. That I did not see immediately. I was just going like, oh, this Baksha is so annoying. This Uranus is so annoying, but... annoyance.
They are just annoying, right?
Yeah, but it can only take you so far.
Yeah, annoying don't win you the games, I guess.
Being annoying don't win you the EWC.
Yes. So you need to be annoying and fill in the blanks.
And really good at MLBB. which I think Falcons was. Falcons really played this, again, fragile lineup quite well. How did you like that? How did you like the fact that it was just Granger? It was all on Granger.
It was all on Granger. And there's even a Hayabusa that can reach all the way to the back lines. And normally, when you're looking at Hayabusa, I wouldn't want to draft my own team to be kind of squishy.
No, but this is Sano we're talking about.
Yeah.
This is Sano we're talking about. He is, if I'm not mistaken, a name that came out in M6 was a little moniker. He was Saudi Gold. He is the best of the best.
Saudi Gold.
He is the best of the best when it comes to playing that gold lane. And you saw it here, like, all right, I got Troll to protect me. I got the rest of Falcons to protect me. Literally, all four were just put there to protect Saudi Gold. It's like, pop, pop, pop.
Yeah, he's known as the best gold laner in MENA.
That's right.
The entire MENA.
Not just in Saudi
Not just
Arabia.
in Saudi.
The entire
MENA.
MENA, the entire region.
Is that guy over there?
Just casually sitting there.
This is a good game, definitely. And I'm definitely looking for the second game as well. You mentioned match point. If Red Adam doesn't, find a way out of this ditch, then unfortunately they're going to find themselves with the first loss. And instead, 2 losses equals to...
Here's the thing. Unfortunately for Rare Adam, what I've been hearing about them is the fact that Cat9 isn't very comfortable on heroes that really initiate well. And he's also not comfortable with heroes that are support-based, like the Matilda. So that's why he's kind of caught in a position where he usually swaps around the Baxia and the high-lows. And maybe that's why we saw the Baxia come through, flexed through into the roam. But the big question is, why the Uranus in the EXP lane?
That's tough. Again, it's because it's good in the current metagame, but sometimes it's not the right answer. Here today, it wasn't the right answer. So I guess this is enough time for both squads specifically to catch a quick minute, a quick breath.
All right. Is that for us too?
Yes.
All right, so we are going to go on a short break before we get into the second game of the series, whether or not Falcons can actually go 2-0 straight, approach another victory here in our wildcards format. So with that, we'll see you after this short one. our second game of the day here in our opening match of the wildcards at MSC x EWC 2025. Once again with me, Eterna, alongside in our English broadcast, we have Leo and Abstract once again to bring you all the entertainment for the next few matches of the day.
I'll tell you now, I am very entertained. This first best of three, the first game in this series, did show us a breadth of strategies. Again, even the intricacies of the drafts and the player tendencies. I did not know that about Cat9. So now it makes sense.
Adam,
For better or for worse.
I mean, Adam, they gotta have to change something up. I definitely don't want to see Zask anymore. This is a me thing. I just don't like Zask. I don't see a lot of value out of Zask, especially from that game. Impact.
I can hear you.
Zaz ain't the way.
Oh man. Oh man.
This is me.
You're making me nervous. But continue. So no Zask for
No
Abstract.
Zaz for me.
All
Yeah.
right.
I mean, Fasa was wide open.
No, the Fast was banned.
Oh, it was banned? Okay,
Yeah.
Eve was wide open.
Eve was there.
Okay, yeah.
Artillery mages, maybe there were better ways to go about it. Yeah, no, you're right. Again, I'm not as much of a Zask no.
Connoisseur.
Yeah, it's not like I like him, but I don't hate him. It's just
Okay,
now.
okay.
Now that we put it in hindsight, I'm also curious why. Coach Ryzen, why?
Is it more on the fact that they want to... I mean, when it comes down to Zask versus Jusin, as Itana mentioned, there's kind of a relationship going on there, right?
This is Zushin's opening relationship. Like, this was her first romance, her first relationship. Back in MWI last year.
Did it end up well?
It was a 50-50 because they really didn't care about each other much. Like, they interacted with the team fight and team dynamics very differently. So I guess here, that difference didn't matter much because the rest of Falcons knew exactly what they were doing.
They are very well coordinated. They have been moving around and putting a lot of influence into the gold and the XP. But I think most notably is the fact that the middle lane was not really accounted for. So the influence that a Zask is supposed to bring around the map with the lack of mobility, ultimately I feel crippled the Rare Adam quite a fair bit. Especially since Uranus, which is supposed to proxy lane so that she can be anywhere and everywhere, was stuck in the XP lane too.
We did talk about the Uranus, right? The fact that the Uranus, to have a bigger impact, would really need to win the lane as soon as possible, have a little bit of a lead over to the opposing XP laner to have that impact. But that's also something that we really didn't see. So again, when it comes down to the drafts, I want to see a little bit more balance coming in from Rare Adam. Because
Something more purposeful.
technically, in terms of execution, it looks like they know what they're doing. They know the main purpose and like their winning conditions. It's just they didn't really have the tools available to work with.
Or we're using the tools in the right avenues. Because there was one time when they picked off Sanji. I'm like, whoa, I was surprised how they killed Sanji. Could they replicate this where it actually matters? Because at the time, Falcons were on the base. Like, Sanji dying was a necessary loss at that point. They didn't even blink. Sanji didn't even spend his flick. I was like,
It's okay.
sorry guys.
They had a lot of damage at that point in time, right? But as we did mention, it is all inhibitor turret is down. There's too much odds are stacking against them. The time where they had that power up is a tad little bit too late, even though they had a chance in winning in a 5v5 match.
Yeah, Mikey didn't get to flex. Like, Mikey was always at, I have the tools, y'all. Why can't y'all set me up to kill anybody? Again, it comes down to space too, because again, this is a full-on dive comp that Rare Adam was playing with.
Yeah.
There's only so much Mikey could do. If a dude gets pulled out by Troll and the rest of Team Falcons are backing out, what do you do as Mikey on the Irritel? Do you run forward? Do you force it? No, you're gonna die.
I do especially like the pick on the Guinevere, actually. We didn't really quite mention too much about the Guinevere pick, especially when we see a Uranus. You know that a Uranus wants to be in your face as much as possible.
More than in your face.
Exactly.
If possible.
So if you don't hit your Violet Requiem, or rather, if you don't hit your Spatial Migration, I think that's fine. You still have a passive to work with, and Uranus is constantly just going to be circling around you. He's afraid of crowd control, so the moment you just go with enough basic attacks, he's definitely flying, no matter what.
That's why the Badang really shined here, I think.
It's a non-starter. It just seems like a non-starter now that we're talking about it.
So what are other things we should be looking at for Rare Adam to maybe look for a comeback in this series?
Crowd control?
Other than drafts, we did mention that already.
Maybe attack the roles that matter. Maybe they didn't.
The roles that matter.
Maybe they didn't hit Sano hard enough in the early game. You all remember how they were sending Lanaya, and then they were even sending over Cat9 like twice, tops twice in the laning and the post laning phase, and then just gave up. It's like, no, he's not dying, guys. Let's just leave him here. Like, maybe they should have kept trying because Sano really was just the guy. He was Falcon's one claw. Everyone else could not deal the same damage Sano was.
Aside from that, I think that there's also the fact that we didn't manage to see too much from Powerful, at least in the laning phase.
I think this is a byproduct of him being on the Zask.
I mean, yeah.
It's the egg and the chicken, man. It's like
Egg and a chicken, which
Is
one
it
come first?
yeah, like
Or is it
how
the Zask?
Yeah, I have a
comes
problem
first.
here, but I don't have a solution. I end up with another problem. It's just- that's the thing that Rare Adam's dealing with. I hate to say it, but there seems to be a grocery list of things for them to do.
So I'm wondering whether or not it's because of what we mentioned, the Jushin and the Zaz interaction, or it's just one of his comfort heroes. We'll see whether or not he explores it, because it looks like the drafts for game number 2 is ready. And man, I want to see some changes. Maybe finally look for someone like the Farsa, maybe perhaps more powerful. Someone with a little bit more impact in the game, or the Yves. But there it is, the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Will Falcons be able to go 2-0, or can Rare Adam have a different say in this upcoming game? We're going to throw it over to Leo and Abstract to lead us into it.
Much gratitude, Eterna.
Thank you.
Leo and Abstract taking care of business here. Game number 2 here. Match point for Team Falcons, the home team. Here's a start. Eugene, here's a start. What about a side swap?
Side swap and
Let him react.
Yeah. So now Falcons is gonna be on first pick, first ban. Rare Adam on second pick, second ban. Rare Adam started with that Uranus and the Babsia pick, both of which were the ones that they managed to get when they were first pick, first ban.
And now suddenly,
It's all gone.
What a change of pace here. They banned both heroes. All this while, Falcons still sticking to their guns, banning out the Lancelot, but now banning out the 1-1 and the Arlott, another big breakout hero in the current metagame. One more ban for Coach Raizan and Rare Adam. A lot of open picks, by the way. You mentioned the Farsa, Kalia still out there, Zutian is still out there.
There's a lot.
Especially with the 2 picks, man.
We do want to see a little bit of that artillery mage going on, right? But we still have quite a lot of the other roles that we gotta fill out. With the final ban being that Matilda, they have decided, and this is not a hero that we want to deal with at all.
Okay, I think Falcons, they could go Chip. They could go. I don't think you chip this early. They could go Kalia. She
Maybe
is open.
second phase. Oh yeah, Kalia.
Yep.
Always gonna be a great pick-off.
Or the Farsa this early. Like, I think that's worth it.
First pick Farsa?
Yeah, take it away from Powerful, because again, they turned him into a non-factor game 1.
Right.
By forcing him on the Zaz.
Yes.
Why don't you do it again? See what happens. See if that works. They have the leeway. Oh no. Okay, we stick to.
Okay,
All right.
we're gonna stick to the gun, right?
Yeah, it
We're
is.
gonna keep at it with the Kalia. So Yisun Shin. Okay. So this is my question, right? Whenever the opponents actually pick up a Yisun Shin, do you want to kind of go eye for an eye, two for a two, vision for a vision by picking up Zetian?
I don't think it's on the Yisun Shin. Given that my opinion, my take on this isn't as informed, because again, both heroes are new elements in the current metagame, right?
Yes.
1.9.92, they have both currently been unlocked, because again, there was almost a rework for Yisun Shin, but Zetian, she's a brand new hero. Instead, oh my lord, Eterna's little tidbit about Cat9 showing itself once more. I am about 90% sure that this is a Rome Hylos.
I would have assumed that it would be a Rome Hylos.
Because Don can play almost anything.
All right.
Don has a really deep hero pool. He plays Benedetta, man. I don't think you throw a Hylos on a hero on a player like that.
True. You wouldn't want to put Don on to just a soaking guy. Especially if he can make the plays, he can do the big stuff. But speaking of the Farsa that we wanted to talk about, it will be taken away by Falcons. So that is the Granger and the Farsa. So great range going on. The Zetian even for the side of Rare Adam.
That is a lot of artillery and so much early game initiation from Falcons. But Rare Adam, they double down. They are more than just global, they're international. There's two global ults they're playing with, man.
No matter where you go, we have our eyes on you.
Okay, I don't know how to feel about this, because even with these 2 strong picks, right, 2 new meta heroes, plus possibly a comfort for Cat9, I think we're leaning back on old issues here. This is a lot of tools and a lot of resources that even I don't know how to use right now with 3 picks in. Like there's a whole lot of I don't know going on.
So at least we have that one frontliner, we have the user that can snowball, or rather have pretty good tempo.
Stable farming pattern.
Stable farming pattern. So wouldn't that mean that Falcons will want to break that consistency out of user at all?
Eugene, you're right. With these 3 alone, they can. With these 3 alone, they can. As soon as Sano is unlocked from the gold lane when he builds his 3rd item or 2nd item even, and Troll go in hunting, these 3 can already ruin Zetian.
This is going to be a pretty scary start, right? Right off the bat, Falcons have already showed their cards. This is how we're going to play. We're just going to kind of look around for ways to further amplify our early game aggressiveness as well as just general raiding the opponent's jungles.
Yep. Coach Raizan, speaking about the jungle, blocks out a couple of picks here away from Boyet, locks in that Irithel to go toe-to-toe against Sano's Granger. Total MVP, by the way, I'd say, from game number 1. While Coach Ducky blocks out EXP lane choices, I think he's also convinced that this is going to be Cat9's Hylos going into the Land of Dawn. Falcons, though, they need a jungler. What does Boyet pick up and what does Sanji pick up? I'm thinking 2 frontliners again.
2 frontliners, yes, I would agree as well. They already have the. They already have the. I sort of forgot her name again.
The Farsa?
No.
The Kalia?
Kalia, yes.
Yeah, so still 2 frontliners, I'd reckon.
2 frontliners.
Because you already have. They were okay with Sano just being the 1 damage source, right?
Yes.
What now with Coffin dealing damage too? All the more they're comfortable. So why not just more frontliners?
At this point, with the fact that they have the Granger and... Okay, there we go. The fact that they already have the Granger and the Farsa, they are not lacking anything in the damage department.
Nope.
They have early game, mid game, late game damage. So at this point, just drag on the fight. You have any form of crowd control, utility, utilize them.
They got it on lock is what they're doing here. Rare Adam, though, what do we see in the EXP lane? What does Don, the fresh Indonesian import, bring? Don here, a veteran of MPL-ID, MDL-ID, been around the world to play for this Chinese franchise, and it's an Esmeralda. Okay, so stealing shields from the Badang.
Okay.
Stealing shields from the Fred. I hate to say it, Eugene, but it's very similar to game 1.
Very similar. You have a form of initiation when it comes down to the Falling Star Moon. You have great ways to slow opponents down with
the Glorious
Pathway. You have good ways to engage, but do you have enough to deal with Team Falcons? Because they have a very tanky front lines. They have a lot of crowd control going on for you. So even if the Hylos goes in to kind of soak everything up, can he even survive all of this ordeal, provided that it's just going to be targeted time and time again?
Okay, one of the main things that Rare Adam can hedge on is the fact that they've been playing with Zetian for months. They
might know something that we don't.
They might have Zetian tricks that we are not aware of. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, match point for Team of Falcons. Again, that would put them at 1 more game to qualify for the single LM's 2nd stage of the wild card. Rare Adam, they're holding on for dear life. Is this enough of an adjustment to get them there, to force us into game number 3? Looking at the mid, Team Falcons clears first, and this leaves Troll to wait for that Little Wanderer.
Okay, so right off the bat, we already have some very different things going on in the middle lane now, right? With Cat9 assisting in the mid lane, so at least the influence from Rare Adam, we should be able to expect to see that in the top and the bottom lane regardless. But it's still too early to say. Currently, they are both currently still at level 2. How they're going to be assisting in the EXP, because it is an Esmeralda going up against a Badang. In terms of these two going in a fist fight, what's that lane priority going to be like?
I'd reckon these two don't care about each other. I'd reckon like whoever gets out of the lane first, or whoever makes the most of beneficial rotation from our mid trio, that's who gets out. That's who wins it.
Okay.
It has been a while since we've seen an Esmeralda versus Badang matchup happen.
I haven't seen Esmeralda in a long time.
Exactly. Mind you, though, in the Chinese qualifier, we have seen Esmeralda.
Oh, okay.
KLVJ played a lot of Esmeralda. the team that beat Rare Adam then, Jaffa Yao Guai. So they know the strength of an Esmeralda. They know how to make this work. It's just, is this the right stage to make it work against this squad?
Yeah, it is a very similar idea to pick up a Uranus, to be very honest. She's pretty annoying. The amount of shields that she can absorb may not be too much, so I kind of question the amount of survivability that the Esmeralda may have here.
Oh, here we go. See, this is one of those rotations that I'm talking about. The fact that they've pushed back Dawn, and fight started here by Cat9. Forcing Boyet to respond. Lanaya does put out the Mount Chakra already, so aware of the positionings of Team Falcons. Turtle now at half health.
They also know where Troll is at this point in time, but right now we do have the Feathered Airstrike going to be stopped almost immediately. And it doesn't seem like things are going to be working out too great for the side of Rare Adam, with 2% taken down already, just with a quick move up on top, and that is going to be a suplex right down to the Cat9. 3 kills in favor for Team Falcons.
Ironic, I hate to say it, but Team Falcons, the only reason they'd be upset by that turnout is all the kills went on Troll. Everything else was a win for the home team. Team Falcons walked away with 3 kills, the Turtle, and about a 2,000 gold lead here. Rare Adam. Again, XP lane, you don't even need to win that. Mid lane, clear win for the Saudi Arabian squad, but gold lane, what if they take one of my points there and attack Sano even more? We're not seeing that exactly, not in the first 3 minutes.
Honestly, I really like the interaction between Zetian as well as Nafasa. The Fury of the Phoenix, the moment that you find that the Feathered Asteroid is coming in, boom, almost instantaneously stunned. You can
Stop her.
Immediately stop, man.
But that means Powerful should be in range. Powerful should have closed the gap then.
Oh, there we go. Immediately catch on onto Cat9, and that kill is actually a lot faster than I expected.
Wow.
I thought he's supposed to be a beefy pony.
He did not have the Revitalize, did not drop any of his kit. It was so sudden. I didn't think they expected Troll to be there, nor both Coffin and Sano. It was just one or the other. Maybe Sano went home, Coffin was in mid, elsewhere rotating, but another free kill, a pickoff for Team Falcons. Even top lane ain't safe for Rare Adam.
He didn't even have time to react at all, and that is the scary part, right? Whenever that Troll finds an opportunity to just go straight in, they will burst that one person down. They don't care if whether it's a Hylos, they don't care if whether it's an Esmeralda. They will jump at every single opportunity that they get. And with that all said and done, they've got 4 kills now. 2,000 goal lead.
Huge for Team Falcons as they continue to rotate. Sanji, making the most of the relative silence down bottom, picks up that Thunder Belt. So even if this does end up being a dead lane duel, he will get stacks. Turtle started up already. Cat9, the single Vanguard right in front of Rare Adam's lineup. Oh, drops the Gorge Pathway.
Priority is going to go over to the side of Team Falcons, but in the meantime, we do have Trolls. It's just going to be jumping all the way to the back to deal with Lanaya. The fight is going to be broken into 2. Coffin wings by wings away and did manage to pop the Feathered Airstrike. Not enough to bring Dawn down. There is no casualties from either one of these 2 teams.
A clinical approach by Team Falcons. Again, if earlier it was Coffin who played the isolation with the Zushin, here, oh my lord, Boyet dropping the hammer. As I was saying, it was Troll doing the man-to-man isolation play on Lanaya, denying him, even thinking of hitting the retribution on the Turtle. That was beautiful. That happened to the right of your screens, folks, if you would scrub back.
Well, this is not something that I expected from Team Falcons. I mean, Troll having 3 kills to his name at this point in time. And now with the T1 at the bottom lane going to be destroyed, and Cat9 eats a Tsunami Slam again. Troll goes in, gets himself a little bit of a heal, but Mikey picks up that kill, since the immunity for the tap bit. But Sano makes sure that he seals the deal, flickers himself forward, takes a kill on the Mikey. Now Powerful have got his back against the wall. He's literally got enemies in the front and the back, allowing Coffin to take 1.
It's all falling apart. Rare Adam giving up so much more this early on.
Dang.
Compared to what they did in Game 1. Game 1 was close up until the very last moment, but here they gave up so much just so Lanaya could push in mid. Now Lanaya coming in the welcoming arms of Dawn. Save me! Sanji's on me! He does survive, but it leads not to much because down bottom there was a push as well. So Rare Adam, they're trading, they're catching up, but I can't say much more about this 4,000 gold lead.
This is a 4,000 gold lead that is going to work for Team Falcons quite a lot.
Well,
they need to deal with this middle lane T1 in order to get themselves more control of the enemy jungle. The top lane and the bottom lane T1 is down already, and that's great. With the fact that Yushin went back home for a tad little bit, they could use that opportunity to push further.
Yeah, shrunk down to 3. That mid lane did buy some time, a little breathing room for Rare Adam. The final Turtle spawning in the lower quarter of the map here. First the scene is Boyet, Dawn dancing around. checking. Cat9 does have the Glorious Pathway on lock. Thinking if he should use it. Lanaya's too far. This is the same spot. He got isolated by Troll. Troll catches one!
And now another one of the Tsunami Slam on the Cat9 again. But it does seem like Glorious Pathway is going to keep him right out of dodge and even popping up the Revitalize. Boyet doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but it's going to be fine for now.
Caught more than a couple of crossbow bolts for Mikey. But that is all the ults spent by Rare Adam. Is Team Falcons looking for a re-engage? Can they do it?
And now the flicker coming in from Sanji, but it doesn't seem like the wall is just going to be doing too much for coming in from them. But this is all going to be quite a lot from Troll as the Title Strike lands on the 2, but did not translate to any form of kill. As now the Wings by Wings is coming from Coffin. He did deal a decent amount of damage over to the side of Mikey when it comes to the fact that airstrike, but not enough to kill.
Wow, Rare Adam with the shuffle, leading to 2 free kills plus a turtle of their own. Definitely a power spike here for the Chinese squad. Abstract happened right before our eyes. Apparently all they needed to do was confuse Team Falcons. They made them think that we were going this way.
Yeah.
We're committing to this. Look, all our ults are down. Come on, get us. Apparently, no, they had enough right clicks. They had enough auto attack damage and secondary skills to take down key members of Team Falcons to deny them the turtle. Amazing work. And to add on top of that, the icing on the cake,
Yeah?
it was Cat9 who got the turtle.
Oh, wait, really?
It was.
Oh, man.
Oh, Lord.
Not again! As now Don finds himself taken down, coming from a Tsunami Slam. Another one of these pickoffs that Team Falcons is able to bring for themselves.
Twas but a stumble in that turtle pit, but you cannot deny the fact that Team Falcons are still ahead. Execution-wise, damage-wise, where they needed to be, it's easier for them to put it in as Rare Adam now try to recover. Naya is getting quite a bit of farm up, although he is down on the damage dealt rankings, second to the lowest. It's just he's dealing more damage to creeps.
He's dealing more...
to farm.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't count that in the damage dealt ranking, so I guess that's what explains that.
We need Lanaya deals the executing damage. While Sheffin, for the side of Coffin, it's more of, bruising. Just do whatever damage I can.
Yeah, Sheffin's in Indonesia, but he did call the match, the finals between Team Falcons and Ultra Legends. They'll be in action in the group stage. But now, real quick, back into this best of 3, game 2, still at match point. Team Falcons, they are up about 2,000 gold, and you see a good chunk of that still in the hands of Sano. Troll got shut down, so there goes that roamer's dream of being the top killer, top net gainer here in this game. He gets spotted here. That is the
information.
Mountain Shocker, so that's off of Lanaya. There's still
Shocker.
another one on Pao Fu.
Yes, and that is generally going to be used and reserved just for Coffin. The moment that they realize that, okay, this is going to be an all-out team fight, I know that Coffin is going to go in for the Feather Airstrike, that is when I pop.
All right, the dance here, halted by Rare Adam. Soft reset here. Back to full health for the Lord here if they let go. Oh, look at this position by Mikey. What's he planning?
He's going somewhere. Not necessarily, but he's really safe though.
Eugene, they don't know here.
Or is he? Oh, never mind. The Purify ensures that he's not going to be locked in by the Tsunami Slam for the side of Troll. As such, this is going to be propelling them into a big team fight. As now the Feathered Airstrike pops. The Fury of the Phoenix is also going to be popped and just going to be stopping Coffin at his tracks. As now Glorious Pathway sets in, pushes Team Falcons away. Rare Adam now have priority over the Lord.
That's a wash. They didn't even need to close the gap on Coffin. The fact that they stopped the ult was enough. And there's a quick knockup by the Lord.
Strike connects down on the Cat9, and Boyet now steals the Lord right out of the nose of Rare Adam.
Team Falcons with a swift victory. Cat9 first, and then the Lord. Didn't even matter that Coffin had a scuffed ult there. Team Falcons owning the map, turning it blue swiftly. Look at this. 4K up now.
I thought that with that priority for the side of Rare Adam, that would be the one that helped it.
Oh!
Mikey! Not the way to go down, not the time.
All right, now in game 2, Sano has to share the spotlight with Coffin. Now I'm dealing damage, brother. Look at me, it's my turn now. Ladies and gentlemen, 11-3, 11 minutes in, 5,000 gold in between these two squads. Dawn and Cat9. It's the same story as game 1, man. Like
It's the same thing.
They are just
Same.
They're just meat bags, taking all of the damage up front, and it's just a matter of time before this base is penetrated.
We still have the Holy Defenses up. Okay, I'll take that back. The top lane no longer has the Holy Defense up, and the middle lane as well. That's not too bad, considering the fact it's already 11 minutes and 30 seconds. It would have gone down in 30 seconds anyways.
But again, if you're down like this and you are up against a corner, you'll take any resource, any little bit of help for you to crawl back into this game. So with Team Falcons, they're back. This is a comfortable spot for them. This is where we saw them in the twilight of game number 1, wherein they're just, all right, we'll just wait for the next Lord. We'll cover up our tracks. We'll take away farm spots for Lanaya, because looking at Lanaya right now, he's doing well, right? You would think, because he's just 400 gold away from Boyet. But folks, you gotta understand, Boyet is a utility jungler. He doesn't care.
He don't need all that gold.
He'll be happy with 6,000 gold, man.
Yeah. But, oh man, Lanaya, I really want to see a little bit more on the pop-off over there. It feels as though they have the damage. I mean, double marksman plus the Zetian. Theoretically speaking, I would like to believe that they have it.
They do, but you know the saying, it's not what you got, it's how you use it. How are they able to use this? Because they are technically mid-range marksmen and mages. They really can't close the gap. That's what I'm saying is, Lanaya, one of his main things, his passive is, I have to weave in and out. But how do I weave in and out if I am in the threat of getting suplexed by this mermaid girl?
Right.
And this Malaysian legend, this icon in Badang. He's Malaysian, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Don't worry, I'm not going to steal that identity.
All right.
Because
And
at
then-
this point, is it Indonesian?
Yeah, of course. It's not. So here's the thing now. Add to that, Boyet, the fact that this hero that has been owning the metagame for the better part of 2 years is back in the metagame. Lanaya just couldn't get in there, man. There's nowhere for Lanaya to go in unless he can clean up. Again, you mentioned earlier that he's the one who will put in the finishing touches.
Yes.
But how do you even start? That's the question. How do you start?
Okay, so theoretically speaking, if we want to see a start, it was Cat 9 and Dawn. It just moves in together. The fact that they deal a lot of damage in the total, in the grand scheme of things, kind of makes sense, right? But do they even have enough damage to stop Troll from all those passive healing? That's the question. So this is going to be the one where we get the answer, as the Feather Aspect is going to be popped. Lanaya actually manages to get a kill down over to the side of Sanji, so that is one of the front liners gone. And Lanaya, this is a caster's jinx, man. This is where Lanaya pops in. They take the Lord down away from Team Falcons.
That was bought in for Team Falcons wrong timing. I wouldn't say the plan was wrong or the intent was wrong. It's just that Rare Adam found the very specific gap and the timing, the chance for them to do this. And did this not happen in game 1? Was there not a moment where in Team Falcons, we flubbed it, we slipped on a banana peel? But now, Rare Adam, if I'm reading this correctly, their punish should be stronger. They should have a better way to use this Lord than they could have any other stolen turtle or major objective in game 1.
As long as they're able to bring down all of the T2 turrets, I think that they're probably going to be in a pretty good spot, right? Just kind of equalize the amount of economy throughout the map. They are about 3,000 gold behind, but it doesn't seem that they managed to take down the bottom lane T2, and so is the middle lane.
Yep.
The wave clear is great.
Yep. Team Falcons know exactly what to do here. This is, again, they're very impressive understanding of macro. So Rare Adam now, their conversion rate is a Lord for a top lane at tier 2, and I guess better map control. The map is red, mind you. Now Team Falcons have to play on the defense. Team Falcons understand that they're not the beat down this time, and they have to play for another Lord in a minute and a half.
I don't know. It feels a little bit underwhelming with a 15 minutes Lord to only get one turret.
There is some scaling involved, but maybe we're expecting much from Rare Adam. Again, you have to understand that for the first 10 minutes of the game, they had nothing.
They can't do much.
They weren't putting anything out for the first 10 minutes. So now maybe they're just on their way to the up and up, and they're closing the gap, man. They're down, 3,000 gold now, maybe less than that. This next Lord might be as 50-50 as it gets for Rare Adam.
They're coming close to their peak performance, right? Slowly going in with double marksman. As long as they manages to find that window of opportunity, as well as not to be in the kill zone of Coffin and Troll, they will stand a very good chance.
I think that is step 1 in their comeback. If we want to see game 3, I think Rare Adam, more than shutting down Sano, more than stopping Coffin on his ult, they got to watch out for Troll. If they know where Troll is, if they have the same awareness and map consciousness as they did in that pre-Lord fight, the 15-minute mark.
Fight, okay.
Yep. then maybe they stop it. Maybe they fight for another day. Maybe they go to game 3. But right now, Troll has a flicker. Troll can forcefully get there.
That's true. Flicker into the title strike and then the Tsunami Slam is definitely the scary part. So it's kind of tough for both Mikey and Lanaya to show themselves too early, right? They do have ways to open up the map, give themselves vision. They got Fury of the Phoenix. They also do have the Mountain Shocker, 2 at their disposal, just to make sure that they know exactly where Troll is, just so that they don't lose the damage dealers too early.
So now, timing is on Rare Adam's side. They're waiting for Team Falcons. Team Falcons have to find the positioning. They're the ones working for their time, and they get spotted here. Great use of that range and the kit on Zetian. And, oh man, Team Falcons, they have to send down Coffin to take care of that bottom lane. This is not good. Rare Adam are aware of this. The wave sees Coffin.
Yeah, so the moment that they see him on the map, they are going to gun for it. But can they blitz the slot down? That would be my question, because by this point in time, I think, yeah, they already saw Coffin in the middle lane. They don't have the time, and they decided to take it back.
Troll gets spotted right when he goes for the conceal.
Oh. So now they lost one small angle from Troll. But they can still utilize the flicker.
Okay, they brute force it though. Lord now down to a fifth of its health. An 8th approaching. No more Mountain Shocker. They still do have the ult on the Pao Fu. And there's the Glorious Pathway. Troll and Sano get trapped in. Oh, Lord gets reset here. Evolves.
Not a problem. Cat 9 doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Pop to revitalize right now. So they want to still hang around here. Well, in the meantime, Rare Adam, they do have a winning lane at the top and the bottom. Okay, bottom is kind of like a 50-50 still.
My Lord. Team Falcons taking this dance to heart. Rare Adam slowly chunking away at the major objective this time around. Down to a 2/5 of its health. Now a 4th. There's the ult. Both of Lanaya. Holding on to it.
Lanaya manages to sidestep away from the flicker coming from the side of Troll, and such they will take this opportunity to bring him down as much as possible. And unfortunately, that is not going to be a Tsunami Slam will do anything. Lanaya takes down Buoyant as well as the Lord. Rare Adam, they're looking for the opportunity to fight back.
It's all Rare Adam. They take down Buoyant and Sano plus the Lord. Team Falcons for the first time in game number 2, 18 and 50 seconds in. That's a full-on loss. Rare Adam, smiles on their faces. Huge money in their pockets. They're up by 1,000 now, Abstract.
And that's not going to be all. They managed to force out that Feather Airstrike. Middle lane T2's down. The Lord's going to be marching in. And not too sure whether they will be able to get a Feather Airstrike fast enough for the next upcoming team fight.
Oh, they should. Looking at the cooldowns. Oh, Dawn gets caught in by a Tsunami Slam. Sanji!
Oh, wait, Mikey! There's quite a lot of damage, but not quite enough to be enough to push Sanji down. However, that's good enough zoning to take the T3 in the middle.
Oh, permanent damage dealt to Team Falcon's base. They have to defend. Lord up top, it's going to jump in. Glorious Pathway dropped by Cat 9 for Coffin to respond for their strike.
That's a T3 down right now. And Rare Adam, they are escorting this Lord slowly in. The bottom side, the bottom lane is also going to be slowly going in now. At this point in time, Team Falcons, they're going to be in a really tough spot. As Fury of the Phoenix is just going to be popping right out. Sanji, it doesn't seem like he has a lot of HP to work with, but in the meantime, Praise was right from the side of Buoyant. Didn't do too much, didn't get a lot of HP back, but he's still alive, and that's what it matters.
Woo! Some minions got in range of the base. Team Falcons barely alive, keeping them waves clear. The base took about half health of damage. Team Falcons not giving up much casualties, defending, but just barely. Rare Adam cleaned the house.
Big win. With all of the turrets down, this is a barren wasteland right in the bottom left corner of the map. Team Falcons, now they have a lot of problems. They have a lot of issues. But how exactly can they get themselves right back on track, right? Because Troll definitely did go for the opportunity for the Flicker plus the Title Strike combination onto Lanaya.
He didn't. He went halfway and then did not pull the trigger. Because look, he still has the Flicker now. I think he held back on the second Tsunami Slam inside the base. So I think Team Falcons, as bad as it is, I think the fact that they're remaining composure is key to them still staying alive here. 21 minutes in, another Lord spawning in the lower quarter. That's key. I think number one, Abstract, is they hold on and play to their plan. Don't go willy-nilly. Don't freestyle this. because that's how you end up with free pickoff after free pickoff for Rare Adam. Troll here, forcing Mikey out of that brush, put down half health.
I think that this is going to be the deciding fight. Every single one of the members from Team Falcons and Rare Adam has got their battle spell, so it is at any point in time they will be able to go for it. But same always, as long as the T3s are down, you would have disadvantage.
That's right. The map is against you. Team Falcons have to deal with all this. It's ticking the clock away from them. The clock is not their friend here because the waves are crashing in. Look at this Mikey pushing forward into the purple side of Team Falcons jungle. I wonder if he knows that Troll has retreated and repositioned. Sano, very close to where Mikey is. Oh man, it's so tough. This is at the point of the game where the Irithel just beats the Granger about 3 out of 5 times.
Just completely outkites the Granger while still dealing a respectable amount of damage. And now Coffin goes for an early feathered airstrike just to push the rest of the members from Rare Adam away. But they already got their HP back, and now Cat9 start things off with a stun over to the side of Troll. He's very deep in, but he's not going to care too much. Sanji's just going to be putting himself around to Mikey. Mikey walks away, but a quick little knockup as well as a Tsunami Slam. Immortality is going to be gone. Mikey looks for an opportunity to get out, but unfortunately Cuffin manages with a feathered airstrike. The artillery strike lands right on top, but Sano gets himself right back home. He needs to clear the lanes. He needs to clear the baits as much as possible.
Mikey for the Lord. Team Falcons could not commit to that fight full on. They had to send Sano back to clear the waves, which is a respectable game plan. But do note, Mikey did go down post TikTok timers. So he's going to sit down for as long as about a minute, now about 30. Rare Adam, I think they just made the right calls. We didn't have eyes on the Lord pit to know exactly why Boyet didn't get the Lord. There were 2 members of Team Falcons there.
There was just absolute chaos in the Lord's pit. There's too many things going on. Well, in the meantime, we also want to ensure that Mikey is right out of dodge. His positioning at the top side got caught a little bit early by the side of Sanji. Puts himself at a really tough spot as Sanji peels up for the entire fight.
All right, now Lord marching in mid. Rare Adam escorting his major objective. Cat9 drops the glorious pathway. Boyet catching a few beads from Rare Adam of both magic and physical variety, put down a half health. They do take care of the Lord quick enough, so this puts us where we were about 2 minutes ago.
Back to square 0.
Back to square 2.
Square 1.
I don't know how this metaphor works.
I have no idea as well. Where did that come from?
We're at 24 minutes, folks. At about a minute and change, another Lord spawns in the upper corner. And so far, it looks like Team Falcons have figured out how to isolate Mikey. So it comes down to Mikey using his Purify. Oh my Lord,
they want to brute force this, as now the members coming from the side of Team Falcons, all of them aid the Fury of the Phoenix, as now Cuffin just going to be putting himself right inside of the base, ensuring that he will be able to artillery strike everyone else. The creeps are moving in, and we do have the core taken down by Rare Adam.
And with that, we're going into game 3. Rare Adam able to work their way into a winning position. Team Falcons cross the threshold, the point of no return, where the Irithel were calling out names. Heads were rolling, and it was so tough to come back. Wow! Rare Adam, take us all the way.
The late game is the game after all. Double marksman. And at the early stages, we were just thinking, yeah, they won't really have much of a winning chance because they don't really have the tempo. But at least if they are able to kind of feed and work it out with Yin Sushin, then that's a good point and that's a good chance. But they just held it out. Held it out all the way.
This is long-term storytelling, folks, in the span of 3 games. Amazing work by Rare Adam. Team Falcons, they could have swore they had it under control. Again, they just had... In my opinion, they had a better draft in Game 2 than they had in Game 1.
Oh.
But I guess their mistakes were so much more punishable, and the openings they allowed for Rare Adam were capitalized even more by the Chinese squad, so that's where we find ourselves now.
This is definitely going to be a tough pill for Team Falcons to swallow. I mean, this is Group A after all. We did mention that Group A is definitely going to be the group of death, and Rare Adam, they're showing up. They are showing us exactly why Group A is the tough one.
The expectations are through the roof, and they did not disappoint. Here we go, one more look at the highlights. A run-through of the game that we just witnessed from the early, which was, again, evident that Team Falcons knew what they were doing. They had a solid game plan. And then, what was that, at the 17, 18-minute mark?
21.
No, like
Oh, wait.
where the turning point for Rare
turning
Adam.
point. I think that's
15,
fair.
16. 15, 16?
I think it's a little bit more. I think 17 is around the right time.
And then nothing left, nothing else for Falcons from there on. They killed Sino, but
Yeah. I mean,
they killed Mikey. They killed Mikey, and then nothing else.
this is such a tough game to swallow, definitely, for sure. I mean, this is a very late game-oriented team. I'm not too sure about how the Zetian actually moves in, but having the Fury of the Phoenix is definitely going to be great, especially if everyone is just going to be completely immobile. You saw in the final fight, that is where the amount of stun coming in from Powerful can mean a lot to the entire team.
Oh, man. We were seeing play after play, moment after moment of how it was all Team Falcons until suddenly it wasn't. I think this is the Lord that, there you go, was stolen away in a blink of an eye by Lanaya and the rest of Rare Adam, and that's it. There was no turning back.
Troll, in that fight, played a very big part. If he actually managed to land the title strike into the Tsunami Slam, that would not lead to a win for Rare Adam. But I think that was completely on Lanaya. He dashed real fast and reacted right on time to escape away from Troll.
Eterna, how you liking them apples?
This back and forth happening here, and it's great, right? Because I think coming into this, a lot of people are thinking, all right, with that much experience behind Falcons, with Ducky at the helms as well, this should be a clean 2-0. But I mean, in game number 2, they come back for Rare Adam, and I think the execution from both Lanaya as well as Mikey, I think, was just the cherry on top to game number 2 for me.
Yeah, Lanaya held on. Like, we were wondering, when is the Yu Sin Shin gonna do Yu Sin Shin things? Apparently, we were just impatient with it.
Yeah, at this point in time, we were still too used to the previous patch. We just want fights, aggression, just go all the way through. But this is a new patch after all. Games are going to be very dragged out. And this is probably one of the answers, right? 21 minutes game. The previous game is what, 18th?
No, this was 25. Game 2 was 25.
This is 25?
Yeah.
Oh.
Game 1 was 19, give or take.
That's why I think it was really unfortunate that Falcons really just lost the ball there in game number 1, because technically, I like that you mentioned it, right? I like their drafts. I think it was much better than game number 1, but I think they were a little bit too passive. Not enough invasions, I think, coming in from them. The execution in the team fights were not as solid, and Rare Adam, unfortunately, with the 2 MM compositions that they had, were able to scale into the late game. And then we saw how much damage Lanaya and Mikey were doing.
Yeah, I think I'll have to echo your sentiments. Maybe Falcons could have done more than just that one avenue of attack, more than just the Troll, you go get someone, and then we'll do the rest. There could have been maybe more. There might have been
like
maybe
a secondary win condition at some point.
Yeah.
Because it feels like they have been playing around Troll the whole time.
They
pick
could've-
off.
They could have played their hand a little better. That's what I'm saying.
But man, Sanji for me, still so good. Game number 1, game number 2. I know they lost that second game, but Sanji on the Badang is definitely something that I think Rare Adam would like to consider coming into the next game. But of course, let's once again take a look at the highlights for game number 2 between both of these teams. And maybe we get a little bit more of insight as to what really happened in specific moments of the game. Does anything stand out for you guys?
I think that turning point, that
It's gotta be
stolen
the
Lord.
second final Lord, right? That was the second final one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
By Lanaya.
By Lanaya, yes. I think that is the pivotal point whereby they reclaimed the land of Dawn, and they have got more, right? It's starting to bleed a little bit more red in the map, and from that point on, they're slowly inching in closer and closer and closer.
What did you guys think about the Esmeralda pick? Because the boys in the back, they were like, man, we don't really like this Esmeralda against the Badang in lane. Not really sure the purpose of the Esmeralda, but
It didn't matter in the laning phase. It wasn't a factor there. It was more of a factor to help set up Mikey and Lanaya. That's all it was. So here's one of the few times that you can say the end justified the means. Like, it doesn't matter how I got there, but the fact that Lanaya and Mikey got there.
Yeah. The fact that it worked, I guess that is what it is, right?
so it was okay at the end.
I mean, based on the game, yeah, it seems okay. But personally, I think I would echo their thought, right?
Because they were wondering, why not something like the Charizla? Why not something like the Yuzong even?
Those
If they
two
want to
couldn't
win lanes,
Yeah,
right?
those two couldn't stand into fights as long as an Esmeralda can. She can just keep dancing.
There you go. There you go.
So passive damage, in some sense, passive damage as you keep twirling around the battlefield while still getting yourself shields all the time. It's a little bit different from Uranus, but almost the same concept, right?
Yeah, but she has the initiation. She has
Okay, yeah, that's the good part,
Falling
right?
Star Moon still.
Falling Star Moon still, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a small little immobilize that you can play into your the Fury of the Phoenix as well. So as long as you're able to land the Falling Star Moon, that's kind of the cue for the Zetian to go in with the
By the
ultimate.
way, I mean, talking about that, Zetian finally making her way into the wild cards.
with a dub too.
Did you see the damage charts?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't actually.
She was right below. Was it the
Sano.
Irital or the Farsa?
Right below Sano?
So
Yeah, behind the two marksmen.
that's an impressive amount of damage, guys. How do you think that Zetian fits into this patch?
I like it. You just need to know what you're getting into, and you need to know how you're using her kit. 'Cause her kit is loaded. I was watching the Hero Spotlight the first time it was going to come to our server, right, to the global server. She has a global ult. She has a stun. She has a nuke. There's literally the only thing that she doesn't have is mobility.
Mobility, yeah. I think that will only be one of the main, the only problem. But at least she does have ways to zone people out with a field, right? And the field, you can move it once. Deals damage, continuous damage, plus slowing people down as well. I think that kind of offers you that mobility in some sense.
And I think her passive is also quite valuable.
Yeah, that's
Despite
true.
the cooldown being
120
seconds.
Yeah.
It's a long cooldown, but
It's a little.
It helps against assassins, I guess. That's probably that one moment, your second win.
Hey, maybe it saved them from troll more than once. It's possible.
It's possible. Yeah.
Maybe we
There
wouldn't
it
be
is.
here if not for that.
exactly. So maybe Zetian will finally make her way into the next game. If we have to talk about drafts, did anything feel weird for you guys?
Same for the Esmeralda, no. I think all the heroes were where they needed to be. And even the Hylos, I'll tell you now, even the Hylos was like, oh, here's that Cat 9 thing. It worked. So who are we to say it shouldn't be there?
I mean, at this point, this draft, both teams, I'm pretty okay with that, right? As an ESP, as an ESP player as well, I can see why Uranus and Esmeralda are good in their own regards. They may not necessarily provide a lot of utility to the fight, but it's all those very invisible damage coming from them that you least expected it.
Yeah.
It's really you least expected it.
But what would Falcons have to do to be able to take this game into their hands?
I'll play tighter.
Don't
So
lose.
it's completely execution.
Yep. Just play tighter. They had all the tools in game two.
Yep.
I don't think that was to be debated. It's just play tighter, play better, play faster.
They had all the answers to deal with a beefy frontline, which is the Hylos. The moment that they bring Hylos down in the early to the mid stages of the game, there's really not much the opponents could do. There's not much that Red Adam could do, aside from sending an Esmeralda in. Which, by that point in time, I think it's fair to say that Tsunami Slam would have been off cooldown as well. So you would have that 5v4 advantage already. They could slowly and always getting translate those kills into a win in the lane or some new objectives.
But it looks like after all is said and done, we are going to have to leave it to the players to figure things out alongside with the coaching staff for sure to see who will be able to take game number 3 in our opening match of the day. So with that, before we head in over to game number 3, we are going to go on a short break. You guys are watching the MSC Wildcards. We'll be right back.
Guys, just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC alive this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes!
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes! Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the Cuban frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts.
You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look!
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back!
8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay, I got this.
What's that? Great
Scott, it's the group stage format. The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse. So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group. Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is it still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds. Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team? They claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, just smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time. Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no! Let's look at the knockout stage. The MSC 2025 knockout stage. 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face. Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first? Most game wins or shorter game time? We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion. There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
The home ground heroes once again are looking to find their first match of the day here as we head in back over into the MSC wildcards at EWC 2025. But the big question is, can the challengers in Rare Atom be the team to take them down first? Once again, back on the English broadcast with me, Eterna, as your desk host, alongside with once again Leo as well as Abstract as we get into game numero 3.
Game 3. I didn't expect that. We did kind of talk about the possibilities of 2-0, but it's always going to be a fresh feeling whenever we see teams in wildcards kind of show the unexpected. And Rare Atom, game number 1 was a little bit shaky, but game number 2 definitely showed promise.
Yeah, I was also not expecting the peppering of Spanish there. Just like how we're seeing heroes like Esmeralda, how we're seeing the Hylos in Rome. Like, what is this? This is a Rare Atom. Rare flavor.
I wonder what other surprises that both of these teams have ahead of us, because we are going to take a look at the drafts. It looks like both teams are ready. So, Leo, Abstract, once again, take it away. Take us into game number 3.
away and into the game we shall. Game number 3 for all of the marbles, for the chance to say we just need one more series to make it to the next stage of the wild cards. Falcons on the play, Rare Adam answering back. There goes the Lancelot, the 1-1. Again, this makes a lot of sense, Abstract, because Falcons, they did it right the first time, so they don't have to change much. But look at this, Rare Adam. They switch it up. Remember, they banned out the Uranus and the Baksha in game 2, but now they're like, how about we mix it up with the MVPs?
Make them change again.
Yeah, the key picks for Falcons in game 2 and game 1, the Matilda, the Kalia.
Yes. So right now, whatever that worked for Falcons, even in a slight tad a little bit, they have to find new ways to play the game against Rare Adam. It's constantly evolving and constantly changing. We're now looking at the final ban over to the side of Falcons.
Maybe the Eastern Shin? They were banned out in game 1, and that's
Zetian
played well. All right.
Okay.
Too much global presence. They respect it now. Pao Fu, you were too much. I'd say maybe, if not Lanaya, Pao Fu would have been an MVP in game 2.
I would agree. I would definitely agree.
Yeah.
Big mechanic plays from Lanaya time and time again.
Oh.
In fact, the Yushin is available, but they have decided to opt for the Baxia.
Okay, you know what? It's Rare Adam on the play.
Yes.
It's Falcons who are answering back. Okay, so the Baksha here, which is again most likely going to be in the hands of Cat9. That is what we saw in game number 1. Falcons, though, they got 2 picks coming up. I'd reckon the Granger, one of them.
The Granger, I would like to assume that having a Badang in the team is always going to be great. You always want to have a Badang in a very flexible role, roam or XP. So going for that and... not at all.
All right.
Not at all.
They're willing to trade for it because the Irtel's still out there, so they can do that. Instead, it's the Zushin, answer the Baksha, and the Uranus.
Okay. So it doesn't really quite say anything for now.
Man, I'll tell you now, I don't think Sanji is much of a Uranus. Watching him play the Badang, right?
He's a very engaging. He's the playmaker.
Exactly.
But now he's just
Uranus is a slow roller.
Annoying guy.
Yeah, Uranus is a slow roller.
You can just play your own game kind of thing.
All right, here's the thing. If I know anything about Sanji, he's an engineer.
He's an engineer.
Sanji's a very smart guy.
Legitimately an engineer.
Yeah, like a real life engineer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he sees how things plot out. He understands things on a very logical way.
Okay.
So maybe there's some logic in this Uranus.
Maybe. We'll see how that is going to go.
Oh my god, double marksman again.
Yes, they are. So Yi Suishin is still going to be the pick for them. After all, Baxia is a 3-role flex. So one thing's for sure, it's still either going to be XP or roam, but it's fair to decide that it's going to be a roam Baxia, Yi Suishin and Kimi. So Kimi... Okay, so at this point in time, even Kimi can either go mid or go.
That's right, but 9 out of 10 times he's thrown into mid.
It's mid.
That's
yes.
right. So we still don't know exactly who's facing off against Sano's Granger. That is indeed locked in, so that's not a prediction denied, but a prediction delayed. First phase completed for both sides. Rare Adam waiting for Falcons to ban that first hero in the second phase. I'd reckon this should be like a gold laner maybe. Choke him out? No.
Look, if they are actually going to put Kimi in the mid lane, wouldn't that mean that they have 3 marksmen in the draft?
That's possible, yes.
How would that work?
It's very possible. I think if you're greedy enough and
it's very greedy.
You can stretch it enough to the point wherein your opponents won't force anything onto you, and you can survive to like the 18-19 minute mark, like we saw in game 2. You're fine. You're gonna get away with it.
They will need power spikes in the early and the mid game.
But this is a good read. Look, Falcons, they ban out the Esmeralda. They ban out one of the few heroes that can actually stand up to the Uranus.
Fair, yes.
By being just as sustainable. I'd say that's one of the key ways you can get away with a 3 marksman lineup.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So if Esmeralda is taken out, what are our other candidates? Like Hylos?
Sure, if Dawn is feeling it. But here's the thing. Dawn likes to live in your face, right?
Yes.
The Hylos, there's times when you don't want to live in your opponent's face.
Indeed.
But if that's a last choice for you to get away with the 3 marksman lineup, then so be it. Look, here's one I would say: the glue. They're reading into it.
Damn. Okay.
Coach Ducky, Falcons, they know that Dawn is the key here. He's the linchpin to the 3 marksman lineup working.
Okay, so there is no midfielder for Rare Adam to play around, so even if they want to be very aggressive, they don't have a way to get out.
Ain't no saves, sir.
Ain't no saves. So if they do want to pick up an XP laner, it needs to be someone that is that's flexible enough to engage and disengage at the same time, probably.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't
think there's anyone that can do that at this point.
Arlot's still out there, but I don't think that's the right answer.
Yeah. They need someone beefy, someone tanky, someone to really do the work.
They can throw the box over there and then pick someone else to go to Rome.
How about an enchanter support at this point?
Oh, I have seen that work, yes. I have seen Kimmy Granger fortified by an Estes. That is a thing.
If they can't win in the early, if they can't win in the mid stages of the game, then Estes can just heal them all up.
Oh my lord. Eugene, it happened. Triple marksman. Confirmed for Rare Adam. There's the Moskov.
So what's the final?
Easton shit in the Kimmy. One more.
The final piece of the puzzle.
Who's going to the XP? Because we see Falcons picked up the Hilda here, which is what? Excuse me? A Rome Hilda?
XP. Oh, wait.
When was the
no.
last time we saw Rome Hilda?
Okay. Hear me out. I don't like this, but
Me
a
neither.
Uranus
I'll-
jungle
you and me
and
both.
an XP Hilda might be the way that they're gonna go for it.
All right.
But Lapu Lapu.
Oh, nice
Oh.
one, baby. In
and
Riyadh.
out.
There's the Angela. Okay. So mid at. Oh,
Oh
hold
my
up,
god,
hold
it
up,
actually gonna
hold
be
up.
in a way.
Wait. Okay.
So the enchanter support goes up to the side of Falcons instead.
No. Is that a jungle Uranus, sir?
Yes, jungle Uranus. Right?
Okay, I'll do you one better. Triple marksman. Say no more.
That's the answer.
Is it though?
I mean,
It is. They're still going to shuffle this up. It's
Yeah.
still going to change up. Oh
it
my
will, it will
lord.
change up, yeah.
So it's a jungle Uranus, Rome Angela, XP
XP
Hilda.
Hilda. So the XP Hilda will be a pain in the butt for the Lapu Lapu. It's definitely going to be a lane prio for the Hilda, but how exactly are they going to keep up with the Radiant stacks?
And here's the thing. It's all in on Sano again.
Oh, not him again.
Saudi Gold going for the home run to
But it
close up
worked
the
in game
series.
one. Yeah.
Just like in game one, exactly. Here we go with a triple marksman setup by Rare Adam, all for the one win. Halfway through to make it to the next stage of the wild cards. Welcome to game 3. Rare Adam, they definitely have the momentum.
In most situations, looking at the triple marksman, you know that this is absurd. But in this wildcard, technically it's not, because theoretically speaking, it makes sense for them in their own respective lanes.
Absurd is the name of the game here. Very few times will I say, I actually like the triple marksman lineup.
No way.
Then the jungle Uranus. It's here, boy. What are you thinking? Oh, they're on Sanji.
They're on Sanji.
3 members. Quick rotation. Up top, let's talk about this gold lane matchup. Mikey versus Sano. There's not much on Sano, to be honest. I mean, rather, there's not much on Mikey. Sano, though. Sano has to understand that I am the future of this lineup.
He can quite literally have the range to kind of deal with the Moskov. As long as they're able to win in the gold lane and try to get him to pop off, I think that they are definitely going to be fine. But I think that Team Falcons, they are on a timer.
Yeah.
They're definitely going to be on a timer. And by 15,
It's over. Like, you have to have won by then. Look at this, folks. If you're going to be playing Jungle Uranus, result of this match pending, you're going to want to look at Boyet's build here. That is the common emblem, extra health, seasoned hunter, and then impure rage. Like,
Okay.
This is, I heard that it's been making rounds on socials. Like this
specific emblem set.
This abomination.
Not only you hate it, I know that Gideon absolutely hates the Uranus as well.
Hey, don't hate it till you don't knock it till try it, bro. Coffin forced to use a flicker, saving himself from a roaming duo from Rare Adam. Dawn holding it down, and Boyet starting up the turtle early.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know exactly how Rare Adam is going to play for this turtle, but as we see, we do have Powerful actually managed to get himself the turtle at this point. We do have Coffin that has got a hard gun on himself, but it doesn't seem like that will be allowing him to get away as Powerful takes first blood.
Team Falcons, they just had no damage there. It was a play for self-conservation. Like, they just wanted to lose less. But isn't that an oxymoron? Isn't that a paradox, Eugene, that they want to win by a certain point, but just the same, they can't do anything up to a certain point?
This This is kind of scary. That means that Team Falcons only have a very tight little window but at the mid stages of the game.
Exactly. This is some Kimi no Nawa level stuff here. That we will only meet up to this point. After this, we are gone forever. Like, we will never cross paths. What is this?
Oh boy, this is going to be tough. And especially if Rare Atom is able to take the early game by the landslide. This is going to further accelerate their growth. And Team Falcons may even not be able to meet that power spike to go 50-50 against Rare Atom.
The window might close even tighter.
Yeah, to the point that it might even be non-existent.
That's tough. Team Falcons waiting for this next Lord to spawn, next Turtle to spawn, upper quarter. It's been even closer to Sano. They sent Troll over to babysit him. This is so antithetical to even their style.
But to be honest, right, having we know that Angela is known as the first blood queen, right? Crazy in the middle lane. As long as you're able to kind of get the puppet string tethered in, you more or less get a kill. And not to forget, you also have a Hilda who is super beefy in lane. You, no matter how much you touch him, it's not gonna matter for him because he's going to get himself right out of the fight as long as he's just gonna weave in and out of the brushes. But I say a little bit wrong now as Dodd picks up a kill onto the Hilda. It's gonna be an all-out fight coming in from the side of Rare Atom. He's just going to be engaging himself onto the Team Falcons, and Lanaya picks up a kill. He's almost going down, but he gets himself away. Dawn picks up a double. Oh boy!
There's a good amount of nothing Team Falcons did to Rare Atom. You see the intent. You see what they were going for. We are going to last into these team fights a good 10-20 seconds, get stacks on you via Ionic Edge, and then maybe Troll throwing out these love waves should be enough. But from downtown.
It actually hit.
All the way, but underneath tier 2, I want to take that even if I was ahead. Which they are. They're ahead. They're about up 2,500 gold. They start up the turtle, but it's odd. Team Falcons, they still want to contest this.
Rare Atom, they're not afraid of anything, and right now the triple marksman is working even in the early stages of the game. Well, in the meantime, Cat9 rolled up over to the side of Sano. They did manage to find a nice stun over to the side of Boyette. He's tanking a lot. He's got a lot of radiant stacks. He won't go down that easily, or will he? As Dawn is just going to be putting himself right into the face of Captain, he's just going to be finding himself in a pretty tight spot. But he's going to be fine. Sano, though, burning a tad bit, but he's walking back home fine.
5 minutes into the game, 2 turtles in, 5 kills scored. Still nothing on the board for Team Falcons. They are reeling. Eugene, there is Greedy, there is Triple Marksman, and then there's Jungle Uranus.
Which one is Greedy?
Oh, no, I mean both of them. both of them, but, oh man, I get it, right? You see what they were going for. You see the flight path. It's just... At this point, 5 minutes in, they haven't even taken off, man. They've been taxiing, and they've been, teasing their passengers. All right, all Team Falcons, we're about to take them. No, they're not taking off. They're trapped inside their own base, their own side of the map. Look, Sano has been pushed into the tier 2.
I mean, to give credit for Team Falcons, at least I would say that Uranus in the laning phase doesn't realistically be able to do too much, right? He can clear waves, or rather clear creep waves fast enough, but he would only be a lot more annoying in the mid stages of the game. But for now, he can't survive against Dawn and Lanaya combo, even with a hard guard.
To be fair, the hard guard did come in maybe a second too late, but I can't blame Troll because he's also not getting farm.
Not at all.
His shield isn't growing. The extra stats you get from items aren't benefiting Team Falcons. So there's no one to blame here. It really is just the mechanics, the logic, and the kits don't add up for you to answer what Rare Atom is doing.
We are already... Oh my goodness gracious. There's no brushes around for Sanji to play around with, so he gotta have to go home. We're looking at a 6,000 gold lead in favor of Rare Atom, and the turtle spawns at the bottom lane. At this point in time, I think I'll say skip the turtle, man. Just get the Lord. Actually, they don't need to. They have triple marksman. Yeah. What am I talking about?
Here's the thing. Rare Atom can afford to make either choice.
Yeah, they don't need to care.
They are that ahead. 6,000 gold is arguably the largest lead we've seen in this series this early on. 7 minutes in. Boyan is still contesting.
And here's a fighting chance. Maybe? I don't know. As Sanji now finds himself melted down in the heat of the fight. Dawn is just going to be getting himself as the greatest warriors. Just going to be making his way in over to the side of Boyan. He doesn't have a lot of hits to work with. Mikey! He is just going to be relentless, throwing all those spears over to Team Falcons.
3 turtles, 8 kills, 7,000 gold between these 2 squads. Do you know the definition of the word insanity? This. They just keep forcing it, and I don't know what they're looking for. Oh,
no, wait! Dawn! How is he alive on all of that? Falcons did whatever that they could, even pulled him underneath the Tara's nose.
Rare Atom are pushing tier 2s. Team Falcons are still building up.
At 8 minutes.
At 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
Here's the thing, at least
The
Boyet
Raiders don't have Oracle.
at least Boyet ain't giving up. You know, at least Boyet is still saying, yeah, guys, we can fight this. We can be here to contest. But he is how many levels down? 2 levels down. Oracle on the way. There you
Yeah, on the way, but it's... Oh, man.
Oracle on the way, but
Only when he gets an Oracle. Only when he gets
Maybe.
Oracle, he can do something.
maybe. All right.
I mean, if the goal lead is huge, then no. Because we're looking at what? Close to 10,000.
9K. Yep.
Oh,
We're looking at
dang.
9K between these two squads.
Oh, dang.
Team Falcons are pulling another Saudi Arabian Ube, but not like it's their choice. They are clumping up because it's the only thing they can do.
Yes.
Coffin coming in.
What?
With
The Crimson
why?
Beacon plus a hot gun on the Coffin. They have decided to put everything on the Coffin instead. It's just going to be holding himself right at the back to hope that the Atlanta player will be able to do something. As now Cat 9 being tattered down, killed by Troll. And perhaps they will be able to move on forward a little bit more. As there's an XP for Rome trade.
That's their first kill. A milestone in this game.
Oh.
And it took 9 minutes. Okay, maybe it ain't over till it's over.
It's not over till it's over, yes.
There will be a point in time where, yes,
Boy, it starts to get a lot of kills in one team fight kind of thing, and then boom,
yeah,
Oracle, boom this, boom that.
and this window, yes, it's shrinking, but it's still there.
It's still there.
This window exists, and I did say about 15, 16 minutes, Team Falcons should be steamrolling, but maybe closer to that is when they start building back up. Oh, Dawn versus 3. Look at the back, Boyet.
He's continuing up to the fight. He's still trying to get himself a little bit of spellvamp going on. It even will go down to the flicker. But now Red Adam, they are just going to be chasing it right up over to the side of Team Falcons. Troll is going to be the next one down for the count. With 3 men down already, Sanji is looking to be not too healthy, but he's back home.
All right. I was trying to be an optimist, but I forgot. This is a 3 marksman lineup. While you're playing for this window, while you're playing for this opportunity to absorb damage and then throw it back out while healing, your opponents are free hitting. Your opponents are literally right-clicking on your face. Basic attacking.
The problem is Red Adam is actually on track, right? In order to win in the early game and to really snowball the game, you want 1,000 gold per minute kind of thing. But what is this crazy amount of damage dishing out over to the side of Team Falcons? Sano and Boyet, they found themselves right at the brink of death, even in their own confines of their homes. And now, good stun, landed onto Sanji. Not gonna be enough to bring him down just yet.
There ain't no bushes here, Sanji. This is tough. This is miserable as a Hilda.
Oh, man.
You're running around. You're sprinting in your own base. You're no better than the other XP laters that don't have sustain, because you don't have sustain when there's no bushes. They are going to be taking care of this Lord here, but I'm looking at their wave play. I'm looking at their comp. This is what I would give a 1 out of 5, a 2 out of 5. Their mid laner doesn't have the main nukes. Oh no, here they come!
Oh, Dawn, right in the heat of the battle. Well, Powerful picked up a kill on the Boyet. This is the only front, okay, no, second only front liner left. Sanji is still here though, but at this point in time, with the amount of marksmen coming from the side of Red Adam, even Sanji will not be able to hold a candle, as now he's just going to be sacrificing himself all the way to the front of the stage. While Team Falcons, they are hoping that they will be able to stop Red Adam, but Red Adam takes the series.
A reverse sweep by the Chinese squad, taking game number 3 in an admittedly odd fashion. Both teams, they rolled the dice and said, all right, triple marksman, okay, I see what you're doing. We'll do you one better. Uranus jungle, nice one, baby, with an Angela. There's a universe where this works.
You know the irony? This is a marksman game. They want to play late game, but this is the fastest game yet.
Yeah, there's a universe where this works, Eugene. There's a universe where Falcons wins, but not against triple marksman. Not where your opponents expect for you to do nothing in the early, and that's exactly what you did.
I can't wrap my head around this. No, in normal situations, we see triple marksman, we say they are greedy, they're not winning early, they're not winning mid.
It's literally just the perfect storm here. The triple marksman just wanted a lineup that wasn't going to get in their face early on, that wasn't going to assassinate him. And this is what that was, a Uranus jungle Angel. Again, this isn't something that they did for the first time. I would like to believe that they scrimmed with this, that they prepared for this.
They knew what they're getting themselves into.
It bumped into the wrong lineup.
Maybe not against a triple marksman lineup.
Yes. Let's throw in our lovely desk host here. Were you watching that? Did you see what we just witnessed? Were you watching the same game?
Yes. I was there, and man, I didn't expect this, but let's go, Rare Adam. I mean, it took them a while to get their, feet rolling, but finally in game number 3, we saw just everyone really pop off. And I like that you mentioned about, the drafts coming in from Team Falcons. They played a gamble, but unfortunately it didn't work out for them. And, the Angela pick into the Baxia early game wasn't the brightest of choices. And not to mention, if we had to really nitpick into Team Falcons and how they were able to, utilize their Angela in the early game, really interesting targeting from the Heart Guard, I gotta say.
Yeah, about 80% it was on Coffin.
Exactly.
80% was on Coffin, but I'd like to think Coffin was the right target because he was very aggressive. He was the one Crimson beaconing forward.
Yep.
He was trying to get kills on Dawn, on Cat9, getting the punish.
He had a card guard as well. So they were banking everything on the Coffin, hopefully that they have a good amount of control. But unfortunately, they just couldn't do it.
That's the one thing they did not have, Eugene. Control.
Oh,
that's tough.
man.
It's tough. Again, you're talking about how the draft unfolded before our eyes, right? It's like a roller coaster wherein your stomach falls, right? Your stomach falls, and it never goes back. It's like, oh no, they're doing it. Uranus jungle.
What a way to
Uranus
open this, though.
Hey, you mentioned this last night. We were studying, we were prepping. Like, all right, guys, before we wrap up, real story, folks.
Yeah, this is real.
Before we went to bed, Eugene was like, wait, what if?
Let's talk Uranus jungle. What exactly did Gideon say again? I don't think that works.
In theory, it can work, right? Uranus War Axe increases the magic damage from the basic attack. There's the passive.
There was a purpose. It's just that they got.
I would have much appreciated Oracle first item.
Instead of photo.
Instead of not photo. He went for brute force.
Oh, instead of brute force.
Yes, instead of brute force. Oracle just outright allows him to play a lot more aggressive in the early game.
You know what? I would prefer that they didn't choose it against Abaxia.
Yes.
Okay, you know what? Fair.
Or a triple marksman.
Yeah.
Or a triple
triple
marksman at the end. So it unfolded really unfortunately, I think, from the home ground heroes here. I think that was the whole, story that we were trying to set up, with them having more experience coming into this match, with them having, the home crowd advantage. But Rare Adam, challengers, less experience, so many questions about, communication, their synergy. They made it. They did it. So it's pretty crazy. Already an amazing way to open things up, but let's take a little nostalgia road down to that entire series. Let's take a look at the highlights for game number 3 between these two teams.
As much as I'd like to look back, I'd rather not. Because again, it's a lot of Rare Adam doing everything.
Yeah.
And, okay, to be fair, Team Falcons trying. At least they just roll over and take it, right? They were like, all right, boy, go get him.
Try.
Put radiant stacks on yourself, and then Coffin, go for. But it always just ended up going to almost.
Yes.
It's just always almost.
You can see that they did definitely employ different tactics throughout the game. They normally would have, Sanji rushing right in, or Boyet just kind of hanging around. But on the final fight, they have decided, you know what? We need control of the fight. We need to use the Lantern Flare, and we need to use the Coffin's ultimate aggressively. So put him in more shields, and we hope that we'll be able to get everyone flying up into the air, and then we'll roll over from there.
But in hindsight, it looks like they were using the right tool for the wrong job. It's just like, this is all we have. Just keep going.
It's all about the tools, huh?
Yeah.
Just keep trying. And to be fair, Dawn's performance in game number 3, amazing on the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So game number 1, we really
so
didn't see much from him. Game number 2, he got a little bit better, but as soon as he was able to pick up the Lapu Lapu in the 3rd game, that's when we really saw his impact. So good job, Don.
He's my MVP in game number 3.
At this point in time, I think that the whole team have got their own rights. But honestly, I think Don has got it. He's one of the main important anchor of the team, I would say.
Yeah. Dawn is the one.
Dark horses of wild cards, dare we say?
I couldn't say otherwise. I wouldn't call them favorites just yet. We just
No.
met them here on the
That is-
international stage.
And
But
for
they-
series as well.
Yeah, they clearly aren't underdogs. They know what they're doing. They are a real threat when you give them the chance to show you up, and they are one win away from securing the next stage. The top 4 single LM. Good work, amazing work. For Team Falcons, back to the drawing board. I think they showed a lot of good fundamentals in game 1. Some points of improvement game 2. Yeehaw! I'll tell you that much.
Do you think it was primarily just draft problem, or was there like execution issues too?
Here's the thing. There wasn't much of a chance to analyze execution much because of how the drafts were so polar up. Like they totally missed each other.
Right.
Yeah.
Kim Yuno Nawa, huh?
It's yeah.
What do you think? Do you agree with that?
I think it's kind of like an. I would say that it's a combination of both, right? If the draft were to go another way, then their execution will be completely different, right? The moment that they have the Uranus over to the jungle, then they have a very set way of playing, especially since they've went through screens, they have been through that over before. Okay, Uranus is good at this, Uranus is good at that. They have definitely played against a boxer before, and it probably worked out. That's why they are willing to give it a try.
Yeah.
But remember, boys and girls, Group A is not over. We got a little bit of a taste from the first 2 teams in our first match, but we do have our second match up and coming between Legion Esports and the Mongols, the featured match of the day. But before we get into it, we are going to go on a short break, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
This land is calling.
ladies and gentlemen, back to the MSC wildcards here at EWC 2025. And here it is, the featured match of the day. A little bit of rivalry brewing in between these two teams. There's some history there. But before we get into it, we're going to introduce everyone on the desk because it looks like there's a little bit of a shakeup. It's still with me, Eterna, as your desk host. But on the other side here, we have Leo. And wait, who's that? Who's that?
It's none other than the Gideon Q.
Oh, it feels good to be here. Eterna, things are looking great here. Obviously looking as beautiful as ever. Not to mention a beautiful stage to come alongside with it. Leo, we already saw the first best of three. I got to witness a little bit of what Wildcards is about, but I'm hoping with this next featured match, again, two of these teams I'm very excited for might change up what people might think about the Wildcards currently.
I agree. We've seen a little bit of shakeups here. Uranus in the jungle, Gwen in the jungle. We were talking just yesterday about how volatile this match, and not this match, but this meta and this patch truly is. And we're finally getting to see a lot of these teams start to kind of maneuver around it, experiment with it. And of course, we're all for that kind of entertainment. So coming into our second match of the day, once again, Legion Esports from Vietnam, as well as the Mongols from Mongolia. Let's unpack this just a little bit. I give them a little bit of a trailer. I said there's a little bit of a history brewing there, a little bit of rivalry brewing there. So I think you guys can explain a little bit more about that.
Okay, so geographically speaking, and historically in the realm of MLBB Esports, these two teams meet maybe once in a blue moon, right? But in their ranked games and in the most recent World Championship wildcards, these two have shared a lot in terms of competitive history. Mongolia, if you look at it, has to cross China to get to Vietnam, right?
Yes.
But since China has their own server, their ranked games actually cross over. So these players are very familiar with each other's game.
Absolutely. And if we're talking about international meetings, both of these teams, I mean, especially when we're talking about the Legion themselves, this lineup has been together for a decent amount of time. But they've also, as you mentioned, bumped into ranked games, met on international stages, and still have not found that extra bit of sweet revenge that we're looking for.
But maybe those of you guys back at home are wondering, what are the matches ahead of us after this second match? We're going to take a look at today's schedule real quick. Match number 1, done and dusted. A best of 3, 2-1 for Rare Atom. Later on in the day, we are going to have Zeta from Japan going head-to-head against Influence Rage from Latam. And to close things out, once again, Virtus Pro from the EECA region going head-to-head against Mekong Nightmare Esports.
I mean, considering the feature match today, there's a reason why it's at the top of the list. For me, I'm really excited to see veterans battle it out against each other. Mongols especially, really happy that the region is slowly looking to kind of find its place in the MLBB competitive space. But Legion, especially when we're talking about Vietnam as a whole, is put together with Mekong, but at the same time, they're trying to break out from that big trifecta.
That's right. They are now known as the Vietnamese region. They're on their own. They have their own league, the VMC. And just to add a little bit of spice to their growth, their development as an MLBB esports ecosystem, they now have imports. For the first time, I think in a while, Legion have employed the services and the talents of 2 Filipinos, namely Shocker in mid and Kramgod in Rome.
And you know, it's been a bit of a what do you call it? A tour, I think I would say, for Mr. Kramgod. Been at SG, been at Vietnam. But oh, look at this! It looks like the drafts are ready. So Gideon and Leo, take us to game number 1.
Here we go. It's going to be Legion on the play while the Mongols answer back. Coach Meow and Buyo leading the charge here. Some familiar faces, some bands that we've seen in the previous series. Gideon, Phobius, Zushin, very strong still, as shown by both squads earlier today. And then there's the Wanwan. We haven't seen Wanwan in play.
Absolutely. I think everybody understands that Wanwan is high mechanically intensive she is. The payoff is just a little too good. That's testament to what the current meta is asking of us right now. High burst potential, high playmaking capabilities. But then now the big debate is going to spark. Because if we learn anything from our previous best of 3 series, tanks in the jungle, very, very powerful, but there needs to be a situation, a scenario, and better yet, a setup for the early to mid game to make it actually work.
And that's the story of the previous game we just witnessed. In case you missed it, folks, we just saw Uranus jungle, make a showing here in the wild card. And there's a few of those boxes they didn't tick. That's why that game didn't last very long. That's why there wasn't much success for Team Falcons when they employed that strat. So now, Legion, Esports still have a few utility or tank junglers left out there. You still have the Fredrin left out. Baksha got banned here by the Mongols. Second to the last ban for them. Matilda out of the picture now. Coach Buyo can still take out a few key picks. Lancelot got banned every single game in this first series.
I do feel like it's a little specific towards the enemy teams, right? Depending on the information that they get from their scouting, they need to know whether the opposing jungler has at least a high execution rate, a high win rate in their scrims when they are playing Lancelot. Because not everybody can get away with it, right? There's things like Kalia, which just recently got banned by the Mongols, is their final ban on red side to really look for those big punishes. As many iframes as you have, the moment you get caught, you get punished, and there's really nothing much you can do about that.
So there's the Kalia, the last ban. Oh wow, Legion opens up with the Uranus. Okay, I'd reckon this is more likely an XP lane pick. I don't think you would show your cards this early.
I don't know, Legion might just be taking, hey, if Coach Ducky gave a green card to Falcons to make this happen, maybe we can perform on it too.
Or who's to say? Who's to say that they wouldn't pull the same tricks? This does get into Mongols' psyche though, right? Like, oh no, there's a Uranus, what are they gonna do with it? Coach Buyo has to double check everything to make sure that this is not coming out of left field. Coach Sabo, folks, this is Coach Sabo. He's a Burmese coach for the Vietnamese squad in Legion. He's actually taking charge. I think this is a stroke of genius. I think the fact that you play the Uranus here this early. No, I mean, you're not just flex it. Just flex it.
Okay,
you're forcing the opponents to play either an Esmeralda or a Dairoth.
I'm not gonna lie, if I was in Mongol's position, I'd be scratching my head too. It's
exactly.
Like, do they actually want to flex it into the jungle in the first place?
It's like playing red in blue.
Exactly. But in any case, you still play your own game, right? Keep true to the tactics that you're prepared for within your scrims. They go for the Fredrin alongside with the Kimmy. So now Legion needs to answer the question, hey, how are we gonna deal with this Kimmy? They've already got a really strong frontliner, and that's what Kimmy needs in the earlier stages of the game. The only ways that we're gonna try and shut down on it is whether we have stronger side lanes or at least an assassin that can dive her. I'm thinking like Lings, I'm thinking like the Hayabusas.
Neither might show up because there's the Yi Sun Shin. No longer are you going to be worrying about this rogue Uranus in the jungle because there's the Yi Sun Shin going into the hands of Joga, one of the premier junglers out of Mekong, now repping just Vietnam on his own. He's a veteran of the global esports scene. He knows what he's capable of. We know what he's capable of alongside Daylight's Granger.
Honestly, I'm pretty okay with this. With the Yi Sun Shin, especially when you have the turtle boat, that's when it becomes really, really dangerous and forces a lot of Kimmy players now to maybe consider taking a Purify in case you're going to get targeted out, right? Because you're the main source of damage when it comes down to that mid lane. Unless it gets flexed down into the gold, then maybe we have a different story.
We see Mongols, they have the flex, if anything. With the Kimmy, we don't know. Even if 90% of the time you see the Kimmy going to the goal. All right.
Interesting.
We quell all doubts.
Yeah. At least they're being really honest with their draft. They're not looking to flex too much here, but they are bringing up a potential pick in the gold lane in that Bruno. Now, thoughts on Bruno? Because based on what I've been hearing down the grapevine, a lot of teams have maybe even considered picking Bruno back up, especially to kind of shake up that meta, considering how fast these games can sometimes go.
And they picked Bruno instead of Irritel. You would usually see Irritel or Moskov be the answer to the Granger, but no. Here they say Bruno. You know what? I'll tell you now. Well removed from M6. Remember Benny? Remember Benny of Team Falcon Esports then?
I do remember that.
He was the Bruno, right?
He was that guy.
Here, I think Bruno, especially with the qualifiers and the tournaments leading up to MSC, I think Bruno is in a solid like A+ tier of his own in the gold lane.
Well, I mean, most people will remember the time of, hey, Bruno's too good, especially with the new addition of the Malefic Gun, and then afterwards, a couple of nerfs later, then it's like, maybe he's not in position for the meta as of right now. But if we're talking about just like raw scaling, Kimmy's not that bad, but when you compare it up to a Bruno on that crit build, it suddenly becomes disgusting. And now that they have a forerunner in the tank of Fredrin, there's not a lot of answers that I can see Legion looking for, especially now that the Yi Sun Shin has been locked in. No assassin to play with, no guaranteed engage, and any mistake can get punished.
Yeah, no, the Bruno can fight toe-to-toe against the Yi Sun Shin.
Oh, yeah.
Can zone him out even with them balls. Now, the second phase bans, the Zitian and the Farsa, mid laners taken up by Mongols, while Legion take out the Masha. Still no clear XP laner for Mongols given that. What else is out there? To possibly lane against the Uranus. What would you throw up against.
It kind of depends on what they want to do, right? Do they need a setter or do they need somebody to actually destroy this lane? Dairoth has been a potential answer, a long foretold answer towards that Uranus. But if you're also looking to just sandbag it, there's still plenty of other options. However, oh man, I just realized Arlet, Masha, both been taken out. Both of these teams very honest with the way that they draft.
Yeah, we like certain things, we don't like certain things. Get out of here, single, old turning team fights around, especially with a couple of marksmen, that definitely does make the displacement of the final slash all the more worth it with these basic attacks coming through. Oh my lord! Coach Buyo not holding anything back, throwing the Franco right into the hands of Shenlin, the de facto leader of the squad. Saying, Shenlin, go ahead, hook him.
Hook them, pull them out of position, catch them off guard. This, I mean, I don't know. Franco as a fourth pick really just goes to show that Mongols had planned this from the start, right? We see two marksmen on your side. We see one pseudo tank. Well, I say pseudo tank. He's just really hard and sustainable, looks to cut those waves. But if that one iron hook lands on one of their core members, they're in a lot of trouble. However, let's jump over to the blue side, right? LG, they got to think about this, because now that Farsa and as well as Zetian is out of the question, they go for long-range artillery by locking in the Gatot on top of the Novaria.
I like it. The Novaria is often comboed with something that needs some modicum of AoE, and by having the Astral Echoes put on the right targets, you could get Ionic Edge stacks from out of nowhere. You could trigger the passive on the Yusen Shin, weirdly enough, because sometimes it would count as a ranged or a melee, depending on how far you are when you hit the Astral Echo targeted enemies. And then, of course, the basic echoes into the Avatar the Guardian. So, again, LG's is also relatively straightforward.
Yeah, I think both sides are playing extremely honest here. They know exactly what they want to do. This could be just like a replay of one of their rankings that they had back at home, which is honestly kind of funny. But now we see the Yuzong. They want to win out that lane. Now, Uranus is really good at sandbagging. A single mistake in that lane, a single kill going over to that Yuzong could really spell a lot of disaster. They don't have a lot of peel. They've set up the Gatot to deal with the Bloody Hunt, but they cannot do much once the Yuzong is in that back line.
Yuzong has been one of those heroes, maybe only second to Arlott and Uranus, that people are saying after the new patch, yo, watch out for Yuzong. You be careful about Yuzong.
That Black Dragon can be coming out of nowhere.
And I like how they invested in a hero like this that's not all in just to protect the marksman. Like, they have proactive choices. Mongols, they're not taking this line down. Like, they're not waiting until their marksmen are ready. Like, they are going to make waves.
I think that the Gatot has a lot on its plate. Not only do you need to peel for the rest of your team, especially against the Black Dragon form, but you need to make sure that GOA lands upon that Bloody Hunt. Let's jump into this second best of three. We got Legion Esports on the blue side facing up against the Mongols on the red side.
How's this for a start? Look at this. Cramgod walking into a brush. There were two in there. Might have gotten hooked in by Shenlin.
Okay. I mean, they want to get mid dominance as soon as possible. Makey already with the passive activated. Shocker. He's already put down to at least 5% of his HP. The first wave and two minions already lost to Shocker. He's not going to hit level 2 in time.
Double TKO for the Mongols. Two members of Legion Esports trio mid get sent back. This does still allow Joga to farm up. So at least that's a small win for Legion Esports. Looking at their emblem set here, in case you're wondering if anything changed for the Yuzhong in the hands of Mumu in terms of emblem builds, like, still looks pretty the same, like Agility, Festival of Blood.
But it's the choice of Quantum Charge,
instead of Temporal Rain.
Exactly. Or, well, not only just Temporal Rain, we've seen, wait, hold on, the Iron Hook does initially land onto Cramgod, who's more than happy to eat those hook. Don't slow down Joga. He needs to be twice the farm of Zetsu. He needs a 2-level lead to give Legion Esports extra confidence.
Faster, Joga, faster. Now, if not the Quantum Charge, if not the Temporal Rain, what would have been in the hands of the Yuzhong?
Potentially a Warcry, right? But then I think understandably when you're dealing up against Meow on this Uranus, it's like, how much value am I really going to get? How many mistakes is Meow going to make in the lane?
Yeah, you want to keep up the pressure. Hit, heal, movement speed up, hit, heal, movement speed up. And that's what they're doing here, sending Meow underneath his tier 1 in the shelter of his damage reduction underneath the energy shield. Mumu already level 4 here. Meow just about to approach. Legion Esports is hungry for EXP. That's why they're late here to the turtle pit.
Oh yeah, and now as we see them actually start up that turtle, they want to get as much space as possible. First off, Makey needs his passive available. Once it's up, then it's really unlikely that Legion Esports even wants to take the space, mainly because they just want to scale up, right? Joga still not even bothering to be on this side of the map, goes straight to his purple, but here we go. Daylight already caught, forced to flicker out of the way. You don't want your marksman to get hit just like that. He's going to be late to the lane as well.
Respect for Legion Esports. Yes, they are taking a knee here. Yes, they are expecting the fact that they're not the beat down at all, so they're avoiding any and all conflict, while the Mongols know that they are up ahead, and Zetsu just single-handedly took that turtle. They wanted more, but at least they didn't force it.
But just look at what Rinix K is doing. Oh, the flicker iron hook into the bloody hunt, canceled out, but Rinix K has already found one, looking for Cram God as well. He's going to sustain, but really, where is he going? AOG out, saves his life. No double kill, but a huge win for the Mongols. What a call.
Shen Lin. Y'all heard of hook flicker, right? To put people underneath your turret, but how about flicker hook to get into range wherein people weren't expecting you? Poor Daylight.
I mean, I don't know who made the call, whether it was Shenlin, but I feel like even Renexia, he understood. He lost that very first neutral objective. I say one of the side camps, the gold crab, so important for a lot of gold laners these days. First one was taken away. He recognized the pattern. He wants to last hit this. He calls Shenlin over. Hey, we get him.
He's going to be here.
He's going to be here for certain.
He's going to be here, just flicker in hook, and they did get him. Oh my lord, now RinXK is way ahead. 2 levels, getting 2 levels!
Yeah, I mean, it's just a snowball effect, right? You get hit by the first iron hook, lose your flicker, you go back into lane, you end up dying, and now this is where the meta really shows its dark side, trying to snowball this out of control. The wave is cleared, however, no pickups just yet. Even though we did see the initial hit coming in from Makey, they need to pair it up with Shen Lin, right? Land that alt iron hook immediately after.
I guess the Mongols are hiding the fact that they lack AoE CC, which is sheer aggression. Like, sure, they are very specific in their targeting, but if they can lay down the smackdown where it matters, you don't have to keep people down. You can put them down. Now the second turtle has spawned at about half health here. I don't think Legion Esports is in any shape to fight just yet. Joga's very far off. This is a bad position for him.
I mean, look at the position of Mumu right now. He's coming in with the Black Dragon form to force the situation. Pulls the trigger. Bloody Hunt is already through. AOG to disengage, but the two are caught offside. Zetsu finds the turtles. Mumu eats Joga in the back line, and Cram God the next to fall. Just the total winning situation for the Mongols, and they're going to dive one more time against Daylight. Zetsu not going to let him walk away. Shenlin, can he hit? He does it! Steals the kill, but it doesn't matter. That first tier 1 turret top side opens up.
The Shenlin shimmy, he did it again. His signature move, the flicker hook, just to confirm the kill. Not to mention the Mongolian dragon in Mumukning. Hooks for the past, minute and a half. Didn't even bite down onto anyone for that lord take.
Oh yeah, has to take his time now. Everybody's got their ults. Joga will quickly... Oh, all right. It looks like our hook sweeved in between to find one. Daylight is out of here. Shenlin quickly flickers away. Doesn't want to give a trade back. Zetsu and Rinix K back off as the AOG comes on through. Tier... Oh, wait. It's breaking. Rinix K, he's actually getting back into the middle of this fight. He doesn't mind it. He's scaled up just fine. He just needs a target to heal back up. And the Shatter doesn't connect onto the right targets. Good blocks. The Mongols walk away. Again, I feel like they're so close to that tipping point, and then they just back off. They're putting us on edge.
And I think that's what they're doing to Legion Esports as well. They're feinting the overextension. They're making Legion Esports think, hey, we're going to stay a second longer. You want to punish us? But they don't. The Mongols, they're holding on to this lead. Gideon, it's at what now? 5,500 gold, give or take? In-game, dude, that's almost 3K between Daylight and RinXK. I'd say this is still a great situation. Even Mikey's looking good too, especially against Shocker, who I would argue right now for the Novaria isn't quite burst just yet. She's mostly utility.
Oh yeah, I mean that's why she is leaning in towards the Lightning Truncheon in the first place. Just that extra bit of burst, considering that the Mongols are already staying pretty close together. The extra AOE is definitely going to help. Considering, unfortunately for Daylight, just again not getting that many stacks on the Sky Piercer. He needs that mistake from the Mongols to happen.
Yeah, the Sky Piercer is currently a liability for Daylight, sitting at just 1 kill. 12 minutes in, Joga picking up the endless battle. Again, if there's anything we learned from the first series today, patience seems to be a huge part of playing Yushin in the current metagame. And when it does pay off, boy oh boy, it pays off. So it's not over till it's over. Legion Esports down by about 5,000, 6,000 gold. They hear and they know the Mongols are taking the Lord. Get soft reset here. Meow can only do so much. There is the Mountain Shocker. Lord at less than half health. Oh, I see what you're talking about. They're just.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as the Mountain Shark comes out, Mongols are like, no, we don't need to do anything. Oh, boat's already gone. They're trying to get mid-priority, but honestly, they're just not in position to steal this away. And Renix K will take that. Oh, they're forcing this. Okay, Black Dragon form to zone them up. Oh, hey, Joga, he made a mistake. He's down, and now with the Petrified through, he's going to be chased. The passive is already broken. Mumu is going to chase it to the edge of the earth. Quickly with the Traceless gets out. Zetsu looking to cut him off. Cram God is nearby, holding that taunt up. Makey wants it. He needs to get this kill, but nobody has it. AOG to get him back out. Star Shatter's good, but doesn't find any targets. The disengage works, and now the inhibitor falls. Rinx K and the Mongols slowly encapsulate Legion Esports.
Joga, with his performative escape, as amazing as it is, didn't really lead to much. Legion Esports spent quite a few resources just to make sure their jungler did not die.
If anything, it was actually a bigger mistake, right? They end up losing the mid inhibitor because of that. And all of this because he traceless into the wrong direction.
I don't know what the plan was, and yes, Mumu is still a threat, but maybe there was a bigger plan here. All inhibitors have fallen. Once more, the Black Dragon!
Yeah, they're going to force it out. They've got Lord on their side. They're looking for the end game here as Cram God is already chucked out. Meow, he's trying his best, but really, oh wait, hold on. Shenlin ends up losing his immortality as the Blaze collapses straight away. Mongols, cool, calm, collected. These guys, they're just taking their time with this before they close out this game.
The hook was never late, Gideon. The hook was always on time. That's the first game in the series. Match point for the Mongols. Legion, though, they had a solid draft. I think if there is one obvious pain point, maybe they invested too much in the Uranus.
I have to agree, especially as a first pick as well, knowing that the composition potentially, hey, I want to make sure that we have stable laners here, right? I want to make sure that with those stable laners, we're able to make things happen. We can allow our Yi Shin to farm up as hard as possible. Second biggest pain point for me in particular, that mid lane. Novaria was not able to kind of control that lane enough to make it happen, and the threat of the Iron Hook was just too dangerous.
They may have overcomplicated and added way too many layers to when they actually just wanted to be as honest as they could be. It's interesting how this came through, but the Mongols knew how to punish. The Mongols came out the victor, and I wouldn't have it any way. Look at Shenlin. This man is a unit. This man is the leader of this squad. Yes, from where we're looking, his hooks might have been coming at weird times, but maybe that's how they're comfortable. Maybe that's when they wanted to. That's how they want to do it.
Maybe I think maybe the final call comes from their captain, right? Yeah. In the meantime, whatever happens in between, just communicate what resources that you have. Hey, my Iron Hook happens to be on cooldown, guys. Let's just chill for a second.
This is just a fate. This is just a fate. Now,
it's scary to see the team play the way that they do, right? Because it feels so cold, so calculated, in such an odd manner, right?
Like they're machines.
Exactly, because we're used to seeing, especially amongst the Southeast Asian MPL regions, especially when it comes down to the Philippines, very macro-based, right? We make a clean decision, we go in, we go out, we execute, job's done, right? Here, there's a lot of breathing room with how cold and calculated they are, even though they are looking to play like machines.
I think that's the exact word we're looking for. Their margin of error is so big. They can play around that. They can play as if the hook was going to miss, but find a way to make it hit anyways and get so much more when they eventually do. And then even force, all-time Mekong greats like Joga to make mistakes like that, to just run out and ask for the rest of Legion help.
I mean, maybe it's just, first game jitters, fingers are a little cold, get the hand warmers out.
This is a new composition for Legion.
It is. I mean, at the same time, with how much we've seen them play and perform on the international stage itself, I think they want redemption. Just one time where they can make it with the big boys in the group stage.
Eterna. The Franco makes a debut. How'd you like it?
It was great. It was great. Really great early game pressure. And I think that was one of the main reasons why the Granger was really shut down in the early game. I think you guys mentioned it towards the end of the game that the Sky Piercer just really wasn't hitting its mark. And one of the reasons why was that early game pressure. At the end, what was he sitting on? Like 1-4-1?
1-5-1.
And it's unfortunate, right? Because with a Granger, you'd want to have that early game lead, early game pressure to deal out that damage towards that mid game. But that moment just really didn't hit. And unfortunately, on the other side, with the the Kimmy and the Bruno as well, finally making its debut here at the Wild Cards, we saw it work out really, really well. So right now, Legion are caught in the position that they're one game away of once again history repeating itself. Can they find their revenge? What was going on? What do they need to improve coming into game number 2?
I think it begs to be said, the draft.
I mean, draft.
Like, invest in the right picks to start. Like, maybe the mental was too much. Like, it's like, all right, check this out. Uranus.
Guys,
I mean,
Uranus.
Technically, the Uranus made sense, right? There's an argument to be made. Sorry. Okay, maybe not first pick prio, but it makes sense because there's an argument to be made that it still can be flexed. And I thought that's what they were trying to work with towards the second, point of the drafts. But then they picked up the YSS and
Immediately.
What's the plan here? What's the idea behind the Uranus first pick?
It's mixed signals.
I mean, I feel like maybe pivoting from the plan a little too early could have been a potential downfall, but it feels like, at least for Legion, this is comfort, right? Start with comfort and then start to figure out how to kind of manipulate the draft later down the line.
What about the Novaria?
I think that's, in effect, them adding layers. Again, that's what confuses me, is they're so honest, right? Like, all right, look at this. Oh, nope, we're going to do this. And then, okay, let's just make what we did better. No, I don't think the Novaria where it wasn't the right pick either.
Well, let's take a look at that game once again as we are getting into the highlights again. And there it is, right? The pressure from the Franco that we saw, it was allowing Rin XK as well to get a little bit of a lead in the lane. That really helped him, I think, towards the mid, towards the late as well.
I mean, considering, I think the one thing that we can see very clearly from the side of the Mongols is that they have really great awareness, right? With the coverage of the way that they actually rotate across the map. It's not like, oh, we have 5 people in the kill squad, we move together, we move in the same direction. No, they actually have a pretty spread out net, which is why we see Rin XK able to pick up multiple turrets down by tier 1, top side initially, then bot, then mid, and then eventually start pushing into purple.
That was the beauty of it, right? I mean, we've been talking about the different matchups coming into the gold lane, and that's what the Bruno was built for. Because imagine if that was an Irithel. Like, I don't think it would have snowballed as well for the Mongols.
I think they had the intent. They had the intent to snowball so much faster, so they just said, Bruno, do it. Coach, give us the Bruno.
Coach, give us the Bruno, please.
Coach Booyah, do it.
I think that yes, maybe the Irithel wouldn't have snowballed as hard for the most part of it, right? Let's be real for a moment. With the meta kind of shifting the way that it is, I feel like, at least for the Mongols, they have a better understanding of what potentially could fit the roles, right? They've got archetypes already set into place. That's more than enough. Just having a good idea.
Yep.
Just seeing the vision.
But even then, the vision seems to be muddied by your options, your setup. So this is definitely something to work on. This is something I hope that they let go going into game 2.
Did you guys see any issues with communication, maybe with the way that they were playing in terms of chemistry? I mean, with the new 2 imports coming through?
I think it was more the game that bothered them than each other. Mongols were just going too fast for us to see if there was any comms issues.
More so, I feel like the Mongols are pushing Legion just to the edge of the cliff, and the question is like, oh, is the gust of wind going to push them over, or do we have to back all the way to the walls to keep yourself alive?
There was no room for dialogue. Just holding on.
So how can we expect that kind of speed to be taken away from the Mongols in game number 2?
A better draft.
I think going over the red side, that's a start at least, right? Go to the second pick, see what the first pick from the Mongols is going to be, and then really start to elaborate. Because I feel like even with the meta, with the way the meta is right now, it hasn't been solved just yet. Second pick might just be more reliable because you can get that guarantee on R4.
And you can react. You can react. It's so much better to allow your opponent to be fast and say, all right, we need these kind of breaks, we need these kind of hard stops so we can get our game plan going. I think that's the issue with them being in blue. That's what made this whole approach feel uncomfortable, which left no room for them to breathe.
Okay, so drafts, red side. Those are the 2 main things that we're looking at.
Those are the 2 mains. Those are the 2 main points for me if I was in Legion Esports' shoes.
All right. Let's see if they're going to be able to fix that. And let's see if they're going to listen, actually. Because technically, They can't hear us
They could.
right
I
behind us.
think it'd be a detriment if they tried to listen because they're already working on,
Yeah, you know what? Just focus on the game. Just focus on your game, all right?
Are you talking to them?
Yes. Just focus on your game, guys. But it looks like we are going to head over to a break, so we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned and don't go anywhere. And we're back for game number 2 in our featured match of the day here at the MSC Wildcards at EWC 2025. Match number 1 was done and dusted, and game number 1 was also taken very, very convincingly by the Mongols. Now the big question is, can the Mongols take this 2-0, or do Legion have a say about this to come back and maybe force a game number 3 in this best of 3 series?
Game 1 was such a dominant showing by the Mongols that I don't think the past 5 minutes have been enough.
I feel like the impression has been made, the message has been sent, and now the question is whether Legion Esports will reply.
Will they?
Could they?
Reply.
And if
How will they?
If we are in that case, do they reply with the right message of their own?
Well, here's the thing, right? We've seen teams kind of be a little inconsistent. I want to see whether Mongols is going to be part of that story, right? Are they going to be like, hey, we have a really great game number 1, game number 2, and then game number 3, we don't do as well. I think that a lot of it really boils down to their look on the meta and more so their personality as the series goes on.
Flashbacks to match number 1, maybe?
Yeah, but just a little.
I think match number 1 was some fundamental lapses, right? Because it was clear what went wrong there. But here, game 1, it was just so one-sided that the mistakes that, if ever there were any, that Mongols committed, you could chalk up to just we were speeding it up. We were just trying to get there before Legion could clap back. So I've yet to see anything from Legion. I'm hoping that this time, from Red, specifically from Red side, they show us something new.
Oh yeah, I think I keep thinking back on like why the Uranus first pick. I mean, they needed to throw out a blind pick, if not a flex pick, and I don't think Uranus fits that build just yet.
Like first pick Granger would have been fine.
I think the first pick Granger would have been totally okay in that scenario. You could have just been. I mean, even just throwing in Gathot. Just hey, Gathot, what are you gonna do now?
Look at this first pick Gathot like it's Q1 2025.
Oh boy, the meta continues to evolve, and I think at least for the wildcards, while everybody is giving us our first taste of what it's going to look like on a professional stage, well, I mean, not on a professional stage, but an international stage, it could shake things up.
Gonna be exciting to see, but it sounds like the drafts are done.
We expedited.
Wow, okay, so we're gonna go fast forward into the game, and I think, boys, once again, this is your time to shine.
Indeed it is. Thank you, Rachel. Ladies and gentlemen, the good crowd watching, whether here live in the arena or at home, the good news is the match will begin very, very shortly. And by that, I mean the game. We're jumping in the game.
Yep, I hope so. Because again, we've seen these teams play. They've given us our very first impression. And I mean, you can tell Eterna's just happy about it. It's just like, yeah, Mongols are looking real good about this. And I'm happy because to me, they're my favorites to actually make it out of the wild cards.
Hold up. That's a question we didn't ask, given how fast we ran through this highlight match of the day. What? So you said Mongols. Why? Where did
Why are you whispering it? Why are you whispering it?
Because I thought I threw it over to you guys. I didn't want to disrupt the pattern.
No,
I thought we were going in game.
You're still here.
Okay, I'm still here.
So
I'm here.
Mongols?
I'm Eterna.
You're also Mongols?
Mongols.
Okay, there's a special place in my heart for Legion, right?
What?
I've been following these guys for a while now.
Is it because of the imports?
No, not even because of the imports. Like, I'm a big fan of Joga. He's a hugger, right? I just like these guys because of who they are and what they represent coming out of Mekong, but not that they have their own little league like VMC. They are representing much more than that. They are on an island of their own. So now, for real, thank you so much, Rachel. We will see you in just a bit. Let's go into the draft here, folks.
All right.
What is a game without a draft, right?
Of course. I mean, this is the fundamental of all MOBAs. The battlefield isn't even the first place where they start a war. It's right from the draft.
This is the chessboard.
This is the chessboard that we've been waiting for. The question is, what are the pieces? Because once again, we're seeing that LG wants to be on the blue side. This is an active choice.
They decided to stay here, and Coach Sabo definitely has his plate full. Looking to take out the Phobius, the Zushin, while Mongols ban out the 1-1 and the Baksha. Okay, so Mongols have no incentive to switch it up.
Nope, none
Literally,
at all.
they can just ride the momentum of game one.
I mean, the bans are exactly the same. I want to see whether that first pick is going to change coming in from LG, right? I think that's the big thing. I'm looking towards Coach Sabo. He needs to set up that trap, right? To look for that big sabotage against the Mongols if they want to find any space within this game. Because the last time that these two teams met was last year, M6's wildcards, where they dropped it 2-1 against the Mongols. Upsetting, of course, but they still have that fire. They still remember that loss.
No good deed goes unpunished. As LG, Legion Esports, ban out the Matilda, last ban for the first phase, while Mongols, they still have a good amount of picks here. Kalia still open, given that the Baksha's out.
I think they're banning it here on third, right? If it's the exact same drafting pattern.
They have to, yes. Or they address heroes like Farsa, Zetian.
That only came towards the second half of the draft. If I'm just taking, based off of pattern recognition.
Unless there's something that they have to address now, given the order, given the decision for Legion to stay blue. Because again, this has to be unnerving in its own right. Yeah, just say, did you not just lose from that side? Don't you want to? No. Okay.
What if Mongols, their egos get the better of them? They ban out the Uranus. Now what?
Now. I don't think that's a play. That's not a play.
Forcing LG to be better. It's like, nah, we need something more out of your first pick.
It's not a play. Here we go. One more for Coach Buyo. Exhausting all of the options. While Coach Sabo listing out, all right, these are what's left. These are my choices. Again, I don't think this should be a first pick Uranus anymore.
No, it definitely shouldn't. We're already down to the count here of what exactly is going to be that final ban. If not, I really hope that they didn't miss it out and that this is just a graphical thing. So far, I mean, the Matilda definitely kind of gives an idea of what LG want to do. It's like, oh, if you want to play those big tanks again, guess what? You're not going to have the extra mobility for your big beefy boys.
All right, it looks like we have to catch up and recalibrate to have our draft updated. So yeah, no, we're pending one red side ban, and then following through with a blue side pick, the opener, which have a lot of options. The Kalia pending, I think Kalia would be fine. Yusun Shin, if you really just want to have Joga make up for what happened in game one.
Kimmy as well, huge problem.
Kimmy Granger.
All of which are really, really good.
Badang first pick,
I think that the Badang first pick is kind of interesting, but I do, since it's day number one, right? I mean, all teams here in the wildcard are playing under the GSL system, which means you lose twice, you're out of the tournament, right? So technically, you can kind of be a little spicy with your first life, right?
You still have another.
Yeah. You just tap dance a little bit, feel the rhythm of how these drafts are going to go, and show some ego, right? Show a little bit of personality.
Yeah, game one definitely had a lot of personality with that first pick, Uranus. So, folks, real quick, we are waiting for the draft to resume. So with that said, we are going to be covering all of the bases. Let's discuss what might come out. Still left in the open, jungle picks. Fovi's got banned.
Fovi's got banned.
That's clear. Which I think now gives a little bit more of a premium to the XP in the first phase.
But here's the thing. I feel like even in the meta, as we've seen the patch actually come on through, the meta is allowing a lot of different EXP laners to actually come into play, right? We even saw like Arla initially being banned out in our very first series of the day. Badang as well. Ruby, arguably one of the most sustainable EXP laners that are out there. Lapu doing a really good job.
Yuzhong just in game one here.
Exactly. So it begs the question where the priority comes down for LG. Because you can't have 3 winning lanes. If not, why would even having the draft in the first place, right? You got to decide who's going to be the main guy who's going to get his comfort pick and a winning lane, while everything else is going to be simplified around it.
So how do they set that up?
Start with the gold.
It would have been, yes, by committing to the gold. But yeah, if you're Legion, again, it was so much easier to do it from red. Because you see things coming. Like, you're able to wrap it around in the first 3 for red, protect it from the bans, and then do much better. But it seems like Coach Sabo has a agenda of his own. That's why he's decided to stay blue. There it is, confirmed. Mongols ban out the Kalia. There's no way that was going to come through for free with the Baksha out of the equation. First pick for Coach Sabo. One more. It's still the Uranus. Oh, my Lord.
0% win rate. Keep in mind, this is only going to accumulate throughout the tournament here. Not just wildcards, but bleeding into MSC.
It seems like the Esmeralda, the Dairoth, is not his number one rival. It's himself.
Look, it's a blind pick of all blind picks. It's kind of like, if there wasn't, if Farmus is banned out, I just pick the glue, right? You pick the CC, sure, kind of whatever. I'm just gonna sandbag the lane as hard as I possibly can. LG don't mind this. We go over to the Mongols. Do they change the plan? Are they like, are you disrespecting us with this first pick again? We got the Yuzhong last time. We could just ego challenge you, lock in the Dairoth, lock in, arguably even an X-Bark as well. I would say the Dairoth's just a little bit better in these cases, especially in the laning phase.
But by picking the Dairoth here, you're losing out on so much. So the Mongols, how's this for an ego check? They pick a Yusin Shin of their own, and then another breakout XP laner in the Lapu Lapu.
This is really interesting, because here's the thing. In the laning phase, as much as you expect Uranus to be that sandbag, Lapu Lapu actually has some pretty decent wave play. Like, he's not going to be too far behind the Uranus, even if he does look for the big proxy.
And in team fights, don't get me started. I'm more afraid of the Lapu Lapu than the Uranus. I kind of know what the Uranus wants to do, but the Lapu Lapu, especially when I know his flicker is off, that's definitely a game changer.
It is. But keep in mind the Mongols are also taking the Yishun Shin, which is why I feel like Mongols are like, all right, they're taking a step forward in the sandbox, telling the other kids, hey, this is my territory. Don't walk in. Don't get in here. Not without my permission.
No. Legion locks in the Farsa and the Moskov, so they got damage coverage down pat. They're allowing for Joga to cover up the bases and whatever they're missing in the second phase. Now let's go into the bans. Oh, one more pick for Mongols. Again, I'm so convinced that the Mongols are safe in their draft as is, but they have one more pick here. I'd say one of the gold laners. You know there's a Moskov on the other side.
You know that there's a Moskov on the other side. You can look to get a mid laner of your own. Zitian has been a potential option for them, especially when you're looking for, like, I mean, having double vision is just so nice. It's something about just feeling that safety and security, but instead, they're going to be locking in the Badang. I love this. A way to kind of stop the feathered airstrike, a way to find those big engages.
And I think this is Mongol's way of saying there's no way that you ban out all the marksmen. There's no way. You're wasting too much bans if you want to take out the Kimmy, the Granger, the Bruno. Literally too many marksmen.
Way too many. Way too
Give
many.
it like there's way too many.
And even if they don't decide to go for just marksman bans, right? I mean, even if they take out the top tier marksmen, there's still easy fallbacks. You can even play Claude into these types of situations, right? The Trinity build works really, really well against big beefy tanks. And not to mention, hey, try and feather airstrike this when I'm on top of you with the BMI.
Point blank pressing feather airstrike is a little awkward. Yeah, especially when there's like Yusun Shin at large.
Hey, let's not forget Lapu Lapu. He's going to be right in front of that feather airstrike.
That's true. So maybe they don't go that way, and indeed they don't. Look at this. Coach Buyo bans out the Angela. No heart guard shenanigans up in here, while Sabo bans out the Zetian. So they're attacking mid lane instead. So should this be maybe ban out the Kimmy?
Maybe ban out the Kimmy. I think Kimmy is a pretty decent ban.
The last ban for Legion.
Okay. What? All right. Esme banned here.
They don't trust that the Uranus is going where they think it is.
I thought initially it was like, oh, maybe this is an ego, but maybe some part of them is like, okay, just in case. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
See these two bans right here? These are like, make sure that goes into the XP lane, all right? Like, that is the message Coach Buyo is sending. Now Coach Sabo got one more. Another mid laner?
I don't think there's any other decent mid laners other than probably the Kimmy at this point. But Kimmy doesn't feel very good in the composition from the first 3 picks that we see here from the Mongols anyways, right? They've got EXP already unlocked. They've got support already unlocked. They've already got their jungle. It's not like you're going to have like a gold lane tank of some sort. That'd be a little crazy.
We really don't see that. The closest kind of hero that we have like that is the Ruby.
And even then,
you're pushing it. So there's the Harith. Wow. Even into the weeks leading up to the wild card, ladies and gentlemen, Harith has already seen a steep drop, a sharp falling out of the current metagame out of favor. But it makes sense. He's one of the few magic gold laners that might be needed in Mongo's lineup to make up for all of this physical damage. So good read here by Coach Sabo. But what does Mongols pick here? A mid laner or a gold laner first?
I'm curious to see, because Legion, they're following a very simple formula. What is your damage profile? Mainly it's attack damage. Let's get rid of the one magic damage gold laner, but there is still one more available in the Natam. Instead, we do see the Valentina actually getting picked up by the Mongols. I love this a lot. You get access to the feathered airstrike, and more importantly, depending on what is going to be thrown into the EXP lane, if not the jungle, it's going to kind of skew LG to kind of be like, let's not give them some good ults.
And not to mention the roam. There's still no roamer for Legion, so even that has to be very specifically something that they wouldn't be so upset giving over to that Valentina in the hands of Mikey.
Is this an Enchanter support opener? I'm a little nervous about this because there's 2 ways they can go. They can either go for big set tanks, right? And then, take the Purifies for yourself knowing that your opponent is going to steal it away. Or do you just not interact? You play things like Rafaela, things that kind of help with the rotations instead. No.
It's more old school than we expected.
It's more old school. Big kicks, Way of the Dragon, electrifying beats in play.
This is a Joga special right here, the Joy. Only maybe second to his Hayabusa and his Fanny, if you know, you know. This is great for LG. Again, it's classic MLBB. You just win fights, you out-mechanic your opponent, and speak of the devil, there's the Fanny! Zetsu's getting his hands on the Fanny!
Look, this last pick to turn things around on red side is why we love MLBB. We're gonna see a Yi Shunshin go into the gold lane. I don't know about you, but there's only one time I've ever seen this actually happen, and it didn't work out, and that happened in MPL MY.
Yeah, this was one of those, can you believe it? This so-and-so happened in MPL MY.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I don't know whether this is the right call to make, but there's a lot of faith in their jungler by saying, hey, I don't want the Yishin, give me the Fanny, I will make the plays.
And there is an alarming lack of magic damage for Mongols. But hey, if you win fast, and you farm up on that Yisun Shin, the Fanny goes unhindered, we could be looking at a quick sweep. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what happens here. Match point for the Mongols, game number 2. Huge chip on the shoulders of Legion Esports, the pride of Vietnam repping the VMC. Can they turn this around after this solid left swerve? Who'd have thunk?
Yeah, who would have thunk? Honestly, I'm pretty surprised as well. Meow, he's going to get an early proxy. We do see that Zetsu does start on the top side of the map to take over his orange buff. He does use an early retribution to kind of speed it up. It looks like he may have taken a little more time than he probably should have, as Cram God is going to quickly try and hold this purple buff hostage here. Now, based on what we've seen so far, the laners play a really big part in the earlier stages of the game between these two teams.
Yep. Again, huge question mark on the gold lane Yisun Shin. We've seen a jungle Yisun Shin work earlier today, but this is the first of its kind. Again, check out how he's rocking it. RinXK rocking the Thrill, the Master Assassin, and oh wait, quick action in mid. Shenlin very low.
He needs to be able to kind of absorb the damage, right? If not, Makey is going to take trades that he honestly won't be able to keep up against someone like Farsa. Again, it's lethal ignition Farsa this time around. It's not impure rage. It's not about poking. It's about how much damage can I apply to you to force you to recall as soon as possible. I do think that it's interesting. Zetsu, not opting to go for the big burst, decides to actually go for the war cry instead of lethal ignition.
We don't see this very often, but this means that he's expecting to relatively go unhindered. Because again, there's only really two ways Legion can stop him. The kick from Cram, the many in Cho's kit, but also Daylight Spear Misery. Like, those are the only ways. So I get why it's a war. Alright, I get why he wants to get these basic hits in. Feather Airstrike early, pop by Shocker, cancel just as quickly. Mike didn't steal anything yet.
I think that Legion Esports right now control the tempo against the Mongols, right? The Mongols will need to hit level 4 before they can actually really think about even contesting it. Better yet, Zetsu needs to make sure he's level 5. Oh. Damage is good. Momo's committing pretty heavy here. Wow, he's really going for it. 2v1 with the backline. Gets attacked. Shenlin ends up going down. Didn't really expect the fight to go this way. Momo forced a flicker as well. Just losing situations after losing situations for the Mongols.
All right. A life and a flicker for 2 flickers. Legion Esports winning the resource battle. So far, Zetsu working in the small cap. Can he make it?
He's going to try. He's going to make the attempt here. Feather Airstrike back off a cooldown. Makey gets blasted down. The Shocker finds him out of nowhere.
Joga, clean as it can get. Like, he knew that there was a fight waiting to happen, but he did not allow for that to hinder his retribution. Clean take there. Now up by almost 1,000 gold. Legion Esports are back.
I'm really confused, right? With the way that the Mongols played the initial dance and then afterwards looking to re-engage after losing their battle spells, it really is kind of feels like Mongols are kind of letting loose of the reins, right? They're like, after game number 1, it's just all disrespect.
I'd like to think it's less disrespect and more just sloppy execution, because they want to speed things up. They just want to get to a certain point and force it, but not when you're playing with Legion Esports' signature picks. Shocker underneath. Oh!
Finds the dive perfectly. Oh no, he almost didn't trade back. Oh, lucky for Legion Esports. They pull it back.
Consequences.
Consequences.
You force certain things and you don't think of the follow-through. That happens. I don't know. That's not worth it. In my book, that's not worth it.
It really isn't worth it, to be fair. But at the end of the day, it does alleviate a little bit of pressure from Makey, right? He's not thinking about trading against the Farsa now. Ooh, that glowing wand is going to cost them a little bit, especially for this upcoming turtle fight in the next 40 seconds or so, especially since we do have a Brave Smite user on the opposite end.
It's a little too optimistic for my taste to say that, hey, look, the jungler died to kill the other mid laner, so that our mid laner can catch up.
Hey man, they told us to put a positive spin on it, right? It's wild cards here. You gotta give
all smiles.
All smiles.
All smiles.
We gotta give them that window, right? That window that somebody could make that mistake, and it happens to the best of us, right? Whether in ranked games or even at the highest possible level.
I'll go as far as it's not over till it's over. But if something doesn't add up, something doesn't add up. The Mongols are down about 1,000 gold. Zetsu is working hard to make up for that bad trade. He's working hard to just, all right, I gotta farm up. I'm down on EXP. That's one full level that I can't steal a jungle, a turtle with. So I'm gonna take this slow. But I don't know. The Mongols don't seem to play well when they play slow.
I feel like with the composition that they have, they got to be a little bit more flexible, right, to find and spot these opportunities. Legion Esports has been keeping it pretty tight together. Okay, good fish crack here into Meow. Terrify as well, forcing out the Feather Airstrike, and here comes Mumu right into the back line. They're looking for Shocker straight away. Cram God with third hit of the G Kundo is going to disengage the squad. The Bravest Fighter is still out. They're holding it. Joga looking to try and be deceptive into that back line. They have to pull back. Stolen feathered airstrike of their own. As now the kick comes from Cramgod. He finds it on top of Moo, and it's too late. Makey seals away the turtle. They make it out. Joga didn't even use the electrifying beats in the entirety of that fight.
He did try to get the retry on the turtle, try to steal it away, given his full level advantage, but it just wasn't enough.
Whoa!
If anything, it's Makey who steals it. Cram got very low.
He makes the attempt as Moo does flicker forward, but unfortunately, Daylight saves the day, able to collapse on him, push him against that wall. That could have been disastrous. That was a triple kill about to happen.
The Mongols holding on. Shenlin with the forward flicker, full combo, does not actually spend the fist crack. There was no follow through. Again, holding it back. The Mongols, I'm convinced that they only know one speed, Gideon. Just fast.
I mean, they've got the clutch gene in them, but the unfortunate part is that there's just enough gears. Not enough gears. Now the kick is already through. Renixie, he's in a lot of trouble here. Meow, he gets on in, but Daylight already makes the play, finds one, but doesn't get the second. Not as effective as they thought it was going to be. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Mongols.
And it's because Legion Esports decided to take things at their speed. They decided to say, oh yeah, you want to brawl? Let's brawl. Oh, we're not ready. Daylight should not have attempted. Daylight should not have tried. Instead, he jumped into a pit full of the Mongols heroes, and that allows for them to catch up. Again, they're still down about 1,000 and change. Don't get us wrong, but the Mongols are far from out of the woods. They're still losing on lane. Not a single turret they've pushed. Not a single. They scored one turtle, the one that was stolen away by Mikey in the commotion.
Whoa!
But Shenlin can play this a little cleaner. Is that Rinex building a
endless battle?
Endless battle?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe Daylight started respecting him.
I'm interested to see what his entire build is. That can't just be his first item, right? He probably went for something else. He probably like a Hunter Strike. Maybe he's got something in built in. It does. He opts to switch. He doesn't even want to go for T2 boots. Now we do see the Feather Airstrike already coming out from the Shocker, and that's going to be a big green light for the Mongols to start getting a little bit of pressure across the map. Top side going to get cleared up. Mid side getting held really nicely, and they still have vision over the turtle.
Now you mention it, I think the map is the one avenue they can actually win, because they have the global presence, they have the mobility. Nice kick by Crab!
He finds it nicely. Shenlin in trouble. He's going to lock down two with the help of the fist crack into the fist break. Makey, however, may not be as lucky. Joga does end up finding Makey. Mumu takes out Daylight in the process. Zetsu is trying to get on out. Meow, unkillable, untouchable, with a second feathered airstrike coming in from Shocker to ensure that Legion Esports takes the turtle.
Cramgod in pursuit. RinXK knows that he's out of his breath here. Way too deep. Goes back to his wave, and look at this. Whoa, they're chasing Zetsu.
Yep.
Denying him the purple.
Oh, is he gonna? Oh, unfortunately, Zetsu did not want to use his retribution. He didn't know whether Joga still had it. Now RinXK, he's in. He wants to get the good damage on towards Cramgod. However, Cramgod kicks RinXK. Mumu still is able to finish them both off. Joga and then Cramgod immediately after. The Mongols reply with a hefty left hand. 2
free kills for the Mongols. And we're seeing them convert the old-fashioned way. We get the objective where we got the kills, and fortunately for Legion Esports, there was no one there. Zetsu, looking to steal away the purple, instead gets taken down by Daylight, a rogue. SOD.
What a play. Daylight. He's trying to get his name back on the top tier level of gold laners here. After game number 1 getting demolished by RinXK and full rotations from the Mongols, this time the individual makes the difference.
So far, their first turret push, the Mongols down bottom. It's difficult. There's a term we use in MLBB that's called dirty macro. For the Mongols, I hate to say, but we're only seeing dirty fighting. The macro isn't as evident just yet.
Dude, this is like boxing. This is like dirty boxing even, right? You gotta slip in, just, hey, the ref's not looking, slip in that elbow real quick. And now Mumu is getting right on top of Meow. He's pretty unkillable here. I don't think anybody can really deal with him other than RinXK. And even then, he probably still needs a War Axe to guarantee it. Or, honestly, some anti-heal to ensure that he doesn't sustain through the damage. Now, RinXK does get a tier 1 up on that top side. Legion Esports, they know that that purple buff is coming back up. Look at them. They're right on top of it. And Mumu, they haven't opened up the map just yet. They can't engage on it with Joga 2 levels ahead of this Fanny.
Hard denial. But I understand, though. How could you play macro if key points of your map are getting attacked with surgical precision? Very specifically denying your jungler anything and everything. That's that. Oh, Cramdog finds a kick.
And the Feather Airstrike is already in. The Spear has come up through. Unfortunately, Daylight has to use that Purify to keep himself alive. Renix K in that 1v1 is dangerous, and now they're going to move and turn their sights onto Meow. Again, just not worth their time. Mumu, does he have his ult? He does have the Bravest Fighter available, as Crime God is looking for an angle as he opens up the bottom side of the Tri-Brush. Shenlin, oh, he even flickers forward, and she doesn't connect. He flickers right over him. Daylight chunked down to 1 HP as both sides are wrestling for control over the Lord. Shenlin ends up dying. Bravest Fighter into the flicker. Mumu tries to stun but doesn't secure the kill. Unfortunately, that means that the way of the dragon into the Feathered Airstrike is going to make it easy pickings for the Legion. Mongols now too many members down, can't even look to steal this Luminous Lord.
To their detriment, the Mongols only know one speed, and that is fast. We've said it multiple times, even when they were down 2 members, 3 members, they were still looking for fights. Zetsu was clearing waves. Zetsu was playing with the fact that he might try to steal away the Lord, but here we are. 4,000 gold, approaching 5,000 ahead. Legion Esports are taking turrets, making the most of this Lord before it even spawns. And Meow is here opening up this steal once more, denying Zetsu the purple. Mongols really have to step on the brakes.
I hope they do. I hope they take a breather. The mid-tier 1, the most important structure on the map, finally collapses in a genius wand purchase for Shocker. Surprisingly enough, they are ahead. I didn't think they were that far ahead. A 5k lead, turning into a 4k lead, and this is even before the Lord has collapsed onto structures.
Yeah, so for Legion, I get why they want to go fast. I get how they're taking advantage of their wins and riding that wave. The Mongols, though, this might be a very unique approach. This might be them, you know, bouncing or falling on the back of their heels and then rolling with the punches, but there's only so many punches you can take, especially with a lineup that has a Fanny and Yisun Shin that needs that setup.
I mean, their eyes are getting swollen here, right? They're losing sight of what they need to do. Oh, Shenlin getting put down to 50% HP thanks to that passive coming in from Daylight, chunking him down. If they get an inhibitor here for the side of Legion Esports, that's already a huge win as the outer turrets continue to fall. Only inhibitors are left. Zetsu must respect it, but Daylight, he doesn't care. He's got the winds of nature to keep him alive. Beats him out of that 1v1.
Even against the gold laners, Zetsu couldn't win. What more when Shocker finds it? What more? Even the Farsa seems to be untouchable now, given the space that the rest of Legion Esports have put between them and Zetsu. Oh, the pick by Gramgon!
It's right on top of Renix K, and Shocker doesn't miss! A Feather Airstrike and a counter Feather Airstrike, but out of position. Daylight finds Mumu too! They don't lose anything off of this. They still protect their structures. They should be moving to that bot side to break it open because Shenlin and as well as Meiki just don't have the damage, don't have the range to actually get in on these fights. No big conversions, but 3 huge kills for Legion Esports.
Miraculously, these inhibitors are still standing. Joga maybe crossed over a little too fast. Down goes that turret in mid. Wide open, the base of the Mongols are. Bottom up next. It's just a matter of time. Legion Esports.
Uh-oh.
They're not taking these fights well.
They really aren't.
They're saying, you know what? We're just going for the turrets. We don't care.
I mean, there's no need for them to care anymore, right? They're coming towards... Oh, wow. Okay, we'll get into the damage rankings, but they're coming towards the later stages of the game. They've scaled up. Daylight already getting his final situational items as well. Look at that damage. Mumu is actually putting out a ton of damage. We haven't seen enough from Zetsu or even Renix K. Mumu is compensating them.
Yeah, Mumu is dealing damage on an AoE basis. When he hits the Bravest Fighter, he wants to hit as many dudes because that's how his second skill works now. It depends on how many people are hit. That's the amount of damage reduction he gets. And it just snowballs out of control. That's why he specifically uses his flicker whenever it's off of cooldown. So we're waiting 40 seconds, but the Lord is already standing. The Mongols need to buy time. I'm not even going to tell him to slow down anymore, but at least step on the gas when it matters. Zetsu trying to find Joga. He knows he can't win that fight.
No, he is nowhere close to winning that fight, especially since Joga has fully scaled. We know the changes to the Starlium side, but when you already have that Holy Crystal, it feels like good old late game joy. They gotta breathe here for a moment. Just a moment, right? The Mongols need to understand that Legion Esports is still giving a decent amount of respect even when they're around this Lord Pit.
And this is where it feels uncanny. This is where it feels like, is this really the Mongols you're looking at? Because, oh my God, Clam after the conceal gets a kick.
Yep, and they even get the ult as well. They committed 3 ults just for one guy, and Meow, losing out on his flicker, still survives the fight, walks away. 4 battle spells out from the side of the Mongols to make this happen.
And all they get out of the trade is Joga. They denied the Lord. Yes, they delayed it. But Legion Esports are still miles ahead. 7,000 between these two teams. I don't think it's worth it. Sure, they will take a little while longer, but wait, where's the punish?
They're trying to punish it as hard as possible. Mumu is already on top of them. They do see that Zetsu is in play. Juan is already out. Mumu ends up dying still. We have a 3-man fist crack into fist break, but it doesn't matter at all. Wait, can he make it in time? Is there enough damage? Zetsu, he's got the retribution. He wants the double check it. He goes right in, he sees it, but it gets kicked instead. The steal, incomplete. Daylight shuts him down.
The methodical slowing down of the Lord take. Literally, Legion Esports stop attacking the Lord just so they can bait Zetsu into the pit and give him a piece of their mind. Now Legion Esports are going for the jugular, going for the finish. Here's an instant replay, a quick peek into what exactly happened here. Good effort, right, with the fish crack combo, and then good effort on the steal, but they just let go of the Lord. It's like, just let him in, just let him in.
I feel like Legion Esports, this is just years of salt, right, of the Mongols beating them, and now they're going to have their way. They're looking straight for the base, as now they're trying to push it away. Unfortunately, for Makey is the first to fall, but that base just doesn't have enough health to stay alive. It's 1-1 between the two rivals.
Not so fast as Legion Esports takes us to game number 3. This is not the Mongols we saw in game 1.
No, this is not. And I think that Legion Esports also understood the assignment. It's like, all right, guys, we can have a little bit of fun with this.
Legion, they played the draft the same way almost as game 1, right?
Almost.
But they answered a lot of hanging questions. And they addressed a lot of in-game pain points. Mongols, on the other hand, They seem to only know how to solve problems in a specific way. They just have, okay, we will brute force this, we will force certain things. If we don't, then we'll try again.
My logic to this is that the Mongols got a little disrespectful. Come on, you have to admit it. You have to admit they got a little disrespectful. They're like, okay, game number 1 was a wash. It was a little too easy. Like, we can do whatever we want. And Legion was like, all right, be disrespectful. I'll show you. I'm going to cut you bit by bit.
I would rather feign ignorance than full-on disrespect. But with that said, let's watch the highlights once more. A real quick look at the match. It looked like there was some give, right? It looked like Mongols could have done some stuff, but
it's just not enough, right?
Like, is it just where they didn't address what needed to be addressed before it was too late?
I feel that they get a little light-footed, right? They kind of overreacted sometimes, you may even say, to the Shocker. It's very clear that they wanted to shut down Shocker as soon as possible. Every single time you see that Feathered Airstrike, especially as we go later into the game, those battle spells are such a valuable resource. However, it's always used defensively, right? Mumu and as well as Shenlin are always kind of engaging together. That's why you look at those cooldowns, they're very similar every single time.
And the Badang really didn't get to set up much, because at best, what you're doing is setting up for RinXK, right? You want RinXK to get his passive procs in. You want Mikey's stolen ult to get a few blasts in before you finish the job. But that really didn't happen. Zetsu was carrying his weight plus more. And then you doubled that to double the pressure because he wasn't getting his purple anyways, like in the later half of the game.
I would say that would be the clearer storyline for Mumu, because again, in all of these fights, Zetsu was trying to kind of find his angles to get in and out of it. Mumu needs to force his way in through the door, fist through door, unlock it, and walk into the room. And even then, doesn't find the treasure.
Here comes Mumu.
Here comes Mumu, baby.
If you know, you know. That's what they tried to do, but sadly, no dice. It turned out it's game 3 all over again.
Look, I think that before we get
She'll join us
Eterna
in
into, she'll join us until later. We need to kind of set the stage because I want to know her opinion about this. Do you think that the Mongols were being a little disrespectful
Was there
after game number
disrespect
one
in play?
Yeah,
I would kind of say so, especially looking at the drafts, right? I mean, I gotta say that the Fanny was a little bit forced. Like, I don't know why they flexed the YSS. Did you guys get to talk about that?
No, it happened too fast. Again,
it was final pick.
I'd like to think that was just because Fanny's always strong, right? So if Fanny's open and there's only one or two ways your opponent can stop Fanny, I don't blame him for that.
But remember, they picked up the Fanny into the Moskov and the Cho.
Exactly.
Again, those are the two. They said they pulled the 50-50. They said, they're gonna get me or not, and they did.
I don't know. I feel like they're putting their fingers in mouth traps and it's like it's not going to trigger, right?
Exactly.
It's not going to trigger, right?
Yeah.
I think it would be okay if the YSS actually had a good win rate in the gold lane. But like we saw in that game that the YSS in the gold lane didn't really work out too well
Uranus
for them.
first win, y'all.
Hey! Okay, I do want to touch on that, right? Because I think that in terms of lane dominance between the Moskov and as well as the Yishin Shin, every single time that we do see the Mountain Shocker actually happen, we do notice that the Moskov ended up recalling afterwards before looking to try and participate in the fights or any neutral objectives even.
Yeah, because I think half of the trick is gone when you Mountain Shocker and you know where the Moskov is coming from.
Yeah.
So half the trick is gone. I get why Daylight responded that way. So yeah, no, Eterna's right. Like, if there was a precedent or if there was a reason exactly why you were going to flex this way, then maybe. But yeah, no. The Yusujin was working in the jungle. Like, let him play the jungle.
Could this have been an afterthought? They locked the Yishin Shin in and they're like, wait a minute. This whole time, Fanny was like, what are we doing, guys? Why are we wasting our time with this Yishin Shin nonsense? Let's throw him in the gold lane.
Coach was like, yeah, no, but there's a Cho and a... Come on, Coach, let us...
It's fine.
Zetsu, you're
No
good enough,
problem.
right? And Zetsu's like, yes, give it to me.
Give me that jump, comedic jump cut. Guys, help. It's hard.
Because we saw on multiple occasions the Fanny goes into the team fights and then he gets either caught in by the spear from the Moskov or he gets jumped on by the Cho. So it wasn't Zetsu's fault per se. It was a very difficult competition to play the Fanny into. And that's kind of what got Legion really rolling in that second game.
Apologies are going to be thrown in the back rooms for sure. It's like, I'm sorry.
Between who?
It's a long conversation.
It's a very. I mean, it's two different varying opinions. It's just like, I'm sorry, my Fanny could have been better. The coach is like, I'm sorry for throwing you into the bear trap. Like, you were fast, but not fast enough. I'm sorry, dude.
I'm sorry for allowing this.
Exactly. It's a long conversation to be had, for sure.
So I'm wondering whether or not, the Mongols would want to experiment once again with the drafts, or are they going to stick to, what worked for them in game number 1?
To be honest,
I'm so excited.
even game number 1 was very unorthodox. Even game number 1 very specific to them. It wasn't traditional peel.
Kimmy, Bruno, Franco, Yuzong.
Yeah, it wasn't traditional peel. It was proactive peel. They were hunting people down to feed to their marksmen.
Look, everything is going forward, guys. And I think that the most important thing is to, like Mongols in game number 1, answer the problems as soon as they come out, right? Just be straightforward with it. There's no need to try to outthink the outthinkers.
Yep, drop in, gear up.
So let's see the adaptations after this short break, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to cut straight into it. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because you guys are watching the MSC Wild Cards before we get into game number 3.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
gentlemen, at the MSC wildcards here at EWC 2025, 1-1 between Legion as well as the Mongols. As it looks like Legion don't want to go down without a fight. You guys are now watching the English broadcast once again with me, Eterna, as your desk host, and here on the desk we have Leo as well as Gdion. Mr.
I'm pretty sure that's not how you say it.
No, that's not how people say it, unfortunately.
Oh, it's not?
She's people.
She's
I don't think I am.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. With that being said, though, it's 1-1. We're getting full series here in wild cards already.
100%.
100%. I feel like
Group A.
it is Group A. To be fair, I do agree that they are the arguably stronger group between the two. But at the same time, I feel like they're taking those two lives for granted. They're like, let's play a little with it.
They're not satisfied with just being the strongest group. They also want to be the most entertaining. So, why not just go for the back and forth, go for these choice decisions. I don't want to call them mistakes, but they're like choice decisions to make the group even spicier, to make the opening of the wild card be this much of a banger.
Because technically, I mean, coming into the wild cards, a lot of these teams come from the qualifiers, so they're used to their meta in their own region, perhaps. And of course, there have been changes towards the meta game on an international level. So I think a lot of these teams are also kind of trying to adapt to one another from across all these regions.
Trying to see what they can get away with?
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know about that, because I've been hearing that a lot of these teams have actually been going outstation from their home countries to actually boot camp within Southeast Asia to get the best quality of scrims possible, right? And to see that this could potentially be the result of that is a little disappointing to a certain degree.
These two did not boot camp, did they?
Mongols did.
Oh, Mongols did. Where?
Yep, in Malaysia, in a matter of fact. Which probably explains why we saw Yisha Chit in the gold lane.
But it sounds like the drafts are ready. We're getting the call from a Zipper right now. So, boys and girls, prepare, because we're getting into the drafts for game number 3 between these two teams. How will it go down? Only time will tell. Boys, you ready?
We are. Thank you so much, Turner.
There's no other way to be.
Yep.
Here we go. Legion Esports.
What?
This time on the red.
That means Mongols have decided, you know what? We like that red side. We messed up, all right? You guys messed up. We messed up. Now it's the real game. This is for at least one life within this tournament here, and it's much better to be walking away with both of them rather than just one.
I'd like to look at it as one more game, one more match to win to confirm our second stage elimination. Like, that's the way to go, because after that, it's a couple more wins to the finals of the wild card. There goes the Uranus again. Legion seems to put so much stock on the Uranus.
Hold on. We're used to seeing blue side always being on the left-hand side, but I'm noticing that Coach Boyu is going to be blue and Coach Sabo is on the red. So that means that Mongols will be on the blue side.
Exactly.
On the right. Okay, yes. I'm sorry. I'm just too used to the
orientation.
It's
a switch up. It's a full-on switch up, yes. From game 1 and 2, Legion has always been blue. But now, for the first time, they are red.
But it doesn't change the fact that why is there so much priority on this Uranus?
Between the both of them, it's clear that Legion knows how to harness and the true strength of Uranus. So they take that out alongside a 1-1. Mongols bound out the Kalia, the Fredrin, and of course the Moskov, which was what was responsible mainly for ruining their chances in game 2. One more ban for Legion before we go into picks.
All right. We see that the Moskov gets banned out here. The Fredrin alongside with the Kalia. A bit of a change up here, because now Mongols realizing, hey, wait a minute, Daylight got a little too much done with this Moskov, and it also takes away from Zetsu's potential in playing these assassins, right? So making sure that those angles are still open is always going to be nice. Final ban in the first phase coming in from Legion Esports. Let's see what it's going to be, because again, Uranus, the 1-1, what else is still on the table that they care about?
Farsa was a big ticket pick earlier. You got the likes of Baksha. Open, there it is. Got taken out.
I thought it was going to sneak through. I was hoping it would sneak through.
Some of the priorities changed, actually. We usually see the Baksha and the Kalia banned by the same team in the series, but this time they had to split that responsibility. Now the Mongols, how do they open up the draft? You open up with a Badang. You open up with a Granger.
I'm surprised that more teams. Well, I mean, they could go for a Hayabusa if they wanted to. They could pick up the fan if they wanted to as well. But the same problems are still going to arise. You first pick these heroes, and instant response is coming up for the side of LG. And I think the scariest part was how much value Cramgod was able to get out of Cho. And I think that's something that at least the Mongols need to consider within the first phase of the game.
Yep, that was a Cho debut and a Cho win almost instantly. 100% now on that. And here we go for the first time as well. Arlott shows up. What are the Mongols thinking here? There's a hero that can keep up with their pace.
I think, considering how Mumu was playing the Lapu Lapu, I wouldn't be too surprised if he wants to be the big setter for the team.
Yes, but just the same, Legion have the Phoveus open.
Also true.
Arlott Phoveus matchup, I don't like it so much for the former. So maybe lock it in, give it to Meow.
I think it's totally okay, unless they're using this as a flex pick, right? Unless they're thinking maybe Arla, because of his revamp, can go back into the realm, which is, again, highly dangerous. It's either it does super well in terms of snowballing and setting up for your team, or you kind of get caught out and you always have to sacrifice yourself.
Ooh, neither seems to be the case because Legion are playing a game of their own. How about double global, they say? Zetian and Yisun Shin.
Interesting. With that being said, with that global vision, I guess they want to make sure that they can respond to potentially Arlott or whatever else is going to be coming out afterwards, knowing that potentially Farsa could be in play. Might as well just let him have it. Zetian is always going to be decently good, but I want to see how they're going to build around the composition, right? Because again, it feels like after the release of Zetian, it's like, oh man, so very good. And then the hotfix came in, and then we had a little bit of an issue of Zetian being hardly first picked.
Yep. Look at this. Despite the Zetian being prioritized by Legion, Mongols don't care. Mongols are still going to play the Farsa plus the Joy.
Okay. Interesting. I would have imagined that they want something with a little bit more CC within the first stage, but it could be that LG could have just started eliminating in the second phase, right? They've already got potential jungler on their side, could go into the gold lane. Who knows? Maybe both of these teams have the same rough idea of how they want to play the game. But with Farsa in play, on top of that Joy, even as Zetian does drop the ult, there's a lot of mobility to work with. Like Arlott, as long as there's a wave, they're able to dodge the abilities, and especially when you are playing Joy, naturally you shouldn't be able to get hit by that ult. Cho gets locked in for the side of LG. I think that is a great pick.
Again, Cramgod proving to himself that, hey, even if Cho isn't as high of a priority, I can still make it work. He's a scalpel in a world of sledgehammers and chainsaws. This is exactly what Legion needs to make this lineup work. And Game 2, the previous game that we watched in the series, was proof of that. Going into the bans now, it's going to be Legion first to take out picks. How do you approach this? Gold laners? There it is. There's a Granger.
That's that Granger instantly banned out. This second phase is going to be really important, right? Because again, both sides are technically missing a gold laner. I say technically only because LG could be throwing that Yushin Shin elsewhere. I hope that they don't and it stays in that jungle. But there's a lot of scary things looking at the Mongol side. Their first three, a lot of magic damage on their side. So it's only natural that they want to have some form of CC to kind of protect themselves against this Cho. I'm thinking whether or not Kufra might come into play, but I think there's not enough dashes to guarantee its value.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yes, you are compromising the Cho for sure. You are denying the traceless weaving in and out from Joga if he were to try that. But yeah, no, a blind Kufra here would.
Well, it actually doesn't matter because you're CC immune.
Yeah. But you'd still have to go through that. It would still be weird, but that's the only things you're getting out of a Kufra. So yeah, there's not much incentive for Shenlin to do that just yet. Instead, they're protecting. It looks like they're protecting the Arlott.
I mean, might as well, right? Get rid of the direct counter matchup in this particular case. I think if we're doubling down on it, we should expect the Badang to also show up here as well. LG, on the other hand, getting rid of the Marksman's Granger and as well as the Bruno. I don't see much potential. Ooh, could they build a catch composition? I guess their chemistry really needs to work if they want to put like Beatrix and then work with the final slash. Very small window, very high chance of anti-synergy of pushing people out of the Bennett's Rage and things like that.
Yeah, looking at their history, again, I can't say for sure that Rin XK is a Beatrix specialist, nor is Daylight, but maybe an Irithel shows up here, because that seems to be the only other high priority gold laner left. after the Bruno the Granger, the 1-1 to get at the Moskov too.
Ooh, getting rid of the Harith this time round. All right. Wants to make sure that they're diversifying.
Because LG can still play the Harith.
Do they care as much though? I do agree that unfortunately for Zetian, she's not the biggest scaler in the world. I mean, especially when you're comparing her to Farsa, right? In terms of that raw burst damage in the later stage, level 15, full items, all pure damage. Farsa always wins out in the numbers.
So with that said, Legion now got one more pick. Do they lock in the marksman now?
I think they can. I think they might have to, right? Oh, they go for Lapu instead. How deep are their pockets here?
They're letting the gold laner be picked by Mongols first, even when they were the first to ban out these gold laners.
Yeah, it's weird because this is where you would expect the pinch to actually happen in the first place, right?
Yeah.
But let's go over to the Mongols first. Let's see how they respond to this.
So they have to wrap up their lineup here. We're going to find out finally if this Arlet is indeed a roamer or an XP laner, likely an XP laner. And so that means the Mongols are lacking a roamer and a gold laner. There's a Tigreal. Wow, welcome back to the metagame.
All right.
It's been a while, and there's the Irithel.
All right, so Irithel, like you called it, but also the Tigreal this time around. Should this be the case? I guess Tigreal is not too bad, right? It's a pretty decent combo component in the first place with the Farsa, but the timing feels a little awkward, right? Because you're going up against Lapu. They lock in the carry into this?
I guess carry with a Purify into the Arlet and the Tigreal are good, but you're outranged by the Farsa. You're going to get beat down by the Joy when she gets to beat on you.
And even Irithel as well, in lane from the get-go. And that's even before the Malefic Gun.
You can't sit underneath those crossbows.
I don't know about this one. This is an interesting order for Legion Esports, but they could change our minds here. They've got that momentum from game number 2 coming into game number 3.
Yep, and they know that the Mongols play at a specific pace. They know that the Mongols like to fight, so they might use that to their advantage. Pull them in, have the pick off from Cram God, which is, again, I think 80% of how they're going to make this thing work. Via Cram God. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 is upon us. Welcome to the Land of Dawn, the decider for the second best of 3 series in the wildcard. Group A. We're going to find out who goes up into the winners group of this stage and who goes down to the lowers with 1 life left.
All right, let's see how this is going to play out. Meiki already taking a pretty awful trade as Cram God goes right on top of him. Oh my goodness, Meiki forgot how she works. The passive knocks him out of position, and that's already first blood for Legion Esports.
Shocker using Zetien's passive, the knockback that has a long cooldown, but they used it the right way. The Mongols reeling here.
That's got to be so frustrating for Meiki. He misses out on level 2. He misses out almost an entire wave, and now he's back in it. He should hit his level 2 in time, but Shocker is going to make him pay for every little bit of ground. Meiki still so greedy. Forced to flicker out. That's all his resources for NXK. However, still able to survive and finds the kill onto Daylight.
Okay, so a silver lining here for the Mongols. That gold lane situation is as we expected.
It is as expected, but even so, this is, it feels, I don't want to say desperate, but it's hyper aggressive. And honestly, there's no reason for it to be that hyper aggressive. You can play from a range. Yes, you should be coming in from side angles, but always keep close to your side of the map. Why push over so close to the tier 1 on Legion Esports' side?
It's the Mongols we're talking about. You go faster, you go home, sir.
Oh, I don't know. Yes, they still have that extra life, of course, assuming that they lose this. But they don't want to make sure that they actually have an opportunity to win. So, force the back away. Bravest fighter now available as the first turtle of the match has shown itself.
Okay, so 2 minutes in, turtle spawned. Great presence from both sides. The Mongols are setting up Zetsu to get his purple first. And it seems like they're not too late because Joga comes in. Oh, Mountain Shocker, they know. And where everyone is. And it's a clean take. Great effort, though, by Mumu. The flicker and the final slash not catching anyone. Zetsu pops the electrifying beats. Not going to be able to make that work. Daylight, though, almost gets caught by Mikey's feathered airstrike, but I think he was a couple of volleys away from going down. So Legion Esports are actually getting a lot out of these early trades, a lot of the speed that Mongols are throwing at them. Because game 2, if that's any solid, concrete example of how how Legion Esports is harnessing their opponent's force against them, is they can play on a pivot. We've yet to see Mongols do that. Mumu's in trouble.
He's going to try his best here. Joga will be able to take him out. And finally, a Yi Shin that's got a couple of kills for himself to start this snowball going and a level ahead of Zetsu. In the meantime, again, the mid lane is hard. It's hard for Meiki. He is behind on EXP, but not enough to really turn things around. And Joga happily, just a happy farmer here as Lapu Lapu is able to create that space for him, walking into enemy territory. And that's going to be T1 falling into the hands of Legion Esports.
Oh my lord, 3 minutes 40 seconds. Joga is making bank. He's not just a level ahead of Zetsu. I'd reckon he's close to maybe 1,000 and change ahead of his counterpart on the other side of the map. And that's where I reckon a lot of this gold is for Legion Esports, despite just being 2-1 and 1 turtle up. Second turtle spawning in the lower quarter. RinXK just hit level 6, so I think Daylight has bought back a lot of the disadvantage he has in this losing lane.
Well, let's double check this, right? Let's look at the gold. And you're right. You're absolutely right. He's brought it down to at least the numbers, not even into the thousands, 200 gold only, which is pretty good. But now we see the kick come on through. Wait, the teardrops y'all just in time. Daylight will still find the kill here, but they now have information on everybody else. So unfortunate for the Mongols.
One would say it's counterproductive to kick a Tigreal into your lineup, but oh my lord, Zetsu with the steal!
He gets it. Joga in trouble. Mumu is looking to take it on, takes out Joga in the process. Graham God with no kick and no abilities. Oh, the final slash doesn't connect onto the right targets. LG will quickly back off.
In the snap of a finger, the blink of an eye, the Mongols walk away with a kill on Joga and a turtle steal. Wow, just when you thought they were down and out, what was that, a 3,000 gold lead for Legion from out of nowhere, pulled out from underneath.
A really big swing here, a huge swing in a matter of fact. And the best part is that Zetsu is able to start catching back up in terms of EXP because of the help of their boy Mumu, who seems to continuously be playing so far ahead of the Mongols to create these opportunities.
Mumu was genetically engineered to have a clutch gene. And he's harnessing that right now on the grandest stage that the Mongols have played in all of their team's history right now, in the wildcard against their fabled rival in Legion Esports.
Which is pretty crazy. Wait, hold on. The implosion's already through. Shen Lin finds the play to allow RinXK to find an extra couple of gold into his back pocket. Happy boys, happy days.
6 minutes in, the Mongols have evened the kill score 3-3. They've yet to close the gold gap. But so far, look at this. If this is not confidence, I don't know what is. They're crossing over into Legion Esports jungle again, and they're trying to get Daylight.
Oh, they're going to try. Final Slash does actually collapse on top of him. He doesn't want to go for any more. He just wants to create space so that RinXK can actually take down this T2. And now the Shocker ends up falling as well. No passive, no problem. Zetsu takes him out with one quick sweep of the electrifying beast. Feathered airstrike landing onto Meow. Oh, actually forcing out the bravest fire here. And now Graham God, he's thinking about trying to set up a play, but I don't think they have enough damage. They just need to focus on clearing the waves. Oh, it doesn't get the cart, but still holds strong. T1 saved, as while this is happening, Joga on the top side, clearing waves.
Working on the map, it's the only thing that they can do. Legion Esports understands that even when they were up against the wall, into a corner, the Mongols still want to fight, and with that, they're able to secure the final turtle of the game, 2-1.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, there's a lot of respect coming in from Joga, right? He wants some feather airstrike towards Daylight. They want to zone them off. They want to use their artillery to force them out of position to put more damage into the structures. It feels like Mongols, when they are looking to play the game, especially with a composition like this, it's funny to see that they're utilizing their artillery in the most real-world possible strategy that they can apply. Siege their opponents. Take the structures. Slowly take the space.
Yep, straightforward, akin to the strategies of old, the death ball right? Convert where you find your opponent's corpses. Turn their ground into yours. Mumu here, dashing through. Spots Joga. It's been a while since we've seen Joga actually find his footing, but now, after that single turnaround, Mountain Shocker here, he can't even push Zetsu back without there any risk.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Yi Shin is that he needs to be able to switch between his range as well as his melee form to get continuous damage, right? He's got high continuous DPS, especially if he's able to interchange between them one hit at a time. Even so, there needs to be respect, because if he gets too close, he can still get one shot by Zetsu. You are still a very squishy marksman.
All right, gold difference, very small here. This is Rin XK farming up about 500 gold faster than Daylight, but in the jungle, there's what, 200, 300 between them. Of course, magic items are much more expensive. Final Slash!
It comes through. Feather Airstrike is the next to fall. However, Meow is actually able. Mumu actually gets 3 in that stun. They continue to start pushing forward. Both sides looking to make big plays. Oh my goodness, Meow saving that scenario. That could have been so much worse for Legion Esports.
He had to commit the flicker, had to commit the ult, but got his team to where they needed to be. They won that trade. Yes, it was just but one pickoff, but it could have been disastrous. Look at the HP bars on Legion Esports. If the Mongols had their way, would have been a wipeout.
It would have been a wipeout for sure, but now they're looking to contest this next big objective. Well, okay, Way the Dragon onto Shenlin one more time. He still has the implosion. Looks to try and find the space. Doesn't get it. Joga is able to find at least the objective. Meow will give up his life for it.
Sacrifice well spent. Legion Esports, they had their eyes on the prize, and that prize being the Lord. Crammed out with the conceal, no one home.
So close, but not enough. Just a bit more. A pixel away. Meiki actually taking an aggressive angle here to try and punish Cram God. Still able to survive. Man, if that Jikundo connected, that would have been a turnaround.
Okay, you know what? I'm liking this. These two teams are learning from each other. Game 3, deep into this best of 3. Legion Esports are now playing a little bit like Mongols. You see how they were down a man? Mia was not on the map, but still, Cram God said, yeah, I'm going to conceal. Boys, we can do this. We can try this.
Exactly.
He missed, but he's like, all right, no harm, no foul. I didn't die. We can try it again later.
I mean, it's one of the few cooldowns that you don't mind actually expanding, right? Using that conceal in that manner is great. And I think that the window of opportunities, and more so the footsies being played by both of these teams, is just getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
Yeah, and I think that's a tool that both of these squads will use more aggressively the longer we get into this game. Again, 10 minutes in, this is the first lord of the game. Legion marching up, making sure their investment on the map is paying off. I'm waiting for Shenlin's conceal play to work out. Rinex burned down to a third of his health, blasted. Joga gets the push in mid.
Oh my goodness, melted so hard as well. Keep in mind, I'm looking at battle spells. Both Mumu and as well as Cram God have their flickers active. You can use it at any time. I don't think they want to use the nuclear option just yet. And in the meantime, the Mongols, they need to wait for the next neutral objective to actually spawn to guarantee the fact that Legion Esports will clump up together. Do you think that the Way of the Dragon needs to be used a little bit? Wait, hold on. Conceal. On towards me outside, forcing out the Bravest Fighter. Conceal for the Bravest Fighter, not too bad. But it is a very short cooldown for this Lapu.
It's fine. He can afford to do this until the next perfect timing of the conceal, the next perfect flicker kick. Oh, Shenlin forced to use the implosion. What a mind game. A trap laid out by Cram God. But yeah, you were asking, right? Where should Cram God use the kick now in this turning point of the game, in this crossroads? Best case scenario, put it on Zetsu, put it on Mikey if you can. But I don't think he'd be so bad to put it on Shenlin. Especially when the rest of Legion are there to collapse. A free pickoff, a 4v5 if you can make it.
Okay. I think if I want that scenario to work out, ideally Daylight and Shocker are coming in, at least split up just enough so they both don't get caught at the same time.
Yeah, by the sacrificial implosion.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because I think that at least for Daylight, it's not too bad. He still has Purify. It works out really nice for him. I think ideally he wants to hold it up for Mumu in case he tries to go for the big flicker play. However, one of these ults are going to hit, almost guaranteed. So the question is whether Legion Esports can stop the follow-up, and in this case, it's either Meiki or Zetsu. Rinixke has been playing a very timid game, at least.
Ideally, if they do that pickoff, the rest of Mongols, gets twice bitten, once bitten, twice shy. They make him feel like, all right, you know what? Shenlin's dead. Let's leave him alone. That is best case scenario for Legion. But yeah, no. What if it's a reverse collapse? What if they baited Shenlin? Oh, there's a flicker!
And they find it, and they quickly drop the Satan ult as well. Meow quickly jumping away with the bravest fighter. Mumu doesn't find him. He couldn't get the final slash off in time, even with a flicker. Now, Joga, he's happy about this. He's not going to get as hard contested for this Lord. Renexk, he's nearby, but he can't seem to find the angle. Cram God is forcing him to reveal himself. They're going to try, and Joga is going to be able to secure the Lord for Legion Esports.
Zetsu almost went for a full distance dash-in steal. Was not going to happen. Not on Legion Esports' watch, but as we talked about it, the build-up, the anticipation, Gideon, it happened. They baited out a response from Mongols, but instead they got something better. They killed Mumu instead of Shenlin.
Yup. I mean, honestly, I thought Mumu was able to actually find that kill onto Mia. He had the flicker, the final slash, the animation was like inches away from his throat, but ended up getting blasted down by Daylight. Quick pickup on the Rose Gold Meteor is going to allow him to survive in these fights a little bit longer. I think his biggest problem right now is that Zetsu, as well as Meiki, are kind of pushing him into a corner.
You know what? Sometimes an inch is all you need. And that's all that mattered for Legion. They found the punish window and they gave the Mongols everything they got. And by that, I mean Mumu. And by Mumu missing from the fight, that's all that matters. And now look, the map is red. Legion Esports making the most of every single miss. They're going to be taking 2 inhibitors here.
It looks so good. Feather Airstrike is already going to be coming out. They move away from it. They don't mind it. It's just 1 hit away. It's basically as good as gone. Ideally, they break it open so that the super minions will start spawning. Anyways, Joga finds his own Rose Gold Meteor, and things are working well for Legion Esports. You got to give it a Cram God right now. He is getting everything out of the Mongols. That's 2 ults that he has faked out from both Mumu and as well as Shenlin.
Yep, that's 2 back-to-back games wherein he is pushing the limit of what is possible with a single roam hero. He is literally carrying the weight of 2 or 3 initiators on his back via a single Cho ult, a kick, and his flicker. Like, he hasn't even spent it in the past 2 minutes. And already the Mongols are on edge.
Oh, here we go. The conceal comes through. LG's going to give a little bit of space here. Once they've revealed themselves, maybe they're going to pounce, but they don't have the information just yet. The next K is still nearby, but that Purify is such a big deterrent for Legion Esports. They're going to take their time at this.
Mind you, Crime God still has his conceal and his full kit. Can go ahead and reposition all he wants. Plus the double global, the double reveal. Oh, it's so bad. Compounded with the fact that Mongols are basically trapped inside their own base.
Yeah.
It's as if it's not enough that you know where they are. You have to make sure that they don't go anywhere else.
They're literally watching a live broadcast of not being able to do anything, right? It's just no information. You're revealed and you just have to, like, I don't know, NPC dance real quick. Hope for a donation.
They got a CCTV on you when they're right in front of you. That's... So what do I do here?
Sir, you're not allowed in the... I know I'm not allowed on the premise. You don't have to put the CCTV in front of me while you're at it.
You want to breathe down my neck too? That's exactly what Legion Esports are doing. That's why this 4,000 gold lead, less than that, feels colossal. No, it's 6,000... to 5,000 gold lead now for sure. I can math.
It's clean. It's clean for the side of Legion, but it's 5-5 in terms of the kill score. Now, question is, Legion Esports, they still have the advantage of the missing inhibitor from the Mongol side on top. They're going to bait this out, right? Oh, the flicker and the final slash on towards Joga's side. He gets blasted in 2 hits. Zetsu steals away the Lord just in time as the bravest fighter comes on through implosions. Not going to find as much value as he wanted, but the Feather Airstrike is going to be the detergent. Legion Esports now running it down mid. 2-for-nothing trade. The Lord going to be spawning only towards that 40 seconds. They still have 14 seconds left to play.
Lord is coming through bot. Legion Esports get behind as well. Shocker very low. Pushed out of range. Joga and the rest of them protecting him, putting up a defensive wall to protect their Daylight!
The donation comes through, and now RenXK gets to play the game for free. Meiki flickering forward to try and catch out Joga as the kick comes through. They find RenXK. Legion Esports, they thought they had this game in the bag, but the Mongols turn things around and now try to look for the outplay. Zetsu dashes right through the Meiki. The next to fall with the help of the bravest fighter, Meow, should eventually fall to this Arlet. What a turnaround, and the death timers are huge.
We are far from TikTok timers, 3 minutes to be specific. but this is very much punishable. Despite the Lord going over to the Mongols, they lose that bottom lane inhibitor. That mid lane inhibitor is just but a whisper away from going down. Shenlin with the implosion!
What a play coming in from Mumu to set it up into the implosion, forcing LG to now lose another member. 35 more seconds until Cram comes back up. However, you can see that the base is split. The decision making is unfortunately not in place. The waves are not set up, and the Mongols cannot find a bigger punish on Legion Esports. All 3 inhibitors still available for Legion.
But if there is a silver lining to this, a reason for the Mongols and all the Mongolian fans to shine, is Legion Esports now seem to be playing the Mongols' pace.
Oh yeah.
Legion Esports are now suddenly out of their tempo and fighting where the Mongols want them to fight, even if it is messy, yes, even if it is not ideal. It's not how Legion Esports will respond. That's why this gold lead has shrunk.
It has. It's shrunk significantly, and we're going into the 20-minute mark. The death timers are vicious, so very vicious at this point of time. Looking at the item build, we do notice that at least for the side of RenXK, he's getting into that full build.
That's right. They are at deadlock. These 2 marksmen are firing off on all cylinders, so it's just a matter of positioning. It's a matter of not what you got, but where you're allowed to use it and how you use it against an opponent who is arguably your equal. Both marksmen are a threat now, but if I may, I think RenXK has it easier.
Way easier.
RenXK, especially off of the back of a final slash or an implosion. Oh, here we go. They're looking for one of the conceal. It's easier to pay off, to find a satisfying engagement with an Iritel.
I totally agree with you, and not to mention that he's opted to even get the GDS, the Great Dragon Spear, a very valuable item because now you can actually weave in your auto attacks knowing that you have the extra range against someone like Daylight or even Joga, right? Just dash in, quickly hop in, hop out, weave in those auto attacks, extra passive as well. It's just value when the kick comes on through. Drop into dance all the same time. Shinlin doesn't get any value from the implosion. They get one. Wait, hold on. It does. Daylight finds Zetsu, and now Joga gets traded. Mumu makes the play as Daylight stays alive. RenXK cannot get into range. You can hear the players scream as the Winter Crown comes through, and there you have it. Meow tries, but doesn't find it. Meiki, the only one alive, the only one left against 3, against the odds, must defend the base.
And he does not have his feathered airstrike. He is holding on to his normal kit and a dream. There's 3 members of Legion in the base.
He's gonna try, but Zatan drops that on. The stun is gonna secure the game. There you have it. Legion Esports finds revenge. 2-1 victory against the Mongols.
May have taken them almost a year to get to this point, but they take the series 2-1.
Oh, what a game. What a game this has been. You can't believe it. You can't believe that it turned out the way that it did. Both sides having moments in the game to kind of shake things up.
And it was so satisfying too. The fact that there was moments of excellence, highlight plays for the Mongols to try and make Legion feel like, oh, we may have dropped the ball. We may have missed our window of opportunity here to win. But no, Legion never let go. Legion understood the assignment and said, they want to fight, let's just give them a fight.
And they gave one hell of a fight here. Again, it boiled down to a matter of auto attacks here. So many times we saw them actually getting very, very close to dropping the team fight. But RenXK, he tried his best here. He really put everything on the line.
And I wouldn't do anything less. I did not expect for him to do any less. He knew he had firepower. He lost all his peel. Literally all his peel got taken down. But in that position, there's no room to run. You can't even run.
No, you really can't. You really can't here. It's got to be a painful loss for the Mongols here. Happy moments for Legion Esports, but a lot to learn from both sides in terms of looking at the way that they're drafting, looking at how they're moving across the map. The moments of indecision, could we have made a more decisive call?
I'd like to think Mongols, they stuck to their guns. They decided to play this way. And up until that very last moment, even when they were inside their base, even when they only had one inhibitor left, even with Mikey, the only one remaining, I think they understood that we gave our 100%. And I believe they gave their 100%.
They really did here because, again, Daylight had a lot of things stacked against him, but he was still able to actually push out a decent amount of damage here. Shenlin not finding as many big implosions as we were expecting it, but that's just that quick fake. That quick fade here. Shenlin tries, Mumu comes in with the big final slash, and unfortunately, in this particular game, Legion Esports, they figured out the pattern.
They started welcoming the combos from Shenlin and Mumu. And towards the very last moment, in the final minutes of this game, the final seconds, I think that's how they won near the Lord pit. They allowed for Mumu and Shenlin to get into position, and then they punished accordingly. Is this that last moment? Yes, it is. See here.
I really was hoping that Joga was able to kind of provide a little bit more, but Zetsu made sure that he put a full stop on that scaling, full stop on the output of damage, and not to mention how many Winter Crown plays have we saw in this game alone that makes the difference.
And I think Winter Crown is such a specific item, and an important item to highlight, because in a match, in a game wherein two teams love to fight, Winter Crown is as good as an Immortality, maybe better.
Maybe better. I mean, let's bring Eterna into this. Eterna, how do you think about that best of three, man? Legion coming out on top.
All for it. Again, another unexpected, personally, per se. I know there was an argument to be made by Leo earlier on, but I would say it's a day full of unexpected results. I mean, match number 1, we thought that maybe Falcons would be able to take it 2-0, and then now we get yet another full best of 3 series with Legion finally being able to claim their revenge from, that M6 bout back in the day.
Yeah, I'd like to think that this adds a chapter to the rivalry, and it makes Group A more than just the strong group. It's super entertaining now. Who knows what the Mongols are going to do in the X1 bracket?
I personally feel that at least for the beginning of the tournament, this is a good way to kind of get a little bit of everybody, a little bit of flavor, a little bit of personality to see what they want to do. As these days go by, I'm going to get more critical because, again, levels of execution need to increase. And in terms of raw decision making, there was a lot of moments where it could have been good. They just didn't pull the trigger.
We're going to take a look at the highlights once again before we get into, the tidbits of that particular game. And here it is. I like that you mentioned it, because if you want to nitpick, sometimes there are moments where maybe in terms of resource allocation, things could be a lot cleaner. I think we saw that very apparent in the previous game as well. And in this game in particular, there were a lot of moments where maybe... Why then? Why there? Why commit here and now?
Yeah, let's do it like this. Let's figure out the roses and thorns of this game. The roses, for me, the fact that the way that these teams team fight is very coordinated, but that's only when they put their foot on the gas. The biggest thorn in my books is that when you're ahead, why aren't you pressing the advantage? Why aren't you just, get up into their faces, cut off the airways, knock them out sooner rather than later?
I would like to think it's because they're afraid of the punish. Because the punish in a matchup like this, wherein it's full-on 5v5, we win via classic conversion, via death ball, is so much worse. That's why they don't want to force anything that's half-cocked. They want to make sure that this is 150% all in for us. If not, then we work out of a wipeout. That's it. There's no half measures. So I guess that's what they lack. It's just they're a single speed. They're an automatic vehicle.
So we've got a little bit of a taste from Group A, but it looks like for our next match, we're going to Group B. Will it be as close? Will it be as entertaining? We'll see after this break before we head over to our next match of the day. You guys are watching EWC MSC Wildcards. We'll see you after this break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion. This land is calling.
Hey, what's up, everybody? MSC continues here with the wild cards. Already so exciting. 2 series has already completed, but now we start moving over from Group A over into Group B. Keep in mind, guys, everything is happening live here at EWC 2025. An exciting time. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your desk host for the next 2 matches here for Group B. Here beside me today, we're going to be having, for those of you who are just tuning in, we've got Leo and as well as Abstract to cover our next match. And boy, am I excited for this one, boys. Guys, tell me you can't be excited for this. This is Influence Rage versus Zeta Division.
It has been, as Eterna said, half a decade since we've seen Japan in any official MLBB esports tournaments. And what a way to welcome them back into the wild card. A bunch of young guns under a very prominent name out of Japanese esports in Zeta Division coming through to face off against one of the finest teams out of Latam. I could not think of any better way to say welcome.
Welcome. Zeta Division, it's been a long time, so we hope that you are going to enjoy your time here in the wildcards, and of course, to Saudi Arabia as well here in Riyadh. When it comes down to Influence Rage, on the other hand, they are not strangers to most of the MLBB fans. In fact, we have definitely seen them a couple of times before, and when it comes down to their lineup, we have seen them quite a bit. In fact, when it comes down to Yorun, Fury, Pakitu, the 3 of them is notably going to be one of the few players that I gotta have to look out for. Well, in the meantime, Zeta Division, I think there are still quite a bit of question marks as to how exactly they're going to fare.
They have been away. I mean, Japan as a region has been away from the MLBB scene for a little over 4 to 5 years at this point. We're not going down to the exact, but half a decade is a long time to be outside of the MLBB space. But at the same time, as Abstract mentioned, I'm thinking that you're leaning into Influence Rage to be the winners of this match. Because, I mean, we heard it from the study group of MPL Latam, right? They were the favorites to actually win the whole thing.
They were. At some point, having spoken to the MPL Latam talent, they were walking into the grand finals thinking, yep, this is the time that Influence Rage finally wins. We are far past the age of RRQ Akira, far past the age of A77, you know, the remnants of that dominant squad. And here we are now, almost at the dawn of a new era for these champions. But no, it's like Corinthians took it. And that's where we find Influence Rage here now in the wild card.
Perhaps we'll be able to see Influence Rage go all the way to the playoffs. We'll see you off, or rather not playoffs, the group stage, as a matter of fact. But so far, there is a pattern in wildcard day 1 so far. The favorites have been taken down in a reverse sweep fashion. I'm not going to jinx anything about game number 3.
No,
but
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Let's pull it up. Let's get these players up on the stage. Let's look at the lineups that are going to be playing here today to see who is truly going to go toe-to-toe against each other. Is it going to be Zeta Division coming up on top, or is it going to be Influence Rage? Because, again, when we think about these teams, there's a lot of there's history with Influence Rage, and a new potential legacy that could be created with the help of Zeta Division. Keep in mind, Zeta Division is an organization that has been in Japan for quite some time, building up that mobile space and finally dipping their fingers into MLBB.
So this is potentially the future versus the up-and-coming present that we're dealing with here. Because if this works out for Zeta Division, if they're able to make it happen here and prove that they belong on this stage, then who knows where we'll see Zeta Division in 6 months, in a year from now.
So let's talk a little bit more about Zeta Division and who exactly we are going to be looking at right now, right?
Hey, look, I mean, with Zeta Division going up against Influence Rage here, I think people want to see the games more than anything else. Hopefully the draft is going to be starting real soon here. Don't worry, we'll introduce those players once we're back up onto that stage, and you already know what that match is going to be. It's Influence Rage versus Zeta Division. I cannot emphasize this enough. I don't know why this wasn't going to be the highlight match, and to be fair, there's not enough history to actually go by it. But let's talk through first Zeta Division, right? Did you guys happen to catch the qualifiers? Because let me tell you, it was interesting to say the least.
If there's anything I learned from the Japanese qualifier for the MSC wildcard, is the fact that Zeta Division don't belong in the Japanese region. They are well and above beyond their contemporaries out of Japan MLBB. Like, they swept in the finals. Their most close series was against a team called Kingdom of Magic, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's correct.
They went 3-2 there.
Yep.
That was the closest they ever got to actually losing anything. But in the finals, they played like they belonged here.
Oh, yeah. In fact, the semifinals is the funny one because both of the semifinals games went all the way to down the wire, right? Well, in the meantime, the grand finals, both, I mean, it's just
sub 15, everything.
Yeah, everything is just fast games, right?
Yeah, I mean, as Leo's already mentioned, they're cut above the rest when it comes down to just Japan as a region as a whole. 16 teams were in that qualifier. Only one came out of it in Zeta Division. I don't know whether Zeta Division just knew that these guys were cut above the rest, right? Because it's like, for an organization, you would have to wait for the performance to show itself. Like, you have to have some kind of accolade before you be like, yeah, I'm going to invest money in these kids.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Even before the top 16 qualifier happened, there was already some hubbub, some commotion, a buzz online about this squad Zeta Division. I'm like, y'all are already bringing out posters,
right?
Blasting these guys, putting their faces on,
great for the show as well.
on graphics, saying this is the team that's playing in the Japanese qualifier. Like, so they're not the Japanese reps yet. No, but they are playing in the qualifier. And lo and behold, a couple of weeks from then, here they are, confirmed.
Yep.
They get the ticket to play in the wild card. So, yeah, how did that happen? Like, what was the conversation like? This is the squad.
Zeta Division
just soft launch.
I mean, the soft launch came up and were like, we're going to win this.
Yeah.
Zeta was like, yes, you will.
Yeah. That's drip marketing.
The end of the conversation of the contracts. We can sign right now. We got the papers. But let's bring it over to Influence Rage, right? Because again, all of our fans coming in from South America, LATAM, these guys have been itching to get a international performance that is worthy of their region. Yes, we are in the wildcards, but having two representatives is always better than one. I would like to see Influence Rage actually make it all the way outside of the wildcards to meet their brothers Corinthians later down the line, hopefully in a non-stakes match, not an elimination match. That would feel really, really bad, but at least to show what Latam's all about.
Yeah, that hermanos, right? It's interesting because there is an alternative world. There is a universe wherein it's Corinthians playing in this very spot.
Is it an either-or situation, right?
Yeah. So with that said, now Influence Rage have an even more incentive. They have if of all these teams, maybe only second to Team Falcons that we saw in action earlier out of Group A, they have the biggest chip on their shoulders now.
One thing that I really like about LATAM teams is that it's a big region. So whenever we are looking at LATAM teams, it is huge.
It's continental, sir.
Ginormous is the word. But regardless, it's huge,
Kabir.
right? What?
Kabir.
Kabir.
That's Arabic for big.
So with that, with how big that region is, one thing that I love about is that the players comes from literally anywhere, everywhere within the area, right? So everyone else is Argentinian. We've got Chandas from Chile and Chino from Uruguay. So I think that's a really fun thing to know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that LATAM as a region is always going to have a special place in the Mobile Legends region. We just need to see them crack it wide open with an international win. With that being said, the first steps begin here today. The draft is about to begin. The teams are set up and ready to go. I'm going to give it up to our casters. Please introduce our players as the draft proceeds.
Arigato, or should I say, gracias. Gideon, as we go into game number 1, the draft proper about to begin once more. We are dipping our toes into Group B. In action, you'll see Influence Rage versus Zeta Division. All right, let me introduce a little quick tidbit here.
Okay.
This is the first time I think Zeta Division is playing on a global stage, facing off against non-Japanese teams. This could be historic. Well, it already is.
Oh. M1, M2 kind of thing?
No, that's 10-second frost.
Or
10 seconds.
Oh, right.
This is a new squad.
This is a new squad.
This is the reintroduction of Japanese MLBB into our ecosystem. This is history right here.
I'm looking forward to see what they have got in store for us, because one thing is for sure, when it comes down to the Japanese teams, we naturally look at them that wants order. They want a structure. And so far in their gameplays that we've seen in their qualifiers and their playoffs, they generally have pretty entertaining drafts, entertaining way of playing, and of course some unorthodox picks.
But this is the furthest from unorthodox one could say about 1.92.
Yeah, that's
first pick Uranus.
Nothing unorthodox about that.
No, this is expected, but because of the way bans went, taking out the Cho, the Kalia, and the Zushin, and Rage banning out the Fredrin, the Baksha, and the Bruno, the 1-1 comes through. They picked up 1-1 and the Padang.
Okay, pretty early pick coming up for the 1-1. So at this point in time, Zeta have already, they are pretty fast with their picks. With the Moskov and the Artillery Master, we got Farsa that joined into the fray.
So far, despite the very short time they've spent in contemporary MLBB, Zeta seem to be on point. Again, I'm surprised of how clean this draft is. Maybe save for the Uranus. Again, I think Gideon and I would agree. I don't know if you would the same, especially after that Uranus in Series 1 and the Uranus in Series 2, Game 1.
That's
the Uranus is the only thing I would say. But the Farsa and Moscow, great picks.
Yeah, I would say that this is something that can't go wrong per se, or rather, can't go wrong at all, right? They are generally very safe picks. In the first phase, you are still constructing your draft to see what kind of direction you want to go. How do you want to prepare for the opponent's upcoming pick? With that said, with the Zertian coming in as the mid laner, what says you about this?
I think Coach Blackjacks have pulled us back down to the ground and have checkmated that mid lane matchup. Because again, Farsa, Federer Strike. Oh, nope. I got to ultimate my own. Cancel that. Stop it now. Stop it. So I think Influence Rage are showing us that, hey, we've been playing MLBB for quite a while, Japan. Watch how we do this. Into the second phase of banning, though, it looks like Coach Blackjacks have to consider the jungle. Unless it's on... I hope it's not a Uranus jungle, man.
No way, no way. I don't think that
This is how they make sure it's not.
Okay.
They ban the Angela. That's how.
There's no way then.
Yep, no way, no way. Keep it safe. The answer by Zeta, though, they take out the Yuzhong.
Okay.
Definitely a predator to the Farsa and the Moscow.
As much as possible, just dwindle down the amount of XP laners that is probably going to put Uranus in a tough spot. Understandably, I think that Glue could be a pretty good candidate coming in, or if they want to ensure that the Farsa really get good amount of ultimates time and time again, even though there's a certain on the opposite side already, the Gatukacha could still be a very honorary ban.
Yep, another big ticket way to stop the Farsa from doing what it wants.
Yep.
Psuke has his work cut out for him. So how does Influence Rage respond? What else do they take out? I think by banning the Angela, that's already enough to make sure that that's not a jungle Uranus. Already, I'd say. But maybe ban out one more traditional jungler? I want a non-traditional jungler.
Not exactly. We haven't seen Alice in a long while, but perhaps they know something that we don't.
This is the unorthodox. They're closing up all the gaps, all of the possible surprise picks, all of the out of left field picks that Zeta could deploy. Now, Zeta, do they take out one more XP laner?
I would like to believe so. In fact, the fact that Zeta is not on first pick, first ban, so in this case, they don't get the opportunity to last pick their hero. So at least they can't play exactly the X factor. You can't counter against my final pick kind of thing.
All right, it looks like 10 is tapping on the table, saying we're ready to go. He's happy about the draft. He's taken out another XP laner in the Lapu Lapu. So far, again, all of this discourse about Japan having a meta of their own, having...
Not at all. It doesn't seem like to be that way.
No, this is very 1.9.92.
Yeah, they know exactly what they're getting themselves into, and they are well prepared. So I'm looking forward to this, right? Influence Rage has now picked up the Yi Sun Shin of their own. So once again, double of that global vision game. We've seen that once or twice. I can't remember.
Today?
Yes.
And it's double marksman once more.
Oh.
Yes,
at least they don't bring out the Kimi this time.
Not going to be possible, sir. No. But Zeta, though, to close up their draft here, puts a Hayabusa into the hands at 10.
Okay.
And I'd reckon, I don't even, I think June will be playing the Uranus, and then Kani gets the Gatot.
Okay.
So they get the Gatot.
Kani will get the Gatot.
So how does that work? Do you AOG and then the passive of the Zetian goes off?
I mean,
pops you away?
I think it's also because of can you be popped away?
Yeah, because she's a passive, right? Maybe when you land, and it depends on the angle of your landing.
Yes. the angle of the landing, unless you're not exactly like on the epicenter. I think only if the pin is in the epicenter, then it will push the gun.
Yeah, if you're close
but
enough
how
to
long is
hurt.
that lingering iframe? That's my question, right?
We're about to find out. Did you get a glimpse of that last pick?
No, actually.
All right, so it looks like we'll find out as soon as we get into the land of Dawn. I personally cannot compare both lineups because I don't know what that fifth hero is.
Not yet, at
for
least.
Influence Rage, but for Influence for
Zeta
Zeta. Let's
division.
talk about Zeta here.
Okay.
This is so meta. It's so July 2025.
So honestly, I don't see any. I honestly don't see anything wrong or anything too different. They definitely did rock a Hayabusa this time.
Yeah, this is, if I'm not mistaken, our second Hayabusa for the day.
Second Hayabusa.
It's our second
Okay.
Hayabusa for the day. I'd like to think now it just comes down to execution, sir.
Okay.
It just comes down to execution. How do they utilize what they got away with in the draft? Because I'll tell you now, I'm impressed. I really like what Zeta Division brought to the table.
Do we have, or would we expect the way that Zeta Division, picked up? Do they want structure? Like, one thing's for sure, right? Influence Rage, they thrive in chaos, while Zeta, they want structure.
Okay, you're bringing in a very interesting question. I would like to answer that with another question.
Damn it.
Just so that we can get proper context. Structure in what sense, Eugene? Structure in terms of approaching team fights, structure in space, like I will be here, I know that they're coming from this angle, or structure in terms of their farming patterns, like, all right, in the early game, I'm going to try to snowball onto the Haya, I'm going to try to work into, so is that the question?
That, yes. So I'm looking at kind of like a tempo thing, right? Because if you want structure, you know that something works for you. By minute 1, I want something. By minute 2, I want something else. And generally, if the game goes well and we manage to hit certain breakpoints or certain milestones by that timing, we know that this direction or this draft is gonna work.
I think, yes, the answer is yes. You know why? It's very clear that there's a lot of pressure on that early aggression from the mid-trio. Farsa, Gatot, Hayabusa. Snowball on the Hayabusa. Try to kill the Zetian as often as you can. If you're going for gold lane rotations, take down that 1-1 and then snowball into victory. If that doesn't work out, at least you know that the upper quarter of your map where the Uranus is isn't ruined, isn't hurting, because I mean, if you're losing the lane as a Uranus, that's on you. You know what I mean? So there's a lot on June 1 here to make sure that pattern in that order is kept.
Okay, so now the final pick is in. We have Influence Rage with the final pick onto the CC, effectively putting the Badang in the Rome.
It's a Cicino.
It's a Cicino.
It's a Cicino. Okay, with this much we expected. Again, maybe...
They want an answer to the Uranus in lane.
Half a dozen times we've mentioned how Badang now is more often played in the
Rome position.
And you're right. It's there to, again, at least go toe-to-toe against the Uranus. I'd say in the early game, it hurts. Like, as the Uranus, like, please stop throwing yo-yos at me.
No.
But eventually, when fights start to break out and when there's bigger rotations, the Uranus can then find something else to do. Like, you don't always just have to catch yo-yos in the face.
There will be a lot of macro plays that I would like to believe, because this is, I would like to believe that Japan would be slightly similar to Singapore's playstyle, a lot more macro. In fact, Philippines playstyle as well. A lot macro, a lot structure-oriented kind of thing. While Influence Rage, they want to be in your face. They want to do whatever that they can to, grind the gears of Zeta.
Okay, you know what? For the former, I would like to hear your opinion, but now look at this.
Oh
Kino
my God.
forcing a revitalized out of June 1 early on, not even a minute through game 1. Welcome to Landon. It's Zeta Division versus Influence Rage. Our first match out of Group B, a best of 3. Is Kani in June 1. What are they going to do against Chino here? Chino's winning, by the way.
Yeah.
Here goes Makito.
Kani even used up the Revitalizer just to make sure that June 1 stays in the game and uphold all of that Radiant stack as much as possible. He's still in lane, though. He's still in game. He's fine.
Okay, so half of our thesis statement checks out. Influence Rage wants to fight. They want to be in your face, and they want to force a response. In Zeta Division, they're bringing out a response. They've sent over Kani, and Kani's working on that XP lane Crab. I think he served it up to June 1. How about gold? Let's talk about the gold lane. Muiminet versus a Fury here. Fury, wait, hold up. Fury only uses Inspire. What?
Yes, but it doesn't seem like Muiminet is having any problem. Or maybe he went home already. I would like to assume that he went home already because he suffered quite a lot. But speaking of suffer, Kani is going to be suffering by the hands of Hodun. And just like that, first blood over to Influence Rage.
Hodun punishing Zeta's half engagement. Because again, the Feather Airstrike came out of 10, but there wasn't enough damage to begin with to capitalize on the early pickoff. So Influence Rage, they're playing to their tempo. They're getting what they want.
They're slowly inching on. But one thing's for sure, that Influence Rage, they are naturally a very aggressive team. But looking at the current draft, they definitely have got good scaling all the way to the later stages of the game. Early game, at least we have Chino that will be able to pave a way to ensure that the Uranus is gonna be kept in check.
Yep, he still has his Revitalize that came off of cooldown after the first minute of engagement. A lot of damage on the June 1 right now. Paquito pushing him away. Hotun and the rest of Influence Rage gonna barrel away at the turtle.
Yep, there's going to be going around it here. Kani as well as June 1, they are pretty tanky altogether, but in the meantime, the Fury of the Phoenix is just going to be popping up onto June as well as Kani, making sure that these tanky boys will not be able to do too much. But in the meantime, top lane and bottom lane, we are expecting to see quite a bit of action, with Chino finding himself taken down immediately right after the...
Zeta Division on the board. They do lose out on the turtle, but they get a kill onto Chino, punishing that CC for overextending. She did pop the Vengeance, but I guess there's just one enough return on that. All the while, I'm impressed. Abstract, look, not a single Revitalize used in that fight.
Not yet, yeah.
They just tanked it. Yeah.
Tanked it through. Honestly, normally I would much prefer to see a Uranus with the Vengeance. But never mind, because they are working with a double Revitalize tag, and I think that, this is the point in time where I think it's fine. Double Revitalize, let's go with it.
Was that just a Paquito combo on the Badang against Pasuke? He did not see that coming.
Even I didn't see that coming.
It happened so quickly.
Yeah, indeed. And I honestly didn't really quite realize that Zertian actually does wave clip pretty darn fast as well, with the 3 waves of Phoenixes just throwing right out over the creep. So, good amount of, I would say, I think that will be in a pretty good shape.
Yeah, Nukes is good, sir. Nukes is good. Up top, though, this is the part of the game where I think June 1 has understood the laning against Chino. So now Chino can't bully the Uranus anymore. Not as easily, not as quickly as he was in the first couple of minutes of the game. Next turtle spawning in the lower quarter here, closer to where Fury and Muiminet are. Again, these gold leaders haven't really seen much action. Oh, wow, look at June 1!
Wow. There's information gathering coming in from Zeta Division, so now they know where Hodun is. This guy is suffering! He popped off with the Consecration just so that he can move a little bit faster to deal with Hodun. But unfortunately, can't reach him.
Yeah, Hodun is hurting right now, but I think there's enough Spell Vamp in his kit to still run over to the turtle and contest. Turtle coming up in about 5 seconds. Purple being taken by 10, and then Hodun waiting for his... Oh, it's just it's a matter of entry. It's a matter of timing here. Look at how far back June 1 is coming from, man. He's going to take that flank and then sandwich the rest of Influence Rage. Oh, he's doing it now.
Yep, coming in between of the T1 and T2 in the middle lane. He's now sandwiched in between of 3 persons. This is going to be the spacing that we would definitely want coming from the side of Zeta Division. But June 1 is still alive through all of this. And Tan allows himself to pick up a kill, make that a double. June 1 has created so much space, and Chino can't even bring him down at all. Kani comes in and intercept, ensuring that June 1 will have a safe escape.
Nani, where did Kani come from? I don't think Influence Rage expected Zeta Division to lean into that pincer maneuver. Zeta Division get away with a few kills and a turtle of their own. I didn't expect for this match to be this close. June 1, such a nuisance.
June 1, this Uranus has been taking the spotlight. I honestly thought that Influence Rage would be able to burst him down, but now that I think about it and now that I look at it, they don't necessarily have the burst, right? But Fury at least does have the crossbow of tank to at least deal with Muiminet.
Okay, as impressive as the majority of the map is looking for Zeta Division, that gold lane don't belong to them. Almost get taken down. 10 gets him.
Damn. The Sly Ninja joins into the fray and brings down the Samurai. Wait, he's a samurai, right?
No.
He's not a samurai?
Lee Sin-shin is a Korean legendary hero.
Oh, damn.
Never mind. But no, this is
kind of a Viking to
This is impressive. Zeta Division is actually putting up quite the resistance.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I was saying, Muiminet, he needs to show up. Like, you can't be sitting in the gold lane and enjoying
As a Moskov, right?
the majority of the 2/3 of the map being to your favor while you lose your lane. Like, this is unacceptable, especially in the face of a 1-1.
He's currently at level 7 as compared to Fury at level 8. They are almost a full level apart. And I think that is going to be pretty concerning if Muiminet don't manage to get some of these farms. In fact, he should be a little bit more agile, perhaps still a little bit in the middle and the bottom lane. They need to funnel a little bit more towards him.
And it looks like Fury's keeping himself scarce. This might be the... Oh, my Lord, Chan!
Oh, almost there, but that is going to be the passive coming in from Chan that knocked 10 away, but not quite enough to stop the Ninja of the Night. While Junwan puts himself right in the face of Hodun once again. And this guy, he ain't afraid of anything at all, tanking up all this turret damage.
Oh, and the long-term wait by Hotun, rather by Fury down bottom, gets Muiminet. Muiminet didn't even stand a chance. Look, he just died off camera. But say what you will about that lane, the rest belongs to Zeta Division. Another turtle, the final one, goes over to 10.
With now the bottom lane T1 destroyed, 4 Influence Rage and Zeta Division getting the T1 up in the top lane. It's a little bit more, it's pretty balanced at this point in time. With only 200 gold lead, it's nothing really. But Zeta Division, they will still have got a Uranus that is pretty beefy, and I think that is probably one of the first questions that they need to answer first.
Okay, we'll see exactly where the gold is and why it's so close. Oh, it is actually odd that the gold is this close, despite all that Zeta Division is getting on the map. So we'll find out in just a bit. We'll get answers as to why this is. Some good news for Muiminet. He's died twice, yes, but he's still farming up.
Yep.
But by how much? How much is he behind Fury? Because look at Fury, man. He's level 10. He just built up a Haas Claws. Who knows what's next for this 1-1? Here we see...
At least.
Oh, it's just 800 gold!
Oh.
That was unexpected.
Okay, that's not too bad. So, where is all the gold coming in for the sort of Zeta Division? So far, it is Hayabusa.
It's on 10,
1,000.
man. It's on 10.
Yep.
Oh, this rogue Shinobi, I did not know 10's game, man. He knows how to use his Hayabusa, and he knows how to use it well. Influence Rage.
He's got a lot of targets, let's be honest here.
That's true, but also they're hoping for time. I think if there's anything I learned about, or we're learning about Yusun Shin in this current patch, is it doesn't matter how long it takes for the Yusun Shin to get online. He will always be a threat come the late game once he's fully built.
Okay, so there is a small little window where he loses that power spike in the mid stages of the game, right? Because most of the marksmen will get a massive power spike by the mid stages of the game. That is where he kind of loses out a bit.
This is his hybrid nature, because he's, again, not just a full marksman. He's also a fighter, also an assassin.
Yep.
And I think once he builds his, we're on the way to the endless battle, his 4th or 5th item, his 4th or 5th non-boots item, his core items, once he gets there, then maybe 10, once he spends the shadow kill and doesn't kill Hotun, starts to regret things, maybe June 1 will start hurting, which is another question. Again, you mentioned this, who's taking care of Hotun? Where is the anti-heal coming from? Whose job is that right now?
Honestly...
It's on Chan for sure.
It must be on Chan.
Where else?
I would assume Chino, right? He gotta have to build the Dormice at one point.
It's on no one else right now.
No one else. So they are relying. Technically, they are relying a lot on the Fury of the Phoenix in order to apply all these anti-regen.
I don't think that's enough.
Really?
It's not enough. Oh, here we go, the collapse!
In oh, that's quite a burst onto Piske. As now, we also do have the SOD just going to be flying up in the sky, while Muiminet joins in the fray. Doesn't really have a lot of damage on the Chino, though, unfortunately. 10 as well, Muiminet is just going to be tethered together as they walk back and out of the fight pretty effectively. No problems for them.
God!
But the southern side, June taking quite a bit of pokes, but it's nothing that's going to stop him.
That is terrifying. The Uranus bullying out of the Lord Pit. Hotun goes downstairs.
Oh, Pacino finds himself taken down by the hands of Jun1 after the Ogi Shadow Kill being popped. The Revitalize is also going to be available and used up from the side of Kani. So that is 2 of the Revitalizers that is going to be on cooldown as they re-engage us again. Gino is finding himself taken down by the hands of Kani.
Oh.
And Piske with the burn over to Chan. 8 is to fight current scoreline.
It's gone sideways. Zeta Division win the long-term lore dance. And they send June 1 over to Hotun again. Hotun can't do nothing, man.
Oh my goodness. Not only did they get the Lord, the middle lane T1 is also gotten for themselves. Mui Minette pushes himself down to the bottom lane. He did manage to push the turret all the way to the lower at half HP. Mui Minette is trying to look for escape routes. Wasn't able to, unfortunately, as he goes solo Romeo down to the bottom.
Mui Minette, I think he's understood the assignment. He knows that all I'm here to do right now, given
Push turrets.
my difficult early to mid game, is to just take turrets, maybe free hit, or relocate with my spear destruction. But
the damage from June,
as it is now, he's behind everyone, including June 1. June 1. What is that? 49k. I'd reckon about 20k of that is on Hotun. He does 20k on Hotun, just by keeping tabs on him. That's how amazing June 1 is. It's June 1 in July, bro.
Dude.
Oh my God!
Oh no! Wait! Oh!
The burn is good. The burn is
good. Oh, there's no burn! Wait, never mind! The Ogi Shadow Kill gives him the iframe that he needs, and turn around against Paquito.
Nothing personal, kid. He had the shadow kill right where it mattered. Oh wow, Zeta Division, so entertaining to watch. Influence Rage.
Oh my goodness!
Is it just me, Abstract? Is it just me, or are they just? Are they getting a little messy here?
I don't know. Influence Rage. I know they thrive in chaos, but I don't know. Is this organized chaos?
Exactly. Is this a little too chaotic for them?
I think it is, because the Zeta Division is quite literally holding this game on their hands. Like, it's literally in their palm of their hands, with all the waves just gonna be shoving right in, with the rod pillaging from the top side, with of course the spiraling trident, while Mui Minette focuses down the bottom lane, as the Ogi Shadow Kill deals a number onto Chino.
Zeta Division, I think I've said this a couple of times already in the series, but I am impressed. They so masterfully sink those waves.
Yeah.
I mean, mid missed out, sure, but top and bottom, that's what resulted in this inhibitor going down. That's what resulted in this half of the top lane turret going down, and they're not done.
And they're just still gonna keep moving in. 10, taking a little bit of a pot shot, but not gonna be a problem. Of course, when it comes down to the artillery strike deal, a decent amount, Hodun looking for one onto 10, but wasn't able to.
Oh, wow. I understand what Hotun was getting at. But again, those kind of movements, those kinds of patterns to look for punishes are one of the reasons why I had to ask is this too much chaos for Influence Rage?
I think that...
Are they out of their tempo here?
Definitely out of tempo. And a little bit panicky, right?
They're down 5k, Eugene. They're down 5k. And wait, where's the majorities coming from? Oh my God, on June 1 and 10.
June 1 by 2,000? Okay, to be specific, 1.8 thousand, but...
10 on almost 2,000 too!
Honestly, what really impresses me is that... Oh, wait, hold on a second. They want something out of Paquito. His HP is all the way down low now, but we also do have the Avatar of the Guardian that snatches it off onto Paquito. Of course, the Ogi Shadow Kill deals a number on the Hodun, brings him down. Fury, make a quick hop, skip, and a jump away. Well, 10, I don't have... Oh, never mind. Now it went off cooldown, and Chan is going to suffer that loss. 4-man down to Influence Rage.
Fury's Wind of Nature and Crossbow Tang meant nothing to Zeta Division. They can read the map. It's endable, they say.
Fury is unable to get himself out of that. The last thing they could do is to take Fossa down, and Zeta Division takes game 1.
What a welcome back on the world stage.
Oh.
MLBB Esports with open arms welcome Zeta Division with their win. Drawing first blood in this best of 3.
Oh my goodness, dude.
It's been a while.
I don't know what to say.
Look at the big smile on 10's face.
Oh man. You know, throughout this entire few series, this is the very first time. Oh, okay. Is it first time? I can't remember. The first Lord.
I just gotta say, that's Sugoi, man! what did we watch?
Oh, wow, this is dominating. I did not... No way, guys. Zeta Division, they are here to show the divide between them and the rest of the wild card competitors.
This is Group B. Welcome to Group B.
Welcome to Group B.
This is what we said, right? We set it up as the entertaining group, and what an upset. Again, this is I gotta say it out loud, this is an upset. We haven't seen Japan in a long while, all this while.
Just a little half a decade.
Yeah, just under half a decade, and Latam has grown to have their own MPL, mind you, their own MPL.
Yes.
The only MPL outside of Southeast Asia, and this is what happens?
What did they eat for breakfast?
I'd like to know.
I'd like to know. Whatever that they own, I want some.
All right, so...
Oh, man.
All right,
Let's take a look.
we can sing the praises of Zeta Division all we want, but we have to talk about brass tacks here. We have to get down to the details here. Muy Minette, he's a role player. He's literally I'm pretty sure somewhere around the mid game to close to the late game. Either Kani or Ten saying, just push turrets, man.
Yeah.
We'll take care of everything else, just push turrets.
At one point in time, I mean, when it comes down to the marksman, in the early to the mid stages of the game, if you really can't contribute to battles, you have the attack speed, you have the siege. You are quite literally the siege median.
Just do that.
Overglorified siege median.
Just do that.
Just do that.
Just do that. And all
Just
this,
doing your role.
And all this while, June 1, sure, caught a little bit of a mini heart attack in the early, right? Because Chino wins that lane. The CC can bully you, but when he got past that, again, as early as 3.5 minutes, it's as if that winning lane didn't even matter. It never happened. And don't get me started on 10. Gideon, did you watch that game?
I did. And let me tell you, Zeta Division, they look like they're smurfing on them, boys. That was so good. Tell me that wasn't plot armor. 10 going in on that Hayabusa. Every situation that he's been put in, he wins out at the very end. My God.
It's like Hayao Miyazaki wrote this game, bro.
I'm not going to lie. I'm very impressed with what I've seen so far. I think that this team was looking a lot more uncoordinated in their team fights, especially when they were going through their qualifiers, right? There was a lot of like breaking momentums. There was a lot of like trickling in. This time round, the battle lines are extremely clean. And as much as I want to sing the praises of 10, Jusuke, disgusting Farsa. So much value brought by a single ult.
Yes, the only thing that's keeping him in the grounds of reality is when he gets popped out of nowhere by Paquito. That's it. Like whenever he dies in the hands of a hidden Badang, sure, I understand. You're just human, bro. But other than that, he's just like perfect. Like, I don't care. Cancel my ult, bro. Just cancel it. Try me.
Just notice the fact that he's getting maximum value as well from the Feathered Airstrike. Each strike, he's catching 2, maybe even 3 people at a time from a single artillery blast from the Feathered Airstrike, which is not exactly, well, most people are just going to tap it and hope for the best. You want to get it out as quick as possible, but the efficiency coming out from this squad is, it's looking good, but maybe this is just a game 1 sort of thing.
I mean, speaking of Feathered Airstrike, right, it's not as pronounced as the other game that we saw before with the 13 picks against the Fasa.
Yes.
I don't see the Fury of the Phoenix stopping that Feathered Airstrike at all.
It doesn't stop Suke, bro. It doesn't stop Suke. He's, again, what do you call it? Plot armor?
Plot armor.
No, I was put on the stage to Feathered Airstrike. I will Feathered Airstrike. All right. One more thing. You brought up how in the qualifier of Japan, which I also watched, right? It was crazy. It seemed like they had a meta of their own. So, what is more impressive? The fact that maybe they were playing just to how the other Japanese teams were playing, or maybe they learned that fast. Maybe in the span of a month, they're able to develop this kind of macro and play to a standard that we're more comfortable with, that we're expecting from world-class teams.
But that's the thing, right? That's the thing that Japan has brought to the table every single time. And again, it's not like we have a lot of data to work with, and this is data that was half a decade ago old from 10 Second Gaming and the predecessors of 10 Second Gaming Frost as well during M1 and as well as M2. The one thing that is highly notable about this Japanese team is that in a very short period of time, you see the evolution of the squad. I don't know whether Zeta Division decided to go boot camping in some other Southeast Asian region and start really looking hard for these scrims, because this team is looking a cut above the rest.
I'm scared of them at this point in time. I don't even know what they're going to bring onto the board anymore.
It could be like a game 1 sort of thing, but we're going to have to test that theory in just a little bit. Don't worry, everybody. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we could see the potential conclusion of this match between Zeta Division and as well as Influence Rage, or could it be pulled and stretched into a game 3? We'll find out right after this break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
time has come. Two exciting regions now face off against each other. An emerging one in Japan looking to take this to a 2-0 on their debut match here at the Wildcards at the 2025 Esports World Cup live in Riyadh. Guys, my name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your desk host for today. For those of you just tuning in, you just missed out an entire season, an entire arc of the Japanese players taking one game against Influence Rage. Now, for all intents and purposes, things could still spiral out of control, and we're hoping to see that Influence Rage bounces back with our casters here at the desk with Leo and as well as Abstract. Boys, now that you got it out of your system, the shell shock is over. What does Influence Rage have to do if they want to beat Zeta Division, who right now are looking to be a cut above?
They need to bring out the caliente. They need the heat. They need the chaos. Where is that? We were looking for it, and it came out in the most unfortunate way, wherein they were the ones finding themselves in all the chaos. Like, how do we respond to this? I think that's what we need.
Honestly, when I look at Influence Rage, the first thing that I would assume is that they want lane prio everywhere. They want to beat down the lanes. They want to win every single lane just so that they can just shove Zeta Division right into the lockers.
Which they did.
For two. Oh crap!
For the first two turtles.
Yeah. Okay. At least we know that the 1-1 outright beats the lane against Muiminet.
Yep.
And when it comes down to CC, it was just like the first 5 minutes.
First turtle, yeah. First two turtles.
Yeah. It's not exactly a snowball that I'm looking for.
Now that we looked at it, in hindsight, mid was never put on lock. Paquito was always rotating elsewhere. Paquito was always looking for something else. And that's why, I guess, starting from mid, with 10 at the lead, things went out of control. Now looking back,
it went out of control really quickly, in a matter of fact. I think, especially since this is one of the few times we're seeing that Assassin is actually working out in the wild cards. We've seen a lot of people lean into the tanks, lean into the Yishin Shins, having the extra global vision of the Zetian plus Yishin Shin. I think now, at least from the side of the Japanese squad, they're showing like, hey, you give us a snowball, we know how to run with it. It begs the question whether Influence Rage might have to think of the draft a little bit different and really test them in all aspects of the game.
Yeah, Influence Rage may have overshot. I think that's one way I'm reading it.
Yeah.
They overshot, and they drafted for patch 1.95.9. You know what I mean? Because looking at Zeta Division, we expected something else from them, right? Like the unorthodox flavor. And maybe even in execution. But no, like they played so July 2025 that it was too clean. Like, and they got away with that from blue side.
Honestly, whatever that they were cooking in the previous game, they're gonna have to do the same thing, right? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but when it comes down to game 2s, so far it has always went to the other side.
Yeah, I'm
right?
hoping it's not like a game 1 situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Gideon, what do you mean by a game 1 situation?
I feel like this could be, hey, we're on the international stage where we're not worried about these nerves. We gotta give everything right here, right now. And I think that's what's exciting about it. But with that being said, it looks like the draft is going to be about to begin here. And I think that Influence Rage, hey, they got Rage in their name. They're looking to turn things around and turn this into a full series. I'll pass it off to our casters here. It's Abstract as well as Leo at the desk. Take it away, boys.
Indeed we will. Game number 2. Draft's about to begin. Eugene, do you reckon there should be a switch of sides?
I would like to believe they would switch sides, right?
So, Zeta on red.
Zeta on
Nakai.
Wait, Zeta on red. Yeah. Zeta on red.
Japanese for red.
Aka.
I don't know the Spanish for red. But okay, that might be one way that Influence Rage can input more proactive chaos. That might be one way they do that, and that's what we do. That's what we get.
I want to see them to be aggressive at the start. I want them to be starting to, kind of just run it down into the jungle. That is something that I would want to see them, kind of throw Zeta Division to an imbalance, for example. Something that Zeta Division is not used to.
Okay, so the draft alone, take away stability. In the draft alone, deny them that comfort, deny them that clear path to farming order, and that's what we talked about earlier, right? The patterns.
They want the tempo, right?
The having the procedural 1 into 2 into 3. But wait, hold up. Draft is unfolding very quickly. Influence Rage, Prio picks the 1-1, again putting it in the hands of Fury, while Zeta Division lock in Suke's classic Farsa. I mean, a game
He's
in.
happy
but
with that.
We'll call it a classic now. And then we don't know where this box is going.
Yep, it could go to literally 3 different roles. So it's still kind of out in the open. We'll just leave it as it is. One thing that I'm surprised though is the fact that Influence Rage, they are not exactly respecting the Hayabusa pick from the game number 1. They didn't ban out for that. They would believe that, you know what, we can do it by Hayabusa, just lick it out again. I think that is completely fine. We move on to the next 2 picks. So it's going to be the Lapu Lapu as well as
Kalia, yes.
Kalia. I've got something with this
You were
lady
talking
right now.
about disrespect. They're throwing the Kalia into the Baksha. Already a nombo.
Okay.
An anti-synergy because the healing is already negated.
Yep.
I don't know how
Lapu
that's
Lapu's
gonna...
healing too as well.
Shielding, he gets shields.
Shields and heals.
And damage reduction.
Yes.
And spell vamp, yeah. All of those, if not shut down, will neutralize, put down the, a close 50-50 when it comes to efficiency by the Baksha, which we don't know where it's going. If it was up to me, if my opinion mattered any, give it to June 1.
Gonna give it to June 1.
Because you want to give 10 that mechanically demanding jungler. And here it is in the hands of 10 once more. It's Yi Sun-shin. It's this time around. The shoe's on the other foot.
Yep, Yi Sun-shin is going to be on the side of Zera. So they have already... I would still like to believe that the Baksha is going to be more onto Kani's side as the roamer. So they have pretty... That too, right? Yeah. So they have a pretty proactive draft. They have pretty fast pacing. In fact, if the curve is right, if the farming curves and all, Zeta will still be able to do the exact same thing as the previous game. They will still be aggressive and they will still kind of steal the game away from Influence Rage.
All right, in the second phase of banning, Zeta take out choices for the jungle. Hotun will not be able to play the Lancelot while Rage ban out the Badang. I'd reckon Coach Tink should ban out the Zetian as well.
Zetian as well.
You're right, because again, take away that option for global vision, take away that auto stopper for the feathered airstrike.
Yep.
And they're still missing a mid laner, so why not?
It's they don't want it to be eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, so just throw that into the pool. I do like the ban of the Zetian. Just a single hero can have a pretty good answer to 2 things. You nullify the opponent's vision game, or rather, you kind of eye for an eye that, and also just completely remove the Fasa. I like that suggestion.
They don't ban it out, instead take out the Hayabusa.
They took out the 2 junglers.
Okay, again, if you're protecting 10, sure, but...
Okay. Or just plain respect over to Horun.
Sure, yeah, they would rather respect the hero than the potential pick to shut down their own. While Influence Rage, they have one more ban here. Another frontliner, I'd reckon. What is it, an Arlet?
Arlet.
An Esmeralda?
Perhaps someone... I mean, Arlet sounds fine. They would want a little bit more crowd control within their midst, because the only one is going to be Farsa, and I would say Farsa's stun or crowd control is not exactly the most reliable one. So perhaps look for something in that case.
You gotta proc it.
You have to proc it. Yeah.
Here it is, the Gatot.
Okay, that falls within the category.
Okay, Instead of the Vision. Oh, here we go.
Wait, what?
Now we're cooking. Oh, Lord. Nathan shows up.
When was the last time we saw him?
Can't tell you, man. I don't remember. And since his last significant showing, right? At least to memory, he's gotten a few tweaks.
Okay.
He's gotten a few changes. Again, maybe 3 patches down. So I'm looking at like 6 months ago.
The last thing I remember is he was still quite a monster of a marksman who pops off a lot earlier, since we were talking about magic items. Magic items are relatively cheaper than physical items when it comes down to a fully stacked hero.
Oh, hold up. Forget the Z10. We're going Nana. That's 2 Leonins amongst Influence Rage's draft. I like it because it's solid.
You like it?
Crowd control. Yeah, you drop Molina's gift and poof.
I mean, yeah. But okay, so I'll ask the question here then, right? So we have good damage from Nana in the late stages of the game. But in the early stages, you're mostly just going to be pretty darn annoying.
She's literally just a CC machine with her ult.
Yeah.
And Molina's gift.
There's Molina's gift. So in the early stages, you don't expect any form of lane control, which I would like to assume that is generally what we want out of a mid laner. You want control, you want lane priority, you want to influence the other lanes. If Influence Rage don't have that kind of control in the mid stages, how do they fare? How would they fare in the side lanes?
They have the Lapu-Lapu. They have the 1-1. I think they can just bully Muy.
They just want to win in their own lanes, just leave them be.
Yeah, they can bully Muy Minette again.
Okay.
It's the same matchup, right? I mean, it's 1-1 into the Nathan.
Yep.
Might even be harder for Muy Minette, you know what I mean?
Doesn't Nathan has a pretty outrageous range as compared to
the 1-1?
The 1-1?
Yeah, but if the 1-1 decides to fight, the Nathan is forced to use his ult to relocate. So I'd say, and watching their gameplay, again, nothing against Muy Minette. I know he's a role player. I think Fury can bully him. That's what I'm saying.
But if he plays according to his role, like the previous game, I know for sure Nathan brings turret down real fast, though.
Yeah, maybe faster than the Moskov.
Definitely faster.
Let's see if Zeta Division can upset the second half of today's broadcast by sweeping Influence Rage, or can the Pride of Latam inject just the right amount of chaos to take us to game number 3.
Let's take a look. When it comes down to the XP lane, one thing for sure is that it is naturally going to be a wet noodle fight whenever you see a Hilda. He can deal massive amount of damage over to the XP lane as well, still being relatively safe because of the natural healing he gets from the passive. So as much as possible, I want to see Jun1 constantly providing all this vision game. Very similar kind of playstyle than what we expected in the Uranus in the game number 1. So I think that Jun1 just play what he did in the previous, and he's all good.
Yep. If anything, he can be a little more aggressive, because what's Joy going to do to you early on? Oh, my lord, off camera. Suka gets blasted.
All the way in the middle lane.
Yep. I'd reckon it was off of the combo of the Boomerang and Molina's Zip. Like, there's nothing you can do. Even with the Purify, you can't Purify that.
Damn. Kani, next one on the chopping block. A little bit too aggressive on that part. What was he doing alone in the opposite jungle, though?
He was trying to check in on Hotun, is my guess.
Oh, right. He's a roamer, my bad.
Yeah, but that's June's job. And I think June was going to try and do that. They barrage down onto Paquito, but there's not enough effective damage just yet.
But I think that's still going to be fine. We're currently still 1 minute and 50 seconds in. Influence Rage definitely had a great start. In fact, leading them about 1,000 gold. But anything could happen at this point in time, as now is going to be an instant stun onto Hodun. He goes down almost instantaneously to the hands of 10, while the Feather Airstrike from Pitsuke just pushes everyone, zones them away. That's the turtle for them.
Very unfortunate for Influence Rage. Say what you will about the first 2 kills on Influence Rage, but Hotun is more than worth it to trade for Psuke and Kani plus a turtle. This is a win for Zeta Division.
Mad wins. Even though they are still slightly behind in terms of economy, this will slowly make its way to show some progress. While in the meantime, Paquito is still at level 3, not a big problem. Muy Minette, though, just hit level 4, so at least there's still something that they can play around with against Fury with the Feather Airstrike onto Fury. Almost there, Muy Minette goes aggressive, but no go.
All right, almost overextension here by Zeta Division. They do back off down bottom, though.
And that is going to be one.
And Chino, double team Jun1. There wasn't much this Hilda was going to do. He is forced to use the flickers. That's a win for Influence Rage.
So at least in these early stages of the game, this is what I would expect more from Influence Rage, right? Take up some early kills, kind of throw the Zeta Division in a kind of weird situation, trade a little bit here and there. All's fine. Influence Rage, they have the early game so far, even though I did not expect them to actually win in the early. Mid stages of the game, definitely. We know that is where the joy starts to be a little bit scarier.
Mm-hmm. So we're checking in if Jun1 can stop this snowball, if Jun1 can shut down enough of Hotun's jungle to slow it down. I think that's what Zeta Division wants to do, and that's why they're forcing a lot of the responses up to the top lane. If they can make Influence Rage respond to what they're doing to Fury, then all the more there will be less pressure on Jun1, which will allow for him to bear down onto Hotun. So it's like a 1-2 step. It's a 1-2 step for Zeta Division to get to a winning position. Second turtle, waiting to spawn lower quarter. Oh, look at that. Hotun is just waiting. He's going for his orange first.
Oh, wait, Muy Minette! Getting away with just a sliver. Fury, guys, it's really just about Fury. This guy is crazy in his lane. He's just shoving Muy Minette in such a difficult spot. But in the meantime, down to the bottom lane, Tsunami Slam just going to be echoed out, while Chino picks up a double on the both Kani as well as 10, allowing Hodun taking the turtle.
Yep. Forget about anti-healing. There was just way too much there. Zeta Division put nothing on the board for that turtle take. Suke is in trouble.
He don't have wings by wings. Hodun picks up a free kill right on T2, and I would assume that that is also going to be a T1 that potentially will go down.
See, that's an interesting interaction. Even Pasuke knows you're not going to get away from that. The stacks that Joy gets to unlock her ult are stacks on her, not on you. So you cannot purify that. So Suke understood the assignment that I'm just dead. I'm not going to waste my purify here.
Yeah, it's not like he has any form of crowd control anyways, right? In fact, I kind of like the fact that they have two purifies in the team, right? Zeta Division, they absolutely respect the amount of crowd control that could come from both the Kalia or perhaps even the Nana.
Yep. They also just accepted that, yeah, Chan might get us sometimes. And so far, Chan with 4 assists, meaning he's gotten 4 out of the 6 kills, means it stalks. It's Nana pick. Wow, the breadth of what's allowed in this current patch is up to Series 3.
Yep.
Up to day. It amazes me.
Such a situational thing that somehow worked out very well in this game, right? Well, in the meantime, I just gotta have to say that Zeta Division, they're well on their way, but what about their power spikes like? When would we naturally want to see Zeta Division trying to fight back?
Okay, so they're waiting on two things. Both Muiminet's Nathan and Ten's Yisun Shin. If either of these things are still surviving by critical mass, I'd say what, 13 minutes, 14 minutes? If Zeta Division still has some of their turrets outside of the base, or at least are in relatively good shape, then maybe that's where Zeta Division claps back. But right now, it's all Influence Rage.
I can't really imagine Influence Rage having a late game composition that would work well against Zeta unless they somehow manage to find a nuke from Chan onto 10, since 10 will need to be in the kill zone, or the kill range of Chan, in order to do remotely anything, even if they want to go for back to back. But speaking of which, Pakitu finding himself a pretty good suplex in. Chino picks up a killing spree, double kill again. What is going on with this Lapu Lapu?
There's not enough damage amongst Suke and Ten just yet. Suke tried his darndest. We commended his Farsa in game 1, but you saw how he was hitting 4 dudes with it. Nothing. They felt nothing.
Nothing at all. Don't have the scaling provided just yet. Eventually they will get there, right? So I still want to see how their objective game is going to go. Still the same thing. Muiminette, still the NPC, still on the side lanes. Bring it down as much as possible. But unfortunately, Rage is doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. There's no way that Influence Rage allows for this, at least not for free. Look at him. He's down about 1,500 gold.
Yikes.
It's miserable. Looking at the jungle, 800 gold. Might as well be 2,000 because you're looking at Hotun. He's snowballing out of control, man. 3 kills already. 10 barely has 1.
And surprisingly, Chino also having a pretty darn good farm on himself, about 1,000 gold on top of a Hilda. But to be honest, Hilda, what can he do in the late?
Chino has 4 kills, man. 401. Who's going to stop him? We're waiting for some sort of penetration, some sort of anti-heal. Can Pasuke afford to get the anti-heal right now?
Chino actually went first item Hunter Strike.
Yep, so he's lethal. He knows he's lethal.
Yeah.
There's not much hurting him here. He's aiming to get that second skill to hit as many people as possible.
Yeah, so at this point, it's not about the fact that he wants to play a bruiser, but he knows that he's ahead. Might as well just take the opportunity and just deal as much damage. If he can get a kill, he'll get a kill. It will pave a good way for Influence Rage and just kind of soft lock Zeta Division in the tough spot where they just don't scale.
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen to Chino, right? He'll die, but wait.
Oh, there we go. That is going to be the Tsunami Slam that's going to be working on Ducani while immediately transforming him. While in the meantime, One flies up into the sky with the crossbow of Tang. Does a decent amount of damage over to the side of Junwan, but I don't think it is enough. Never mind, Pakitu with the tidal strike joins into the fray. He may sacrifice himself, but that's a 1-for-3 trade.
Oh man, Chino didn't die. Chino spent his flicker, stood in the corner, burning. Now Hotun is hunting down 10.
Oh.
10 gets taken out. 1v1, denied his purple. Did he? Did Hotun even steal it?
I don't think he managed to steal
10
it.
kept it,
he did it.
but he died.
But he died. So at what cost, right?
Everything.
Everything.
It cost him everything. This is an 8,000 gold lead right now on Influence Rage. Zeta Division could do nothing but watch as the Latam reps in the wild card take away that Lord for free. This is a very different Zeta Division.
This is very different.
This is the situation they find themselves in now is, I hate to say it, but it's close to irreconcilable. Like, what do you do?
wait until 22 minutes, I suppose.
I agree. Not 22, but the prior ultimatum of 12 minutes, 13 minutes, bump it up to like 16.
Yeah, bumped it to 16. Because they're not really, this is not the usual curve, right? They have to earn through passive income. And only by 16, 17 minutes would they be able to reach critical mass. But at least, I think that the saving grace is Mui Minette being a mage marksman. It makes things a little bit cheaper for him to go online.
Yep, he's more efficient with less money in his pockets because there's no way you just wind of nature out of his damage, I think is one way to put it. So he can still threaten Fury. Chino will hurt like the old-fashioned way, but they gotta defend their base first. We start here.
Now the final question. Does Influence Rage have got what it takes to close a game? This is something that I'm afraid of.
I think they do.
Can they?
Unpopular opinion, I think they do. No matter how much we want to see Zeta Division succeed, because again, they're true underdogs.
I mean, we have Chino after all.
Yeah.
This guy is on fire.
Oh,
and
no.
speaking of on fire, with a two-man lockdown, he manages to catch two, while Jun 1 is going to be taken down too. 2% down, while Influence Rage haven't lost a single person. The title strike just going to be landing on the Carney. Watch out, brings another one. And it's a suplex, brings 10 in a tough spot. Double kill, credited to Chan, and this is a 5-man wipeout.
Clean. Hotun for 5 is a trade I'll take any day. Chan is feeling himself. Chan knows that the end is nigh. Zeta Division, no one spawned until 3 seconds, and there's a clean wave.
This is the end, ladies and gentlemen, even though we have the two members that's back online, but Influence Rage have too much on their hands to end the game.
They ran through Zeta Division, and it's not like Zeta Division had a bad draft. Zeta Division had a decent draft, I'll say that much, but Influence Rage, this is what we were looking for, the velocity, the intensity, the chaos amongst their opponents' ranks. Like, this is what we expected.
This is what we are used to. The Influence Rage that we know. They want the chaos, they want the aggression. Early game, 3 kills in the bag, we know. They have managed to shatter the structure that Zeta Division wants.
I see in Hotun's face as he walks back to their room with his squad. I told you guys, just trust me. Just right, let me play the joy, and then we'll stampede through them. This is now down the wire for all the marbles. Rubber match, game 3.
I'm not going to say anything about patterns and give how Series 1 and 2 goes out, but we got to change something here, for sure.
Who's we? Because it's them playing. We're literally just calling the match.
No, it's the Cass's jinx.
Is it?
I don't know.
Okay, here we go. Let's watch the early moments of that game once more. It's clear that Zeta Division were fighting where they shouldn't have.
There are definitely points in time whereby they don't have what it takes, especially when it comes down to the economical factor. They don't have the items, they don't have that power spike in order to really deal with the opponents. So, understandably, to play underneath the turrets is generally going to be the safe bet, but to fight for the turtle, I think that those are the points where they gave free farm over to the opponents.
Yeah, I think they expected this match to have as much room as they did in Game 1,
yep,
which was clearly wrong. And we're seeing here another highlight. Nana wins. Nana debut win.
I think that this is kind of a June effect. I think the change from the Uranus to the Hilda is such a big difference to the spacing.
It's jarring. It's too much. Like, he couldn't claim much of the map. Ah, man. Gideon, do you share these sentiments with us?
I do agree with the sentiments. I do feel like the EXP played a pretty significant factor in there. And one more thing, the fact that 10 had to scale in this game. I feel like, at least for Influence Rage, they played a tighter, more cohesive game. If we're going to team fight, we're not going to give them the 2v2s. We're not going to give them the 1v1s. Let's make it messy, but at least let's bring in 4 people to ensure that this fight is going to be as clean as it gets. And not to mention the lane matchups that we did get to eventually see. Nana, on top of having strong power picks like the Kalia, the early level 2 kill down by the mid lane. I mean, he had to use Purify. He just didn't think like, the boomerang and Kalia at level 2 is going to kill me. No way.
It's super specific how Psuke should have behaved in the early, right? So that was very much punished by Influence Rage.
Honestly, if I were Psuke, I think I would do the same thing. Like, it's just a boomerang. Nana don't do that much damage in the early game. So
Apparently she does. Oops.
Oops. Not to mention, it also had lethal ignition, and let's not forget, Kalia does a surprising amount of damage in the earlier stages of the game. I mean, fair enough, mistakes were made, but it just goes to show, influence range. They're not here to just get knocked on over. They're looking to kind of push back. And now that we've got the full series, and we got a little bit of a taste from both sides, I do want to actually bring up the question to you boys. What are some of the adjustments we need to see? Starting off with the EXP lane, I'm expecting a little bit more damage. That's personally for me. But I do think there's a couple of interactions that even Zeta Division weren't 100% on, and I think that Kalia played a really big part in that.
Honestly, I still want to put that on June.
Really?
I still will put it on June. The early stages was really heavily dictated by the Uranus in game number 1.
So you're saying that Hilda did nothing?
I will say that he tried to, but he's not getting enough of a support where he's just roaming free, right in the face, just doing whatever that he wants. Join into the team fight when he wants, back out whenever he wants. It's very different about when game number 1, they have the double revitalize tag, he stays in lane, he just ragdoll that fight.
I'll tell you now, the Hilda did nothing. I mean, look, again, we tried to set it up, right? The best thing that the Hilda can do is to live in Hotun's face. Compromise the joy. He couldn't because the Lapu-Lapu cleared the wave much faster and was able to rotate much faster. So maybe change the draft pattern to allow for June 1 to be more of a significant player. That's where I would put this whole... Sure, yeah, that's where I would put this whole June 1 situation.
Well, we were going to have a little bit of time to actually think about it. For now, we're going to go on a short 3-minute break, and when we come back, it's going to be the conclusion between a Zeta Division up against Influence Rage. So, stick around or go to the bathroom, but don't go anywhere. Keep your eyes locked on the screen. The next 3 minutes are going to be important as we break this down. We'll catch you right after the break. The time is now. We continue on for the conclusion of this best of 3 here in Group B. It's Zeta Division facing up against Influence Rage 1-1 in the wild cards here for MSC at EWC 2025 live in Riyadh. My name is Getting Q. For those of you just tuning in, don't worry, we're going to be jumping into the draft real soon. But Leon as well as Abstract, we had a little bit of time to actually think about what are some of the amendments that can be done to really give them that little bit of an edge coming. And to be fair, we don't have a lot of information to work with, but it can be hypothetical.
I'm glad that they're not playing Alucard.
Actually, yes.
That's one thing. So again, I'm glad that Zeta are respecting the metagame, and they're learning so quickly. So if in the span of a month, they're able to draft and play like this, who's to say that in the span of a game of 10 minutes, they're able to start and pick up on, cues from their opponents?
Yeah,
and then read that, hey, 10 can't breathe and play if June 1's getting bullied. So maybe they hunker down on June 1, and then they give 10 maybe a more self-sustaining hero. Like, the Yushin is a little too vulnerable, in my opinion, and for my taste of 10.
What are you talking about? Was the Hilda not self-sustainable in that case?
No.
It used to be self-sustainable for an entire year.
I mean, the Yushin Shin. Given how much pressure was put on the Hilda, and the Hilda can't protect the Yushin Shin, he had just one trait. It's like, oh God, help! Like, that's it. Like, so that's their relationship. Draft-wise, I hope that they can reconcile that.
I want to see a hero, or rather, I think that this is very hypothetical onto the drafting side, but really I just want to see 10 pulling off early game / mid game heroes. Like you mentioned before, because this time he's playing Yushin, a scaling hero, I want someone that can kind of pop off at level 4, level 5, or whatever.
I don't know, because it feels like Boxian as well as Fredrin has been like the consistent bans that we've been seeing throughout the matchup anyways, right? So does that mean that when looking to the lane, I'm thinking like Benedettas, I'm thinking about Swiss Army knives, I'm thinking about non-interactables, clear waves, fast, rotate becomes priority, arguably even an Edith could come into play in these matchups. It would make a lot of sense.
What if the coast is clear and they put a Suyo in his hands? You know what I mean? If you're sure that the other jungler is not a Joy, and at worst you're facing off against a single Farsa or like a single Zetian, does 10 have a Suyo? I miss Suyo. We haven't seen a single Suyo.
That's true. We haven't seen a single Suyo, and he has a history of actually playing the Suyo during the qualifiers.
Right. I do want to see that Zeta Division playing that as an X factor, right? It's been a long time since we've seen Suyo. How are they going to bring it into the game and make it work? Suyo is kind of phased out, actually for no reason, right? It's just the fact that there are better heroes for very specific purpose. And Suyo is just kind of, like you said, I believe the Swiss Army knife is like great for every situation, but not the best for all.
It could be worse. It could definitely be a lot worse, but that brings us to the one final linchpin for a lot of these compositions, the supports. Because I feel based on what we've seen from the supports, we don't see as much width, breadth, depth. It's tough to say, right? We don't really know what's the full width of their hero pool when it comes down to being flexible with their compositions. So far, we've been seeing team fighting compositions. We've seen 4-1s. We haven't seen hard split pushes just yet. We also haven't seen like dedicated enchanter style mages.
Likewise. Okay, I can see where you're coming from. So at least something a little bit different per se, but not too unorthodox.
Well, I would make an argument of why isn't Florin being touched at all within the meta so far. Not once today do we see Florin.
Does Zeta Division have that? Is that enough of a wild card swing?
I believe.
Can he do it?
I don't believe that they play too much Enchanter support.
So their playstyle doesn't look it.
Huh.
That's the question is, can their playstyle support it? Because, yeah, you're right. We're so used to Kani just being a sandbag.
Yes.
Kani being this wall of meat to support the rest of his squad. But, yeah, no, from game 1 alone, we saw that they can snowball off of 10. And they can put Muy Minette in a position wherein, all right, you lost the first 5 minutes, first 8 minutes. It's okay. We'll push turrets. Just like how you're looking for diversity in that support role, I'm looking for how else their team can, like Rubik's Cube around or like Jenga tower up to where they still work even if you move some of the elements around. Because it's clear that in game 2, if you mess with June 1, things crumble. Can they work that through?
Okay, interesting that you bring that up. If they are going to look to Rubik's Cube this around, maybe consider having a more, I don't know, straightforward game plan. Hey, we're going to play towards our gold lane, right? We want to be able to play on that bot side of the map and look to dominate that because unfortunately they had 2 side laners that weren't capable of doing enough.
Yeah, they lost both lanes.
Exactly, right? And I mean, obviously it's a little more sad for Jun because he's got the Hilda and usually that's supposed to be the dedicated sandbag, but then Tan into the 1-1, that was really, really rough. After 2 solo kills, it's like, come on. When are we going to actually give him the evac to get him to the point of no return?
if we are talking about the gold lane wise, right? So far, Muiminet has been in two losing lanes in two, or rather, losing lanes in two different games.
Whether it be because of the matchup or just his own personal performance, right?
Yes. So why wouldn't it be a possible thing whereby we funnel more information, or rather funnel more power over to the gold lane? Like you said, ensure the support, place down a little bit of a babysitting service down in the bottom lane to ensure that Muiminet wins his lane.
Well, I mean, we're going to find out now that we're heading straight into the draft. This could be the relationship, right? They could look for a strong wave-clearing mid lane to kind of alleviate that pressure, but it's up to you boys. Take us away.
Yeah, away into the draft we go.
Oh, what?
Zeta.
First pick?
First pick, the 1-1. I was going to say.
Okay.
I was going to say Granger. Where's Granger, man? Granger's one of the safest gold laners that whether you have a mediocre, difficult, or like amazing early game, you're okay, but no, he picks one of the high-risk heroes, man. You got to live in your opponent's face to start flying, to get that crossbow tang off. But here we are. This is the reality we have. And Rage answers in kind. How's about I blast you before you take off? The Farsa.
How about we jump you fast before you do anything?
Yep. Bury you to the ground with a giant two-handed sword. Lapu-lapu, right?
Yes, I think that is definitely going to be the direction that Influence Rage might want to go for. So we'll take a look at that. But in the meantime, it does seem like 10 is going back in onto his Hayabusa once again.
Comfort pick.
The comfort pick. We also do have got the Gadokacha. So I do like the Gadokacha pick solely because of the fact that he is an answer. He is an answer over to the Farsa.
So is the Hayabusa. So they're attacking...
They're tackling onto Chan.
Yep, they're attacking Chan now. And I'm wondering if that's enough, because now Rage will close up their first phase and then start going into priority. They will be the first to ban. They will be the first to pick after said banning phase.
Uh-huh.
Do they jungle here now? What are they missing? They're missing a gold laner, missing a jungler, missing a roamer.
At this
Kalia is
point
still at large.
Okay, there we go. Randy mentioned it. So is Farsa enough to make full use of this single this pick-off? Do we have enough damage?
Not yet. No.
Not yet?
I think the jungler and the jungler and the gold. No, less the gold laner. The jungler will be what closes things up. This will be when we say it's worth it. But if game 2 was any indication, Paquito was amazing on the Kalia.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the least of their worries, man.
Paquito has just been in the opponent's face time and time again, and always finding those very crucial Tsunami Slam time and time again. So what exactly is going to be Zeta's answer to all of that? We shall see in the banning pool, because it doesn't seem like they care too much about how the rest is played out. They just want to take away the gold laner, which is going to be the Granger for now.
Yep. Again, it's so hard to give Muiminet a winning lane, especially if they can just wings by wings over the Farsa to the bottom, or to the gold lane to blast him.
Yep.
But I like how Coach Blackjack's batting out the Zertian. Again, the instant cancel on the Feathered Airstrike.
Yep.
One more though, I don't think it should be a mid laner. Instead it is. Oh, he watched the qualifier. He knows that Tsuke
They know when to use it.
is the best Valentina user out of Japan.
So that's a good buy for the Valentina. So what are the possible choices that we're going to have to look out for now? We still have a Yves that's still possible, especially since they have already denied that the Gadokacha. The opponent naturally don't have an answer to a Yves.
I guess, but you're 50-50 on the fight. You're 50-50 on the artillery range battle. But at least you have better zoning, because you know this is for sure where you stay. People come in and come out. They get hurt. They get immobilized. There's Iritel. So what does
Bruno?
Bruno's banned out.
Oh wait. Oh right, you're right.
Iritel, Granger,
Moskov. Moskov, yes.
You can Moskov, sir. Does Influence Rage prioritize the Moskov though, or do they go for the jungler first?
I would like to believe that they want to keep the jungler as the X factor here. They want to leave it out. Since the gold laner is already out, they can always just play towards that. Aside from Moskov, what else can we look at? They actually picked up the ring first.
They keep it close to the chest. Again, the fact that the two bans in the second phase were gold laners, plus the fact that 1-1 was first pick, means Rage can play that gold lane. They're doubling down on the fact that that's their very last pick. So now Zeta, they can see the sling, They can see the Kalia and whoa, hold up.
Oh.
Why is Ten so happy about this?
There's something.
Yep, they still don't have an XP laner and a mid laner.
Yeah.
This is a mystery. What artillery mage would you
They are
send off
cooking
against
something.
a Farsa?
Is this someone's signature pick or something?
Or something very specific, unorthodox, that only they play in Japan. Okay, wow. Surprising
Wait,
that the
Phoebe-
Phobies didn't get banned out.
Okay, the Phobies just slipped out. We didn't see that, but it is the Lilia.
All right, this Lilia
We
has...
talked about this.
Yes, Lilia has been in the works, given how certain changes in the meta, in the patch.
Uh-huh.
We've been theorizing that Lilia should be popping off by now.
With superior lane control.
Especially since Glue is big too. Lilia plays well against Glue. So yeah, expect that there's a solid, sustainable mid for Zeta, and then 10 should just clean up house. I don't even get started on what happens with Moimine, especially since he's laning up against a Beatrix.
Okay, so I actually kind of do like what the Influence Rage is bringing onto the mix, right? With the Beatrix coming in with that Kalia, we essentially have very good answers to just blast the opponents into oblivion the moment that they actually catch someone with the Tsunami Slam. And not to forget, we also do have the Faster, so this is pretty much a siege comp as well that can work out very well for them.
Yep.
A lot of zoning.
So with that said, Influence Rage bringing a lot of the momentum that they garnered in Game 2, running right through Zeta Division. All this while Zeta debut picked the Lilia. Is that, I reckon that's why they were clapping. That's why they were so happy about it.
I would like to believe so, yeah. We haven't seen the Lilia in the longest time. And this time, for the match point between these two teams, Zeta Division and Influence Rage, Lilia joins into the fray.
Is this going to be enough to push Zeta Division over the top and upset Group B once more for a third match of the day, the rubber match? It comes down to this. Can they get up into the 1-0 bracket of the first stage of the wildcards? Influence. Wow, look at the damage that Suke put onto Paquito, man. Put him down to half health.
Let's take a moment, whenever possible, to actually talk about the Lilia, right? One thing for sure is that Lilia is absolutely amazing at wave clears, right? But it's been so long since we last seen Lilia with the changes and all.
Her damage got pumped up, but her energy regeneration has been tweaked.
So
that is a change.
So Fasa versus Lilia, what kind? Who's the winning one in lane priority, or are they just equal?
I'd reckon the Lilia wins if they're positioned well.
Okay.
That's team fighting. Lane wise, no.
Lane-wise.
Look how fast they both clear. They both just got out of there quickly. They both don't care.
They honestly just want to influence the lanes as much as possible.
Correct.
So realistically speaking, the mages don't need to touch each other.
Nope.
They just need to clear the lanes, and then we're off to our business.
Yes. If you're stuck in the lane, you're losing.
Fair. With the amount of movements coming in, Zeta Division, they definitely want to put a little bit more priority down to the bottom lane. I assume with June 1 just going to be rushing himself right into the face of Paquito, forces that flicker as well.
The discipline on 10, you see how he held back that shadow kill? I could have sworn he could have
went for it.
But he didn't. It's not time. It's not time.
Not yet. Reserving that for the upcoming turtle fight. They know what's coming, and they can definitely expect a little bit more.
Yep, Zeta Division first to the scene. Jun1 and Suke welcoming Paquito. He senses that there's more of a presence here. Kani as well holding the Y brush. Oh, it's all Zeta.
Yeah, I don't think that Influence Rage will be able to do anything. As 10 ticks up a free turtle, we do have Zeta Division with a very good zoning. Just ensuring that Influence Rage will be able to do too much. Oh, look at that! All the amounts of damage from Fury forces Muimina to go home now. Oh, yo! Okay. I'm surprised that I didn't see that coming.
Coast to coast. None of us saw it coming. Even Moiminet thought he was safe. And he gets punished by Hotun by recalling out in the open. Could have sworn he was safe from Fury, but Fury was not the real threat. The real threat was Hotun, and that is first blood drawn on to the sad gold laner for Zeta Division. Currently sitting at 0-1-1. 3 minutes in. About a minute and change until the next turtle spawns in the lower quarter. So, it's safe to say, Zeta Division has won 2 out of 3 lanes.
Yes.
They definitely lost gold.
They definitely lost gold. Not exactly the best track record for Mui Minette, but hopefully they will be able to see that coming in, because it is a 1-1 after all. You want to play in team fights, but so far in the past few games, he's not really in those. But speaking of which, and speaking of team fight, 10 looking for one onto Chan. He already used the Ogi Shadow kill, but in the meantime, also Tempest of Blaze coming from your Hodun with 2 Blades and out of it.
2 ults, resulting in no kills. So far, both junglers respecting each other's output, but there's a slight lead in the EXP for 10. But if you're talking about utility, you're talking about easily executable wins. Hotun has to be respected. Hotun, you have to understand that his kill on Mui Minette earlier was orchestrated by Influence Rage. Influence Rage set that up, so it's not as easy for Zeta Division to do the same.
Zeta Division, they don't really quite have the amount of mobility per se, aside from the Avatar of the Guardian. Technically speaking, we do have 10 with his Quad Shadows.
But he has to use the Quad Shadow to back out too.
Yes, exactly. There is a small little time frame before the shadows dissipate, so he gotta have to do everything that he needs during that window of opportunity.
And he's playing with such a small margin of error. He has to play this very well. Very similar to how he played game number 1. June 1. Keeps tabs on Chino, so does Kani. Chan relocating. Oh, the turtle still standing.
As now the Feathered Airstrike just going to be popping right out, while Chan is going to be untouchable by the side of Zeta Division, and such allowing them to land pretty good kills in, with Chan taking 1 Fury as well. 3 men down for Zeta Division, and the reward, the turtle.
They are trading it over, plus the 3 bodies that they've given away for that turret up top. 10 looking for the steal, does not get it. Instead, in some freak of nature accident, it's Fury, he takes it.
Unfortunately,
I mean,
doesn't have the Ogi Shadow kill to work with.
Yeah, he did spend it just about 15 seconds ago, but better that it was taken by Fury than by a random shuriken. At least it went to Influence Rage.
At least it went to them, yeah. So it's not too bad per se. It's currently 2:4, and the amount of gold is not tilting to anyone. It is relatively balanced. The gold for the side of Zeta Division is actually more towards the Gatokacha for some reason. But down in the middle lane, Peace Game, it doesn't seem like he's in a good spot. Does he have the black shoes? No, he don't. Cheetah picks up yet another kill on top of him, while June is completely all the way in. He's fully committing. But all he can do is just go and go and go.
It's sad that Zeta Division committed to trading for that top lane tier 1, but apparently we didn't keep tabs on it. Mui Minette didn't even get it down. All he was doing was wailing away at the gold shield turret. So that's why they were able to set at 15k, but now with a couple of kills here, and clearly that turret going down in the hands of Hotun, it's all Influence Rage. 10's in trouble.
Yeah, big trouble. He doesn't even have the Quad Shadows to work with, but surprisingly, 10 actually didn't receive a lot of damage from all of that, but he still went down. Zeta Division, they don't have that pincer attack working for them, as Paquito goes in, Tidal Strike, as well as Tsunami Slam, right into the face of Biscay, bringing him down before he could even breathe. Kani is going to go up onto Paquito to go for a Avenging Frag, while June 1, he goes in, but he don't have got any escape mechanism, just walks himself away, and he'll be fine.
Very similar to game number 2. Zeta Division are now playing the Influence Rage's tempo. Here comes Hotun!
Oh no! Chan with a Feathered Airstrike. He catches Mui Minette at the final second, and even a kill onto June 1, as June was hoping to sacrifice himself to ensure Mui Minette gets away.
The intent is very much appreciated. It's a thought that counts, but here thoughts don't save you from the economic advantage of losing out on turrets, on a massive number of kills, and on major objectives like the turtle here. 7 minutes in, Zeta Division can't even think of smelling what the turtle smells like because they're so far away. I hate to say it, look at this lineup. They're gonna have to ube. This early on, they're gonna have to ube.
There's not really much that they can work with at this point. They don't have that amount of gold enough to actually pop off. Biscay has been caught off guard quite a lot of time, despite having a Purify as well as black shoes. The amount of damage output, I assume, is just not there.
No, the thing is, it's not reliable damage output. Sure, Chan deals more damage when he ults, but for Psuke, you have to have your opponent in a very specific spot. Paquito gets one more, Tsunami Slam!
Goodbye to Kani once again. It is all about the pickoff game for Influence Rage to constantly get himself more advantage as time goes by. Hodun is a skilling jungler after all, and I'm pretty sure that he's happy with how the way the game is going right now.
Oh, more than happy. Stole away that gold crab. Tempest of Blades up into the skies, forcing a quad shadow away from 10. Paquito, he's playing as if his Tsunami Slam is off cooldown, but everybody knows it's not, but look at how scared they are.
And now the Tsunami Slam ropes June in, and all he can do is just fly up into the sky, and so will the 1-1. Surprisingly gets a kill. He's going to go next on the Fury. Flickers, but Minette still managed to get a shutdown on the Fury. Backs a triple.
Oh, the turnaround. A silver lining, a ray of hope for Zeta Division as they push down bottom, but it's not enough to catch up to the speed of Influence Rage. Hotun escorts a wave up top as he takes down tier 2.
Right when we needed Mui Minette the most, he popped off and gave us a triple. The amount of gold that he has for now is definitely going to help him a little bit more in order to get himself to critical mass. But we still got time, right? There's still time. 9 minutes in, as long as Influence Rage don't get the upcoming Lord and just crash in onto the inhibitor turret, that's enough.
Easier said than done, Eugene. Easier said than done.
Easier said than done.
Influence Rage, that's the reason why Hotun set up that top lane, is because it's long lane. It's literally half the map across away from where the Lord is. So if Zeta Division want to contest, they have to take care of that lane first. And indeed they did. They sent Muimine to clear that. Now they're making a beeline to the Lord pit. It's a dance. Influence Rage taking their purple first. And then we'll see how Zeta Division come in to contest. There's a purple on 10 as well.
We're going to have to slowly wait for the time.
Oh, no, there's not. Oh, Influence Rage took everything. I didn't notice 10 was starved like that. They did him dirty.
10 doesn't have a single buff to himself. That is gonna be rough. Chan activates onto the Feathered Airstrike pretty darn early. Muiminet shoving the waves, and this is where Influence Rage tries to open themselves up a little bit, try to catch onto Muiminet, but to no avail.
Oh, Muiminet's using himself as bait. They're forcing a response away from the Lord Pit, away from everyone else. Because it's much easier for Zeta Division to bite back at Influence Rage if they're divided. You can't fight a united coalition like this from Influence Rage. And something tells me it's working, Abstract, because they dispersed. They're not bearing down on the Lord as hard as I expected them to.
Yep. Influence Rage could generally try to blitz down the Lord, especially with the winning lane up top previously. But oh, there's a lot of damage coming in from the Feather Airstrike. And to seal the deal, even with the Tsunami Slam, Kani just going to be walking himself in, allowing Peacecake to get himself more than enough space to win in that fight.
Oh!
Chino with only a sliver, but Mui Minette goes in for the shutdown on the Chan, but at the cost of his own life.
2 for 2 the trade. Mui Minette in June 1 for Chan and Paquito. If you stretch the math out a specific way, this might be a worthy trade. The fact that you took out Chan means there's no there's no artillery magic damage coming your way. Look at the burst coming in from this Farsa. Genius Wand this early on. Did you see? Look, if we bring up the damage charts,
he's probably top of the charts.
I would reckon Chan is like top 3 at least.
Definitely.
So this is a win in my book in that case, but there it is, number 2.
There we go. Ooh.
See, so
Fury has a lot of damage there.
I think if this was better planned out, maybe Zeta Division could have contested.
Yeah,
Lord over to Influence Rage.
Takes down the Lord, but in the meantime, the Feathered Airstrike zones everyone else away, and ensuring the Zeta Division does not get anywhere closer. But it is going to be a none for 2 trade, so Influence Rage lost 2 for a Lord.
So this is all Influence Rage right now. Zeta Division, they took 2, yes, but these are 2 heroes that can afford to die. These are why they picked the Lapu-Lapu in the Kalia. They're made to be sandbags. They're made to be shields for the rest of Influence Rage. But with this Lord coming up, yeah, they won't be able to capitalize either. So this is a sideways win for Zeta?
I would say that this is a win even... Is it even a win for either side? Because Influence Rage, they have got the Beatrix, the skills over to the late stages of the game, and so is a Ling, right? Ling is naturally always going to be like pos 1 jungler. You want to get him skilled up. You want him to get as much farm as possible.
What they call a funnel.
The funnel.
Yeah, it's a hypercore. So now you're looking at... a lead for Muimine. What? About 300 gold between him and Fury. So he's the difference here. The key is Muimine only really presses Wind of Nature when he's fighting Fury, right?
Only Fury.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, no,
maybe Hotun too.
Hotun
But
too.
mostly Fury. Fury has to think of 10 as well. Oh!
And blasted into the oblivion. 10 could not even do anything when Pakitu just ran straight into the title strike.
He spotted that Shinobi. He wasn't hidden in the bush well enough. And that's a free pick off.
Oh,
an amazing read by Influence Rage. I mean, he'll be back for the Lord contest, that's for sure.
For sure.
They needed 10. They need to keep themselves scarce. They need to conserve every single kill, every single resource. Bodies, count, Suke, Black Shoes to save himself.
Takes 2 pot shots from the feathered airstrike, but it does seem like the bottom lane T3 will go down to the hands of Influence Rage. This is exactly what we want to see in order for them to get a little bit more to their name. But Mui Mined dancing with the Grim Reaper.
Oh, he already pressed his Wind of Nature. And Hotun is able to walk away with his Tempest of Blades, happy with that trade. For the first time, though, in what seems like, 5 minutes? 10 gets his purple.
Finally,
exactly.
Finally.
Like, woo!
There is a fighting chance now then. However, he's not exactly the best when it comes down to his gold. I think that he was like, 2,000 behind of Hodun when it comes down to their gold. So if you look at this, okay, it's no
more
longer
than.
Yeah,
he's
it's
4
way more.
behind. He's 4,000 behind.
This is rough on the Zeta.
I thought you were going to say this is wrong. Because it is. Like, what is that, 4,000? That's an item and a half.
Damn.
That's an item and a quarter if if you're looking at physical damage items, right?
Yeah, I mean if you look at the most expensive item being the Sword of Destruction, it's a
Blade of Despair.
Blade of Despair
plus a Legion Sword. It's disgusting.
That's a lot.
Zeta Division is in trouble, but you know what? There's a saying, it's not over till it's over. They can't find a way back. Oh no!
Then Muiminet pops off with that Wind of Nature. And that is also the Tempest of Blaze that has been used. But 10 has been caught again! Oh, 10. He's not feeling it this game.
He's feeling something.
He's feeling something.
But it is not. Influence Rage. Raging away at the Lord, scoring their second major objective here. Not a single one for Zeta Division. I can't believe we're just looking at 15 minutes. I could have sworn this slaughter has been going on for much longer.
But I mean, to be fair, Influence Rage, they thrive in the late stages as well, having the Ling and a Beatrix. So as long as the game kind of drags on for them, I think that they have a very good fighting chance regardless. But it's more of that they gotta have to be real careful because Zeta Division, they're kind of playing down to the 50-50 thing. The moment they lose a team fight, a single walk down in bottom lane could have done something.
Especially in mid. If in mid, Zeta Division are able to defend, then maybe. But I think
maybe.
Best case scenario, Influence Rage just takes away your inhibitors. Worst case, it's over.
We do have the Lord that is just going to be marching down the bottom lane though, and Influence Rage is going to be filling up the entirety of the base up to the northern side, while Hodun is focused down in the middle lane with the Feather Airstrike just going to be popping right out with the Titan Striker. He's hoping that he will be able to bring a little bit more, but unfortunately this is going to be June 1 all the way. The Menace at the back, he managed to deal a lot of damage over to the Son of Fury, but they don't have enough damage to bring him down just yet. But this is a great defense from the Southern Zeta Division.
Mind you, the rest of Zeta weren't even there. That was at best 4 of them. Muimine was not part of that engagement. So Zeta Division are playing with real firepower right now. Say what you will about the 6,000, 7,000 gold lead, but Zeta Division has it where it matters.
That's the defense that we needed for Zeta. The middle lane, like you talked about, we need that T3 in the middle lane in order for them to have a walk down in the middle. Ensure that they are able to take a little bit more pot shots off of this T1 that is most important.
And so far, they're making the most of that final bastion. Mid is where Zeta Division has hope. And rebellions are built on hope. Zeta Division is rebelling against the system. We know we're underdogs. We know that you have a better built MLBB ecosystem, but by God, we're here now in the wild card. We are ready to reintroduce Japanese MLBB to the world. And they're holding on. Eugene, they're holding on.
It's not over until it's over. Biscay loses his life to a Hodun just running right in his face, and he don't dare to use the black shoes because it's a little bit too timid. Not again. Not another one. Muiminet is just going to be hopping his way out of the fight, but unfortunately he already lost half of HP, but he bounces and he dances up into the air. Hodun all the way to the back, but Muiminet managed to find a kill down the Pakiru. The rest of the members from Zeta Division, they still have not lost anything since Biscay went down.
A significant amount of choice calls were made in that little pocket of the jungle. I could have sworn there was a finger on the trigger and Moimine's face down the barrel of a gun. Fury scope, it missed! By God, it missed! And now Zeta Division are still alive and they have a winning trade. I'll tell you now, any single non-core hero from Zeta Division for anyone in Influence Rage is a blessing for the Japanese squad. So they should pat themselves on the back. Like the fact that they didn't lose just yet is a way to get back in. But look at Hawthorne, oh no.
That choke point in the previous fight really felt as though that was like shooting fish in a barrel for Chan. It's such a small little space, having that feathered airstrike at all. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the game-ending play. Perhaps this one is.
Oh, this is risky. I don't know how Zeta Division is making this call that maybe we should dance, especially putting Moimine up that close to the pit. There's literally 3 sharks circling around him. And they are Latino sharks. The Influence Rage wants their marksman, man. They're going to have Moimine one way or another.
It's 19 minutes into this game. It is an involved lot at that. And Influence Rage, they are not going to show too much of their cards right now. They definitely have someone in the pixel brush that they know about.
This is lethal. It's scary to think that a team that is so chaos-infused, that is just so high octane when they play this way, when they play methodically, it's scary. You know that they mean to finish a series this way.
They are serious at this point. You can't just throw bodies anymore. You know that there is definitely something, but here we go, not another one! When it comes down to Tsunami Slam, connecting down to 10, this is a given, Lord! Once again, Paquito, a menace.
And 10 is his quarry. For 5 times now in this 20-minute game, 10 was spotted vulnerable, and he was given the proper treatment you would any possible assassin. You just take him down. And now Zeta Division are staring down the 3rd Lord. I'm sure they defended 2 others prior to this, but now there's a 3rd Lord, and they find Hawthorne!
I don't think that they'll be able to do this, as Temple of Blades is going to be used to 2 blades right out of that. But now, yet another one of the Tsunami Slam! Well, we also do have the Feathered Aspect that's going to be working their way all the way through, but Muimine joins into the battle. It doesn't seem like they will be able to send him flying up to the sky just yet, but this entire fight coming from Influence Reach, scattered like no tomorrow, while the Lord marches down from the top lane, ready to pillage everything that Zeta Division loves.
2 free kills. Zeta Division have 5 to defend with. If my numbers are correct, I don't think it's over just yet. I think Zeta Division are able to defend this.
I don't think the Influence Rage is gonna try to go for this. I don't think that they will want to escort anything from this. The middle lane is not pushing in at all. They do have the high ground. They sniped June 1, but it's not gonna be enough.
Again, it's not over till it's over. Zeta Division holding on. The arena applauses their efforts to defend. Again, the fact that there is so much against them. And they're still here. 10 has been playing like a utility Hayabusa. Where do you even see that? How do you reconcile that fact? He's juggling items. What is he building now? Queen's Wings? It looks like it. Or is he rebuilding his war axe? What's going on with this Haya?
Or it could be a Sea Halberd. Does Sea Halberd uses this one? I know that he's attack speed.
Sea Halberd does not use the arrow.
Damn.
It does not use the bow. It doesn't need the
throw the Sea Halberd.
It doesn't need the cooldown like that. But yeah, no, this is at some point it goes beyond even game skill now. Patience plays a very key role. The methodical approach to that last lord down in the bottom here in the lower quarter is something that Zeta Division are slowly and constantly picking up on. So maybe they play this better. Maybe they attack the next lord in the upper quarter better.
It's an endless battle. The final pickup coming from Zeta Division's
What's an endless battle?
10 is an endless battle.
Oh, I guess he just needed the extra cooldown, sold it, built an endless battle.
1:5:2. We just need one good fight coming from Zeta Division, and they can walk it right down the middle lane. The good thing is that they still have the T3, so we don't have a Mega Creeps that is going to stop Zeta Division.
Whoa. Moimine's hiding himself. He's keeping himself scarce. And I don't think he was spotted there.
I think
he was. Now he knows the jig is up. All right, I'm just going to clear this anyways. And Influence Rage coming through. That's a concealed play by Paquito. All right, he lets it go.
Yeah, he still have the flicker as well. So everyone going to have to keep on high alert for any of that potential play coming up.
Moimine just making a beeline to the fight. What is this? He's throwing all subtlety out the door.
This is a very aggressive play coming in! But hold on a second. Gino had to use his ultimate. And Chan also a defensive feathered airstrike.
Math checks out, 2 ults for 1. Zeta Division are in the best position they've ever been. Save for the map. I'll tell you now, the map is still against them. And they're sending Muimine to clear the waves. But cooldowns, you can't go around cooldowns, Abstract. Influence Rage have to wait for Chino and Chan to get their cooldown off their ult.
But Zeta Division themselves, I don't think that they're too confident in taking up a fight without Muiminet as well.
Yeah, it's such a small window. Never mind, it's back.
Yeah, it's back again. He has to go all the way down to clear that wave. They're not willing to play a little bit, they're not willing to play risky and allow the bottom lane to push right in. It is going to be the feathered airstrike just going to be popped, of course, to zone everyone else out a little bit. Hodun takes a lot down. 10 unfortunately wasn't able to take that one. As Influence Rage realizes, okay, we want that one. We're just going to be rushed right in. But Hodun decided to march all the way down to the bottom lane.
Unfortunate, if my instincts tell me correct. Oh my God!
Oh no way!
Pops the immortality!
He has the Ogi Shadow kill as well. Oh, but then RNG!
All right. All right. Hotun's lives. But here's the thing. Muimine made a beeline for the fight, right? He totally skipped Hotun. Hotun was just walking in the brush, and Muimine skipped him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if that was as on purpose, like he was prioritizing killing 2 or 3 others in the backline, but they literally crossed paths like this.
Oh, damn.
And that's why Hotun ended up in the bottom lane inside the base.
Okay, that would explain a lot more. But, okay, this is probably it, right? Right?
It's gotta be. Unless there's something else.
Oh! The snipe! The double snipe on the biscuit as well as Muiminet. More than 1 minute onto the death timer. But unfortunately, it's Jun, it's 10, it's Kani. Everyone from Zeta Division has been wiped out, and Influence Rage takes the series.
A valiant effort by Zeta Division, reintroducing Japanese MLBB to the world. But in the end, MP Latam's once favorite to take home the championship in Season 3, take the series all the way. Game 3, Influence Rage.
Oh boy, the pattern is here, the pattern is real.
It's a reverse sweep.
It's always gonna be a reverse sweep now. We are 3 series in, and so far we've got game number 1 won, and then they lost the next 2. It is definitely a painful situation to be in, especially since Zeta Division has such an opening, or such a banger opening.
Zeta Division did well to entertain us.
Yeah.
They came this close to actually taking the series. Again, there were moments
of final game
brilliance here in this final game, but at the end of the day, you can't trade that for experience and just sheer chaos that Influence Rage introduces into their matchups here. To think that there was a moment like that, to think that it wasn't always Muimine bullying Influence Rage. That's how long a game it was. I lost track. How long was that?
I think that was a good 25 minutes.
25, 26?
Should be around there.
Oh my God. All right, say what you will about this ending the way we expected anyways, that Influence Rage would win, but
it's good.
Color me impressed. I am
All the way
entertained.
down the wire.
I am entertained. We cannot write Zeta Division off just like that.
I think that they would stand a chance with some of the other teams out right now. I don't think that they're going to be like knocked down early or anything with whatever that they showed us in this series, especially since it's against Influence Rage, which is my prediction of winning the wildcards. I think that they are on par with Influence Rage.
They gave Influence Rage a run for the money. They pushed them to the limit. They went 26, 27 minutes, something like that, close to it, and they forced them to play as clean as they can. But I'll tell you now, this is a blessing in disguise. It's so much easier now to point out where the mistakes were from Zeta Division, and if they address those, if they put the right solutions in the right time, they'll go far.
Fair. So now it's all about the experience. What did they get out of this game? What did they get out of this series? Attempt them, solve them, win the next.
It's possible, man, because it seems like Zeta Division, their quirk, if you know what I'm saying, right? From a well-known anime, their quirk is they learn fast.
They learn fast, they adapt fast.
This is
the power of adaptability.
This is Boku no MLBB right here. I'm so pain me impressed, but still, congratulations. Influence Rage 1 match win away from going to the next stage of the wildcards, they are joining the 1-0 bracket, while while Zeta Division rather gets sent down to the X-1 bracket, fighting for tournament life. Gideon, it ended up the way we all did, but not. The journey was very different.
It was. The journey was a little topsy-turvy here, but at the end, the Latam representatives come out on top. I'm happy for the boys because, as you mentioned, you put it perfectly, experience goes a very long way. And I think a couple of things that Zeta Division could actually look to work on, unfortunately, has to be the draft, because based on what we're seeing in game, they can clearly push buttons, and they do it very, very well. But if the tools just don't fit the task, you're really just trying to drive a wedge between them. And I think that's the big problem. If they work on their draft just a little bit more, I think this game could have been very winnable, because Influence Rage, they just had everything.
Which is, again, better than just being completely lost, right? I could name like 3 or 4 things that they could have done to win that series. Better draft, take care of 10, take care of Suke, and then, I don't know, better early to mid-game positioning. That's it. If they address a good chunk of those things, like not even all of those things, then maybe this would have been an 18-minute upset. It's possible.
It's possible.
I mean, let's also not forget about the foresight, right? We can tell that at least for Zeta Division, it's clear that they are hardened by the rank system, right? They've got great instincts on how to capitalize on certain moments in the game. But
and they're just mechanically gifted.
They are mechanically gifted, but the big issue is that there isn't the level of foresight, right? Maybe in terms of looking at the macro, yes, sure. But in terms of team fight IQ, it seems that Influence Rage has got them beat.
And instincts. Many times, not just in Game 3, but in this series, Psuke would just randomly walk up to a bush where Paquito was like, "Psych, got you." If you gave these boys maybe 3 or 4 months in the competitive MLBB scene, like a scene that they will grow in, they'll be a real threat in the M7 wildcard. I hate to be jumping that far out in the future, but that is the potential I see in them now. Like, that is evident in just 3 games.
But in the grand scheme of things, as you said, experience. The more they play, the more they experience, and the more they understand how certain plays or certain ways the game is supposed to be. By a certain point in time, I know that spot is forbidden, that brush is forbidden, we're not working in that way, and in the foresight for 10, perhaps that's not the route. I've been caught by Paquito once, twice, 3 times. Okay, never again.
Well, with that being said, it does mean that we are coming to our final best of 3 of today. The wildcards have been such a ride, such a journey here at MSC at EWC 2025. A good time, but we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be the conclusion of day number 1 and as well as the final match in Group B. We'll catch you after these 7 minutes.
Guys, just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC alive this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the Cuban frequency. I think we're getting close. You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances. We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury, Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds! Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team, they claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solve the final format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else. From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time. Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no! Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage. 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just fight a tougher team just to play.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first? Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wild cards to glory.
Yes!
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Welcome back, everybody. You are currently watching the wild cards. We are down to our final best of three here for day number one. Plenty of MLBB action to go around here at the 2025 Esports World Cup live in Riyadh. My name is Getting Q for those of you who are just tuning in. Here at the SEC Gaming Hall, we're having a good old time, but let's introduce our casters for our upcoming matchup. We've got Eterna as well as Abstract at the helm to keep you guys entertained for our upcoming best of three. Boys and girls, we have experienced 3 full games every single series. 9 total games has already been played here at the SEC Gaming Hall. Therefore, is this next one going to be a 2-0 sweep now that Leo is gone? Or are we back to the threes?
This has been a consistent pattern so far, right? Game number 1, we've got Team A that wins, and then it's reverse flip all the way. We thought that 1 time, sure. 2 time, sure. 3 time, okay. This is a weird pattern. Until the point in time we now come down to the 4th series, it would be funny if the moment Leo stepped away and we get a 2-0 game.
Yeah, it could go either or, I think. But it goes to show if it does make it to a full best of 3 once again, it shows how close things are in the wild cards. It shows how all these regions are adapting to one another and how there's so much room for error, but also room for progress. I think that was really reflected in our previous game that we saw from Zeta. I think you guys put it really nicely about the fact that the potential is definitely there. It just needs a little bit more shining.
Polishing.
A little bit more pizzazz as well.
Pizzazz. Well, I do think that, that's the beauty of the GSL format, right? It gives you those 2 lives. It prioritizes making sure that you guys keep on winning. But coming into this particular, and especially when we're talking about specifically the meta, what do you guys think so far here at Wildcards? Is the meta exactly where we thought it was supposed to be, or are people just trying to kind of figure out whether they're on stilts or some actual solid ground?
See, I don't know what's going on, because I think when we were talking about the meta, we were expecting heroes like the Chip to come through, the Angela to come a lot more into the meta. We were even talking about Rafaela and Estes, but these support heroes aren't really making their way. So I'm not really sure if it's the meta that we were kind of still, trying to get a grasp on, or it's just these regions in particular in the wild cards are more comfortable with, their comfort picks instead of the meta.
What about you, Abstract? Because so far today we've seen a lot of bans on Zushin. We've also seen a little too many Yishinshins as well, something which I'm hoping that Virtus Pro is going to try out today with Baccarat, Endoryu, Bobber, Pluto, and as well as Super Gorka. I'm looking for this EECA team to really show us what it's all about.
Yeah, okay, to answer your question, I would like to believe that I'm expecting more Enchanted support, but no! That's not the way, and I'm kind of surprised. Hopefully, though, Nightmare Esports gives us something a little bit different here. And who's going to be in my support? Nightmare Esports. We do a by Lucy. We got 2 easy for Lexi, Social, Jasmine, and Cammy.
These names are not unfamiliar. We've seen these faces, we've seen these names time and time again, and if I'm not mistaken, this is a roster that has been established since 2020. So technically, okay, Cammy came through in, I think, 2021 back at MSC, but for the rest of the team, they've been together for so long, and it's a different story with Virtus Pro, who's rocking in a new jungler, because it's not Zaur in that jungle position, it's actually Andoryu, who is a Filipino import.
So as much as I know about is that Andoryu joined into the fray because their own jungler is too young.
Yup, he's
15.
too young. He's 15, right? It's one of those moments where you're just like, dang it, man. We had a very similar situation in MPL-MY, Era 404. He was 15 years old. He's not 16. You gotta wait that time. You gotta wait that time. But it looks like we're jumping straight into the draft, boys and girls. I'll leave it to the professionals here at the desk. Abstract, Eterna, take it away.
So right off the bat, I do want to mention that having Andoryu over to the team, I have the concern is always about communication, right? In a team-based game, you want to be able to communicate with your team, and I'm just not too sure whether Andoryu have got that communication down, and perhaps even when it comes down to chemistry.
Because they've been together for 2 months, I think?
I think around
just
there.
A couple of months.
Sub-2, I guess.
Hopefully those things have been ironed out. I mean, technically Andoryu has like a huge rep behind him, having one of the best stats in Season 14 as a jungler, which was the same season that King Kong was playing. So that shows a lot about him, but let's get straight into the drafts. We do see some differences here. The Farsa banned out. Kalea also taken off the board. We have the Wanwan, the Hayabusa, and the Fanny that will not see the light of day either.
Okay, so something a little bit different from Nightmare Esports roster, actually. I Did is here instead of So, which would make a lot more sense, considering the fact that for Nightmare Esports, they played their qualification games with I Did instead.
Well, there you go. So,
okay.
Double imports coming through from Nightmare Esports. It's by Lucci and IDID, who are also Filipino imports. Aside from all the bans that we mentioned earlier on, Baxe gets taken out, so it's starting to limit the jungle pool just a bit. We won't be seeing the Hayabusa. Maybe the Fredrin might pop out here, but it looks like Nightmare will prioritize this Arlet, which technically is still a flex pick.
Yeah, it's definitely a great pick coming in from them. This is probably the first time that I'm casting an Arlet. So far, all the games that I've casted doesn't have an Arlet. But in the meantime, for the side of Virtus Pro, they've decided to pick up that Uranus as well as a Yi Sun Shin. So just having a Yi Sun Shin here, I can rest easy. There's not going to be a possibility of that Uranus into the jungle anymore. Because that one time that it happened, it just did not work out so well.
Yeah, it didn't.
No way.
That's why we've seen a lot of experiments coming through, but what we're sure of is now the Fredrin gets picked up. So the junglers are established right now. What do you think would be the glaring difference between these two junglers?
Honestly, one thing for sure is that when it comes down to having a Yi Sun Shin, he does have the tempo to play around with. In the early stages of the game, you do have got quite a bit of power spike just to play more on the snowball fashion. Well, in the meantime, you do have the Fredrin that is a lot more tankier. You definitely will be able to try to clear waves as fast as possible, but the Yi Sun Shin definitely will be able to do things faster with his given mobility as well as his clear speed all in general.
Which is why I find this very fascinating, because coming into this match, it's known all around that both of these teams like to play aggressive, right? On one side, we have a Virtus Pro who likes to get things going as soon as possible. They have a very aggressive mid-trio playstyle, so we are seeing that flavor kind of pop in the drafts here with the Kimmy in the mid lane, we do believe, right?
Oh no, not again. Having a Yi Sun Shin and a Kimmy, that means we are going back to the greedy draft. 3 marksman that is potentially gonna come up for the side of Virtus Pro. The last time that we saw this, it worked out great.
Yeah.
The last time I saw it worked out great. So the only thing that logic just doesn't make sense to me. But if it works, hey, it ain't stupid if it works. So at this point in time, I'm looking forward to see what Virtus Pro have got in store for us.
I mean, it's greedy, but if you get to the power spikes, it pays off.
Yeah.
Right? The damage, the range coming through. It's a lot of poke as well coming in from VP, which is something that, unfortunately, NM, Nightmare, has not answered just yet, right? They have the Jushin, who's technically very short range, the Fredrin, kind of the same, as well as the Arlet. So I'm looking at someone that can dive into the back line. I'm not really sure if we're going to see it later on. As we get into the second phase of the bans, the CC gets taken away, as well as that Granger.
Okay, so I do like the CC ban, but the Granger ban from themselves is not what I would expected. I mean, granted, they have first pick. Yeah, granted they have first pick. So they don't have the opportunity to pick first in the second phase, which is why they would want to ban out a Granger. But personally, I would love to kind of risk it a little bit, just so that they can get the Granger for themselves and play the front to back, given that it is a Fredrin and a Jusin.
So what are we missing here?
I would say that Bruno. The Bruno is going to be the next possible pick that would work well for Nightmare. As for Virtus Pro, I think anything could work out for them, given the fact that they have 2 marksmen already.
Here's the thing, right? But we're talking about Cammy. Cammy is a Granger main, which is why I share the sentiment that you mentioned earlier on with the Granger being banned out. We're looking at heroes like the Wanwan who's banned out as well, Harith and the Beatrix. comes to
Harith.
mind. If we're talking about Cammy in particular, but as
Okay.
a general whole, I agree. I think the Bruno does wonders in the early stage of the game. That will also kind of accentuate their playstyle that wants to play for the early.
Okay, so right as you mentioned that, the Harith joins in the fray, but okay, the Masher joins in. So the Masher is specifically picked just because of the fact that there's an abundance of marksmen over to the side of Virtus Pro's lineup. In most situations, I don't like that, but only because of the fact that it's a triple marksman composition from VP, I'm okay with the Masher. I would naturally want to see something a little bit more AoE style, something that plays towards that Harith a little bit more, be it the Gatukacha, but which has been taken away. Otherwise, having the Badang, which is banned out as well.
Exactly.
So, yeah, okay. So you know what? It's fine. Masher, we'll give it over.
There's not a lot of tools that they can
There's
work
not a
with,
lot,
and
yeah.
we did mention that they needed an answer towards the back line, so I think the Masha does make sense, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Kimmy going to be having a little bit more of a difficult time because technically she can't self-peel, but that's what the Gatot and the Uranus is for. As it turns out, the Bruno is not going into the hands of Nightmare. It's actually going into the hands of Virtus Pro.
So if that's said and done, this is the full lineup with the final pickup from Virtus Pro as that Bruno. Triple marksman with great amount of power spikes in the early stages of the game because of the Bruno and that Yi Sun Shin. Mid stages is where the Kimi start to pop off. So they have a good curve from the early, mid to late.
And the big question is, what are going to be the winning conditions for Nightmare Esports? With the Fredrin, technically they do have a little bit to say around neutral objective takes. The big question is, do they want to contest it? As it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Land of Dawn. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series between the Mekong representative Nightmare Esports and EECA's Virtus Pro. Let's get straight into it.
All right, into the Land of Dawn we go. Right at the start of the game, we do have the Fredrin that starts off in the orange and the Yisunshin on the purple, with their final destination going to be over to the gold lane. So this is likely going to be a little bit northern heavy kind of game for both sides. So expect pretty early fights, especially for Too Easy for Lexi. I think that he would want to put a little bit more pressure in the early stages, given how tanky he could be later on, and he wanted to punish the fact that there's so many marksmen on the opposite side.
Yeah, timings are going to be very important here, but remember, Cammy on the Harris requires a little bit more time to get going, so it's kind of a mixed matchup. Wait a second, in the mid lane.
Oh, Bomber. He's suffered quite a bit of damage, but it's not going to be too big of a problem in the end.
That's the range. That's the range that they're working with right now. Jasmine now looking to open up the map, giving in some information. But back to the gold lane, right? Harith requires a little bit more time. Meanwhile, we can see even from the emblems themselves that Bruno should have a better time in the early stage of the game.
So, at least for now, nothing too much that is kind of a surprise. We have definitely tankiness that we want to see from the side of Pluto, as well as bad card as much as possible. So, we have all the frontline options. We have some of these crowd control from the side of Pluto as well. But if they want to do anything, it is mostly going to be on the bad card as much as possible. He makes up the space. He opens up the space as much as possible and just tanks it in, while they just march right into the Nightmare Esports jungle.
Which is quite intriguing because his reputation shows that he's a very aggressive EXP laner. Being forced on a Uranus, we'll see. Turtle already half health.
He can be very aggressive at this point in time, and Doryu a little bit too deep into the turtle pit. As such, he's going to be flying up to the sky because of the lantern flare. Idid is going to be the next one onto the chopping block with back heart, getting himself 2 kills already. And Jasmine, a very comical EXP laner. He goes in and right out with a quick little dash.
All right, 2-for-1 trade, but it looks like they're going to be the ones to pick up the turtle. So technically too easy for Lexi. Luckily for him, was still able to get the retribution down. So there's a little bit of a mixed trade happening in this particular regard as we're entering kind of a stale moment here in the 3rd minute of the game. What else are we expecting? do Nightmare Esports just want to continue on this tempo that they're on?
Naturally, I would say that they would want to slowly win in the game. In the early stages, they would want to rush right into the face. Not exactly rush per se, but they are a very comical combo after all, right? But speaking of which, the Comet is going to happening with Pluto just going in for the AOG, jumping right in, but this is going to allow them to do quite a bit over to the side of Jasmine, taking one kill down, but Pluto now, he suffers his own death to the hands of Too Easy for Lexi.
Yeah, very, very aggressive coming from Jasmine, looking for quite a re-engage here. So it is Jasmine traded in for Pluto. Not too bad so far, as it looks like Nightmare Esports are still looking. Oh, wait a second, by Lucci.
Oh, just a tad little bit by Lucy. He's almost there and almost dead, but we got another health bar working for him.
Ooh, I mean, talking about by Lucy, right? I think he's going full damage build, looking at
the ignition, right?
Exactly, looking at the emblems earlier on, but now Pluto might be in trouble.
Oh, unfortunately, the traction pulse pulled Jasmine right in, but oh, wait, just a little bit of inch. Jasmine actually manages to get away with just a sliver of health. Virtus Pro is not looking to continue to move up on top of that.
A lot of action in this game, right? We were expecting that as well. Two very aggressive teams going head-to-head against one another. What a great way to close out the wild cards of the day. I did. You're alone here. That's a 3v1.
The very aggressive outie. Huh. That is not something that we were expecting, but as much as we want to see Nightmare Esports try to play a very aggressive, I think that he underestimated the amount of damage these early game marksmen actually have.
All right, and that's going to be a contestation, I believe, for the Turtle. Taken by Virtus Pro. Another dive coming through from Pluto here onto by Lucy. Not going to be able to get it, but what was that? I mean, granted, we understand, right? This Jushin is building more utility, right?
Yes.
She has a little bit more, leeway in these team fights, but I don't think
that in any realm you'll want to ult in. Most of the time, it is a very good escape mechanism. You can just walk in, shine your lantern flare and all, and just kind of out the way. But speaking of which, Bad down at the bottom. Finds himself taken down. It's gonna be a small little problem. He's going to be that sandbag after all.
Bad caught taken out. Maybe that's miscommunication issues that we might be looking at, but
I would like to think so, but at least I did as well as by Lucy. The both of them, I would want to believe that they will play with one another. They should be the tag team per se, but it's not exactly going to be that way. And Lucy is just kind of cooped up down to the bottom.
All right, a little bit of a reset here. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes in, we can already see some trades in the neutral objective takes. That turret finally falls in favor of Nightmare Esports, so that's a little bit more, leeway, a little bit more movement that they're going to be able to utilize to their advantage. Putting Badcott in his place, not going to be able to open up and be as aggressive as we would expect Uranus to be able to play. Meanwhile, I did finally picks up that next item, the glowing wand, to kind of aid in their ventures in these team fights, because we've seen a couple of times, Pluto and Badcott, especially with the revitalize and the regenerations, being kind of a big problem for Nightmare.
Perhaps we'll be looking out for more solutions for their problems, right? Because even though we think that Nightmare Esports is in a kind of a tough spot, because they're going up against a triple marksman composition, but they're not winning by a landslide, and even losing Cammy at this point in time, this is essentially going to be a free turtle that's going to be credited over to the side of Virtus Pros, right? So Nightmare, they gotta work something out here.
That's not good. That's not good.
That's not.
Yeah, they're on a ticking time bomb right now, and they do want Cammy to get to the power spike as soon as possible. And the fact that Cammy unfortunately was taken out earlier on with a little bit of a gold lead, by the way, compared to the Bruno. Oh, that's the damage from the Bruno. That's the siege, and that's Jasmine being zoned out away as they are going to be able to pick up another turret. What do? Do they just
like Nightmare?
Play a little bit more patiently?
For Nightmare?
For Nightmare.
I would like to believe that the timer is actually going against them. The moment that they try to play a little bit more on the safer side, they are generally going to find themselves lacking in the later stages, because Virtus Pro, the moment that they pick up one item to the next item, their power spike is just immense. It's just immense, right? It's scary. Well, Nightmare Esports, they are just playing all around Cammy. They want, if anything, funnel over to Cammy. Well, for Virtus Pro, any form of wins is going to go to either Andoryu, to Boba, or to Super Igorka. Either one of these three, they will be happy to get the funnel, they will be happy to get a kill, and go.
Let's see how the siege happens here. Already some rotations coming in from Andoryu as well as Super Gorka. Pluto's on the way as well. This is a perfect zone, a perfect land, a perfect macro.
The AOG lands onto Cammy, melts him down in an instant. Nightmare Esports can't do anything but to play possum. All the way underneath the turret, there is going to be the good final slash because it's going to be roping Pluto right in and allowing them to go for one trade. Not the best trade, but at least something.
Yeah, at least there is something that they're going to be able to pick up. But the big question is, will it be enough? Because that was traded in for Cammy. That's a lot of damage. Barely gets out.
Jaspin, though, he's hoping to walk himself right out of that, but that's not going to be the way. Boba say no. Too much of that slow going to work for them. And Doryu picks himself yet another kill over to IDID as Jaspin and IDID, these two down. Virtus Pro with the 3 marksmen, they've got great sieging capabilities.
For sure, right? Because they have the range advantage. This was something that we were talking about even from the drafts, and we're getting it live in action right now. I mean, Nightmare Esports are unable to just walk up. They need a different solution to get into the backline. And unfortunately, by Lucy all alone, I don't think he's going to be able to handle it. Pluto, once again, goes for a little bit of a taunt there. Doesn't commit. Cammy's on the way.
This is at least something that's going to be working out for them. They do have the Summon Force that's going to be top right out, and Pluto just re-enters into the Summon Force, allowing him to be the death for the team. But not only that, Boba also finds himself taken down. So Nightmare Esports, finally, great defense. They managed to push Virtus Pro in, or rather out, with 2 kills in the bag.
But remember, that's a Lord still in for Virtus Pro. And we were talking about siege, we were talking about range.
Yeah.
They have all of
they have
that.
everything now.
Exactly. Nightmare Esports, on the other hand, they don't have the best wave clear, right? Technically, they only have Cammy. Obviously, they do have a little bit of range to work with for IDID, but it's not nearly as much wave clear pressure that Virtus Pro is having with the composition that they brought here.
Exactly. I mean, Jaspin can wave clear pretty effectively, but all he have is his ultimate and his first skill. Too easy. Everyone else can't stun creep, so he can't just dash in for free everywhere and every time to clear the wave. So I think that is definitely something that is not exactly in the picture per se. Nightmare Esports, they have to play together as one because they are always just getting picked out one after another. But in the meantime, the Summon Force is going to be dropped down coming from the side of Cammy. He manages to get himself a little bit more shields in order to survive against this plot from the side of Pluto. While we have all 5 members from the side of Virtus Pro just marching right in together with the Lord. They will siege down the crystal with no problems at all in 10 minutes.
1 game away, ladies and gentlemen, for the EECA representative in Virtus Pro to make their way into the 2-0 bracket tomorrow.
Oh man, is this the first sub 11-minute game we have for today?
It was fast. It was fast for sure.
And this is a triple marksman composition. So far, this is working. Triple marksman composition is working miraculously, greatly, with flying colors at this point in time. I can't help but think that Nightmare Esports, they are not exactly working together in the most coordinated fashion to play towards their strength, right? If Frederick wants to enter a fight, if he wants to start off a fight, he have to go through many layers. If he managed to somehow dash in over to the front lines, okay, great, there's 3 marksmen just targeting him. He's gonna be dead. If somehow there's no front lines and he manages to go over to Kimi, for example, oh great, there's still 2 marksmen behind him.
That makes sense.
That
makes sense. It really was tough. We saw it implemented into the game. The way that it was executed was a little bit harsh. And on top of that, I think if they wanted to play towards the Harith and for the Harith, I think they should have actually played for the Harith in the game as well. It felt like it was a little bit scrappy. I don't know the winning conditions, if it was, as clear or not. But definitely Cammy was not having the greatest of times. So it poses the question, is it a Harith problem? Do you think Harith still belongs in this meta?
I don't think the Harith is great, but it's not the worst either. If you really want to get something working for Harith, you gotta have to play together with the Harith, because let's be honest here, throughout this entire fight, throughout this entire game, we didn't really quite see a point in time where Nightmare Esports plays together as 5, where they come in with a coordinated initiation, Jasmine going in with the final slash, and then Bai Lucy just zooming himself over to the backlines kind of thing. They have a role for each other, but they didn't execute them together at the same time to secure them a win in team fights.
It was unfortunate. It was definitely unfortunate. We're looking at a little bit of the replays here, ladies and gentlemen, and I think it was just really executed well as well, right? Pluto coming in. This was actually something that we were discussing, I think, pre-wild card.
Pre-wild cards.
Pluto is known to be a really good initiator, but sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a bad way.
Where he gets too overzealous.
Yes. But in this regard, I think he played really well with the team. He was able to get the openings that were proper and really just pave the way for the rest of the members to deal out the damage without being touched. And I think that was a really important factor. The peel was there.
They have what it takes for that game, and it worked out great. But Gideon, tell me a little bit more about that. How do you enjoy that game? 11 minutes.
I love it. I love it. I'm all for it. This is the first time that we're seeing a pretty standard overall draft other than our previous matchup. This time round, it made a lot of sense, right? You can clearly see the ideas that are coming into play, and more importantly so, just a better understanding in the draft in terms of the relationship of how these heroes work together. Although, I will say, some of the most... Well, for me personally, at least, I have to rephrase that for a moment there. I love that opener coming in from Nightmare. They had a really strong opening 3 of the Arlet, the Jushin, on top of having the Fredrin. The main idea is making sure that these 3, whether the Arlet goes into the EXP or going into the roam position, get those resets online, get that early damage in. But then we see the problem that comes on later down in the game. Hey, we're kind of lacking that damage now that the Arlet's in the support position, right? The only time we see them win fights is when they actually catch Bobber out of position. Maybe if Andoryu made a mistake, but he didn't make that mistake with the final slash. He was playing a near perfect game. I think that Virtus Pro right now are looking really, really good. And that's kind of weird for me because they're playing like a unit. And based on the information I've heard, it seems that only one of the members from Virtus Pro actually speaks English to Andoryu. So it's one dude. So it's Andoryu having to communicate with one guy, and one guy explaining to the other 3 people what needs to happen in the game.
So Pluto.
So Pluto, yes.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's just, I don't know how they get away with it. So far, I feel like Nightmare, a little underperforming. I think they've got good drafting ideas, but man, Virtus Pro came out of the gate swinging.
Honestly, having one person to translate for everyone else and everyone else to translate for one person, that's a lot of job for Pluto. At this point in time, if I'm Andoryu, I'm just like, you know what? It's okay. I don't talk. I'll just sync with you guys. Let's just connect minds. Just hive mind.
Hive-minded.
Just connect yourself to the Kala real quick. I'm telling you, putting Andoryu, picking up Andoryu #1 was a great pickup. And here's why. MPLPH Season 14. When you are looking at Season 14 for MPLPH, you're thinking about like the King Kongs. You're thinking about the Carl Teasies of this world. And who has the best stats at the end of that regular season? Andoryu.
Actually.
Yes.
From Omega.
Actually.
He's killing it right now with this team. All right. With that being said, there's so much we can talk about, but we're going to save it for a little bit later. For now, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to see whether or not it's going to be an all Virtus Pro day with a 2-0 victory, or will it extend to a potential Game 3 if Nightmare pulls it back? We'll find out right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Wild Cards here at the 2025 EWC Esports World Cup live in Riyadh. My name is Getting Q. For those of you just tuning in, you missed out on a banger of a game number one. Virtus Pro showing that they can flex on their opponents. Nightmare looking to recover. Now, coming into game number two, we had a bit of a discussion about what could potentially change in the upcoming draft. Of course, it's going to be Abstract as well as Eterna at the desk to keep you guys entertained. Walk us through it, because again, adjustments need to be made. We think in switching sides, we thinking, you know what, we need a more refined strategy, because this is the most standard MLBB we've seen in quite some time.
I definitely agree when it comes down to the opening draft. The first three that were picked out, I love that coming from Nightmare. But from that point onwards, right as we went over to break, I did mention that I don't really like the combination of mashup plus the Harith itself. I thought that, look, if they have the possibility to pick up a Bruno so that they can play it front to back, that would have been my choice if they want to play early game.
And it just really dives back to our earlier conversation about, are we playing for meta or are we playing for comfort? Because we did mention in the drafts that Harith was one of his power picks is the Harith. So maybe that was something that he was a little bit more comfortable with. But as a result, we saw that the game was a little bit junky, right? The timings weren't really correct. It was very difficult because obviously they needed to wait a little bit more time for the Harith to get to the power spike.
Yeah.
And so it was very difficult for them to find that moment where, like, okay, we have a really strong first three in the drafts, but how are we going to be able to get the ball rolling later on? Because if we're talking about power spikes, the Kimmy starts rolling in the mid game, and that's what we started to see, right? The Cammy on the Harith had absolutely no say in these team fights because lacking range, lacking the damage, and of course doesn't have the correct, I would say, regeneration and the shielding just yet because of the lack of items.
I think a lot of the information being distributed because of the Mountain Shockers, specifically from Andoryu in that game, allowed them to kind of avoid that trinity, right? I was like, oh, Frederick's going to be here, therefore the mid laner's going to rotate this side. Let's just avoid that altogether, right? Well, Uranus, do your thing. Just survive. Live. Live, my boy. Now, going into this next draft, I'm excited to see what Nightmare has in store for us. Keep in mind, 2 lives. It's a GSL format. They drop one series, not that big of a deal, but it just means that they have one final life throughout the rest of the tournament.
Which will happen tomorrow. So we're going to say goodbye to 2 teams, I believe, tomorrow, right?
Yeah, potentially.
Okay, fair.
It'll hurt. It'll definitely hurt my soul just a little bit. Just a little bit. But looking at how the games are going to be played, we need to see a little bit more refinement, right? They don't want to obviously throw out all their strategies here. They're looking for a qualification spot into the main event, which is the group stages of the Mid Season Cup. Let's jump right into the draft. Give it up for Eterna and as well as Abstract at the desk.
Okay, let's start things off, right? When it comes down to the drafting, we do have VP that's going to be on first pick, first ban, and Nightmare on second pick, second ban. We start things off with the Farsa that's thrown over to the banning pool already. And it's something that we are not surprised about. Farsa has been making rounds and rounds.
She's OP. She's broken.
Yeah.
She's broken, right? If we're talking about mid laners who have damage, good escape, good rotation, good clear, it's Farsa.
She gets high ground. Honestly, what does she not have? Crowd control? No, she does have crowd control.
Yeah. She's a little vulnerable. I guess we could argue for that.
I guess. But that won't be the same for all mages.
I mean, Zetian has a passive.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Right?
Passive,
so
120 seconds, by the way. 120 seconds. So that is just pop. And, okay, 120 seconds, I'm going to be completely vulnerable. But hey, it is a consolation prize, I'd say.
Once again, the Boxer gets banned out. So it seems like we might be seeing maybe similar drafts from game number 1.
As much as I want to see that from Virtus Pro again, because we didn't really quite manage to see the essence of the triple marksman over to the late stages of the game so far. All the triple marksmen so far has been winning in the early and then to the mid, and then they just close out by then. We didn't even get to see the extent of how scary triple marksmen can very potentially be in the late stages, or how vulnerable they can very potentially be because of the lack of frontline / anchor. They have 3 guys in the back lines ready to deal damage. Is it enough to just dive into the back lines, kill all 3, or do you want to deal with the front lines kind of thing?
That's going to be an answer that we might see now. 1-1 gets banned once again. So I'm wondering if they're going to be opening up different types of junglers here. Maybe the YSS didn't really work out as well. Do they want to look for something different? Maybe the Hayabusa left open this time around?
Honestly, if you are talking about something different, since Yi Sun-shin has been picked up so often, banning that out, we still have a jungle marksman that is still available, and we would have expected that he makes his rounds. Roger, we haven't seen him in a long time.
I was as you were talking, I was like, are you going to say the R word?
Maybe I will just be like, nod you a little bit. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I mean, technically flashbacks to last year of MSC. I mean, granted, it wasn't Roger in the jungle, it was Roger Gold Lane.
Yes.
But it would be quite surprising, once again, if we do see the Roger come to play in the very next EWC. Let's see if it actually pops up, because Fanny is going to be the choice of ban alongside with the Kalea. And Virtus Pro pick up the Uranus.
So it is, and it will be the same form of opening for Virtus Pro. The difference is in the previous game, Nightmare had first pick, first ban. They have decided to go for that Arlet first. So they are not going to opt for that because it didn't work first time. So let's try something else. They do have the Padang as well as the Granger. So great that we have a Granger here this time. Cammy Rocket.
Yeah, really good laning presence for the Granger, really good early game for the Granger as well. So it's already a different shade coming through from game number 1 to game number 2 for Nightmare. They also have tools to work with in the Badang and really big flex capability, because technically this Badang can go EXP, it could go roam as well. So it's actually putting VP in a position where they're going to have to think, all right, what's our next move? Technically right now the Hayabusa is open. So will they explore that, or are they going to be prioritizing the Fredrin?
They could quite literally go, oh.
Interesting.
Okay, so they're leaving the possible 2 marksmen as an X factor. They don't have to go to that direction. They didn't do it one time, doesn't mean that they would do the second one. But having an Arlet for themselves as the utility side, and also having the Uranus in the XP lane, the direction still feels as though they are lacking damage now. So let's pick up 2 more marksmen, kind of thing.
2 more marksmen, but I don't think they can. Do you still think that a Roger is a potential pickup?
I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. If they want to play in the early stages of the game, it really depends on how Nightmare moves up to the next one, which is the Hayabusa in the end. So it's a little bit scary, right? It's a little bit scary to pick up so many marksmen if you have a Hayabusa on the opposite side. So just because of this, I don't think that they're going to be opting for the Roger anymore. We gotta look out for some of the other junglers. An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, an assassin for an assassin.
Yeah, Link gets taken out here in the second phase, but back on that point, right? Kimmy mid lane is what we're looking at.
It could potentially still go over to the gold as a small little flex. 9 out of 10, that's mage.
Yeah, so there's still room for a gold lane pickup here. What are we thinking against the Granger? Are we looking at Irithel?
I would say Irithel. Normally, Irithel is where you'll be able to bring it into a skill matchup, a 50-50 per se. So as long as Nightmare continues to focus onto the jungle bans, then I think that that's going to be fine. Because literally all 4 out of 5 are all dedicated to jungle. They have that kind of respect over to Andorio, and for good reasons.
I'm a little nervous now.
I am too.
Oh, Fredrin gets taken out as well. What?
All jungles are out.
What is Andorio gonna play?
So let's take a look at this, right?
Joy?
Assassin. Okay, yes, Joy is gonna be the other side, right? Joy. What else? Joy, Roger, Lancelot. Yes, that's something that we can see as well. But looking at the fact that they are first pick, first ban, they gotta have to pick their B4 and B5 at the same time. So not much of the X Factor game that I want to see from them.
Jushin banned out by VP. Respecting that presence. If the Jushin gets banned out and the CC gets banned out, I think they might be going for utility in the jungle. Do you think that this Uranus is flex?
No.
Right? I mean, CC and Jushin banned out?
If you know what, these bans are all fully catered to ensure that Uranus will have a good time. I think you're onto something here. As much as I don't like it, I think Nightmare, they won't have an answer to a Uranus that runs amok if there's no Juicing to deal with this. unless a Valir somehow pops up.
I was thinking more of something like Lunox.
Lunox! I think that's relatively fair as well, yeah. Lunox with Power of Darkening has got some crazy burst damage the moment that she reaches level 4. And Novaria! Okay, we did see one Novaria in the previous game, or rather the previous 2 series ago, the second series of the day, but that didn't work out too well. It's a loss for them.
I mean, they're looking for range, right? They see that VP has the Kimmy. They're looking for range. They're looking for a little bit more visibility, and perhaps to make it a combination between the Granger and the Novaria, right? That's a pair, that's a combo that we've seen time and time again, playing with the range, playing with the hitboxes.
Very poke style.
Exactly.
Right? Nightmare just wants to go for pokes the moment they found the opportunity. For the meantime, I'm pretty sure that their final pick for Nightmare is someone that works very well as a bruiser. You just want to go in, tank damage, deal damage. Lapu Lapu is going to be one of them. Yuzhong is also going to be great.
Abstract, that's a Hilda and a Moskov. You know what that means, right? I had a feeling from the vents.
Yeah,
there's no way Arlet goes jungle, right?
There's no way Arlet goes jungle.
So it's Uranus jungle.
It will be a Uranus jungle.
All right.
It has to be a Uranus jungle.
I mean, technically the Uranus jungle items in with the War Axe, with the way that the passive works, it shreds down magical defense. So it also does help accentuate Kimmy's damage in the early game. And plus, he does clear really quickly. So what will be the answer from Nightmare now, though?
Nightmare generally have a very poke. Oh, Edith! Okay, so when it comes down to Edith, they just want to stack and layer down all of these crowd control as much as possible. One thing that a Uranus hates the most is being crowd controlled, because that way you can't really do anything when it comes down to healing. You want to weave in and out of battle. The moment that you're just hard locked down by the 2 cycles of the onwards plus the Earth Shatter, you are taking a little bit too much damage during that downtime.
And that's some damage onto the Uranus as well, so that also might be a potential answer towards this.
I like the Edith, actually. I like the Edith. And with a secondary damage from an Edith is also another thing that we could very potentially look out for, right? The moment that you kind of pop out of Phylax, that is some great amount of damage that you can deal in a team fight setting. And especially for this team, they don't have a lot of damage in an AoE method. They do have got the Novaria, pokes, we do have Cammy, poke. By Lucy, at least those chain lightnings, it will deal well in the team fight manner.
So let's see how it is going to be executed. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Can Virtus Pro go all the way? We're already seeing some damage onto Jasmine. Still going to be able to get out, but that's the range that they're playing with, as well as that aggression coming from the Arlet in the early stage of the game.
So right, to start things off, we do have both teams that is actually relatively heavy up to the northern side, with 3 members from the side of Virtus Pro that's making fast rotations all the way up top, trying to steal the Beetle away from too easy for Lexi as much as possible to kind of wait things out a bit, as Jasmine hiding himself the Pixel Brush did manage to get a little bit of a pop onto Bober, but it's not going to do too much other than say hi.
By the way, we were talking about crowd control so much from the side of Nightmare Esports, but that's going to have to wait.
As we do have too easy for Lexi finding himself in a tight little spot, but that is 2 shadows used up and too easy for Lexi. Finds himself first blooded by the hands of Pluto, and Jasmine is going to be the next one onto the chopping block. Virtus Pro, great start by Lucy, joins in, and this is actually staggered team fight from Nightmare Esports.
They're playing aggressively. First 2 minutes, already 2 kills on the board, and a huge shutdown onto T-Easy for Lexi, considering this is a team that revolves around Too Easy in the jungle. Gonna waste a little bit more time from Nightmare Esports as we take a little peek into the emblems. Anything stand out to you?
I gotta have to say that it is the attack speed onto Edith. I'm expecting to go for vitality, right? A little bit more tankiness on them. So at least with that attack speed coming up for the Edith, it just means that they want to go a little bit more hybrid onto her. They want to stack up some damage, and if they have found the opportunity, then maybe Stalin Scythe will be a great one for By Lucy.
Oh, okay. Perfect turtle here. Perfect turtle take for the side of VP. Andoryu on the Uranus jungle. It's working out. Abstract, you were showing distaste on the drafts earlier on, but it looks like Andoryu is ahead of Too Easy. The fact that he was able to get shut down was also a big plus. They're able to get the neutral objective take as well. So talk to us about this Uranus.
So when it comes to Uranus, it has been a long time since, right? Uranus has always got really good clear speeds in the jungle, even way before he got his ionic discs buffed up. He can clear fast, but we just don't do that often, especially since a Uranus thrives in the amount of radiant stacks, and just proxying waves is the best way possible. So having a Uranus into the jungle just basically means, okay, I want to farm up as much as possible because it takes time for Uranus to be damaging.
Uh-oh.
It's the Super Igorka down at the bottom, got caught by Jasmine as well as Cammy, but it's Super Igorka, he just sidestepped against Cammy, leaving both of them as Sliver. Wait, Super Igorka with a great blink, he manages to find himself out of the way from Jasmine and they outplayed him.
Beautiful backup coming in from VP there. Again, showing that is there truly a communication issue? Pluto now gets targeted, but not enough damage and not enough commitment here coming from Nightmare to take him down. And now that's a big aggressive invade coming from VP into the enemy jungle. Too easy.
Oh, the Traction Pulse lands on the Jasmine. The rest of Nightmare Esports want to do something against Virtus Pro, but unfortunately that is a purple buff that's already secured and going to the side of Andori. It's currently at level 7 as compared to Too Easy for Lexi at level 6. So this upcoming turtle battle is going to be tough for Nightmare Esports to even kind of yoink away from Virtus Pro.
Luckily, they are going to be able to catch up here, right? But the big question is, do they still want to? Now they gotta sit back and really think about their winning conditions, right? I think early game hasn't really worked out for them. They have lost control over these objectives, but that's an invade once again.
Yep. And Doryu knows exactly how far he can stretch his Uranus. The moment that he finds himself with some great items, he's going to go absolute ham as Bad God finds himself a kill and Jasmine goes down as well. Before the turtle even went down, we've got 2 from Nightmare Esports that have already bitten the dust.
That's so nasty from VP. They're controlling every single part of the map. And unfortunately for Nightmare, they haven't been able to shut down Super Gorka either, right? So those items are stacking in. We're waiting for the Swift Trinity to come through. And as that hits, that's going to be the green light for Virtus Pro to take it here and now.
Now, the main problem that I have from the side of Nightmare Esports draft is that they don't have a form of burst. They have some in the late stages when it comes down to IDID plus Cammy. They can have those high ground games. But in the early stages, you don't have an answer to Andoryu just going into your face.
Exactly. They don't have DPS that they can fall back onto to kind of shred Andoryu down. And this is kind of the results of it. Look how aggressive they're going in once again.
Yep, Fist Break as well as Fist Crack just right into Andoryu. They did manage to put up quite a lot of bullets onto him, but they don't have enough crowd control to hold Andoryu in place. As such, he weaved himself right out of the fight with a brilliant amount of radiant stacks.
Okay, that's something, right? Too Easy gonna be able to shred that down at this point of the game. Oh, what is that damage, my guy?
That's skewer though. Nightmare Esports, 4 of them huddled down in the bottom lane while Too Easy for Lexi clears up to the top lane. They need to get as much farm over to Too Easy for Lexi as much as possible.
That's what they're going for. Maybe looking for a cheeky turret as they're, on the way there. But again, there's just so many things that Nightmare Esports need to answer from VP. And unfortunately, it looks like they haven't really gotten to that point just yet. We're looking at items right now. You see Super Agorka already with a Corrosion Scythe on the way to the next 2. And look at that, Bobber.
Oh my goodness. Too Easy for Lexi can't do anything. Oh, never mind. The orange buff still went over to Andoryu, and Too Easy for Lexi loses his purple buff as well, as Andoryu literally put himself right in the face of the opponents. He does have a brute force breastplate though, so he's not going to be too scared of anything, as now he's picked himself up with a double kill right onto Cammy, while Super Igorka brings Jasmine down by Lucy. It's going to be the next one onto the chopping block is Andoryu as well as Bad God. They are burning him down with no hesitation whatsoever. 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, but he still gets a trade down, right?
Yeah.
By Lucy doing everything for his team right now, going to be able to get that, trade over to Bobber earlier on, and a trade with Super Agorka. I think that's kind of worth.
Yeah. So all in all, 9-2, because Nightmare Esports finally did manage to put a little bit of a dent into the armors of Virtus Pro, but is it going to be enough is going to be the main question, because as much as Too Easy for Lexi have got his Ogi Shadow Kill and all, but Andoryu will tank up and will soak up all of that damage, no problems.
I think the items we should be able to, get a little sneak peek into, right? Because now Cammy has the next item in his arsenal, right? Did he go Sky Piercer? Did Cammy go Sky Piercer other than the Malefic Gun?
I really hope it doesn't. At this game, with the fact that they are behind, having a Sky Piercer is just going to be empty stat for him.
0-1-0, not the best that you'd want from a Granger. What is that damage,
Oh! That's just bad cut. Just going in, hiding in that brush, waiting for the perfect opportunity to just spring into action. The way that this game is going, with a total of about 4,000 gold.
Oh!
I did!
What a steal! Perfectly timed as well. Gonna be able to get it with the meteor launching through, landing in. That's the Novaria for you. We haven't seen the Novaria in quite some time, but now I'm getting, I'm reminiscing into those moments where the Novaria could do so well in these, objective steals.
A little bit of a complacency from Virtus Pro. They did not try to block the turtle or anything, but here we go. The final slash is going to be landing on top of 2-person, while in the meantime, the SOD is just going to be landing just right on the Jasmine, but he's not going to be teleporting all the way to the back lines, though. He wants to play it a little bit safe. Well, Bad Cart as well as Pluto, they don't have a lot of HP to work with. Andoryu is a little bit ahead of himself. He needs to remember that there is still an Edith on the opposite side. The moment that he gets hit with the onwards and the Earth Shatter, he's gotta be real scary. He gotta be scared about that. But in the middle lane, Super Igorka almost pushed down the entirety of the middle lane T1.
But that was mission success, right, for VP. That was mission success for Andoryu.
Did he manage to take the purple?
He did. 1v3, 1v4, unpunished, taking it away. And obviously, too easy for Lexi requires that as a integral component to his kill pressure as the Hayabusa. I mean, look at his stats right now, 0-0.
It can't get any worse than this, right? Because I really want to see the Nightmare Esports is able to kind of turn things around. But speaking of which, it's going to be Bad Caught, finding himself 1 kill on the Jasmine. That is 5 deaths for the side of Jasmine already.
Now the big question is, what are they going to be able to convert that with? Andoryu gets stunned in by Lucci, also very aggressive.
It's okay.
Okay, forced an ult there as well.
It's okay. Still fine. At this point in time, I think that Andoryu would have the Brute Force breastplate and having the Oracle already. So having these two more or less ensures that he gets away from crowd control fast because of the reduction, and he heals super fast as well. The moment that you get an Oracle onto a Uranus, you're basically unstoppable. If the opponents don't get anything to stop your healing, then that is gonna absolutely suck. At least the Novaria has got a glowing wand. At least. But the next item on check, if Andoryu wants to play aggressive, it will be the Ice Queen's wand.
I have bad news though.
No.
That's a Swift Trinity for Super Gorka.
So he's ready, got what he needs.
He's ready.
He's ready.
He's ready. And Bobber, oh, what's Pluto?
Picking up ready. Andoryu is ready too. Picking up a mega kill for himself, and is just gonna be tossing right in the face of Nightmare Esports. What exactly can they do at this point in time?
That is attitude coming in from the Nightmare against Team Nightmare. And looks like Nightmare don't really have much to say about it. Look how aggressive he's going. That's under turrets.
A thick layer of health. There's nothing that they can do over to the side of Andoryu. As such, all the rest of the damage coming from the side of Virtus Pro will be more than enough to bring down Cammy, and it is unfortunately too easy for Lex. It's going to be the next one onto the track, but never mind. He do have the Ogi Shadow kill that allows him to get a kill down on Pluto. But would it be enough for him to get himself away? Almost to the Cyclone's Eye, but still down to the Ionic Discs from Virtus Pro.
Almost is never enough for too easy for Lexi. Single-handedly almost turned things around. But unfortunately, look at that regen coming through. Look at the sustain coming in through from Andoryu.
There's no damage whatsoever just yet. They need Buy Lucy to pop off. They need some farm over to Buy Lucy right at this point, because it's all about the thick HP from the side of Andoryu. The moment that he picks up himself the Stallium Scythe, and at one time picks up a lot of Wrath stacks from tanking so much, that he will be the bane of Andoryu. Andoryu wouldn't even be able to see that coming. But in the meantime, basically seeing what's coming, that is going to be a lot that's just going to be riding right on the waves. Onto the bottom lane T3, Pluto as well. He's just going to go straight in. Final Slash lands on the one, puts Jasmine in a really tough spot. As such, 2 men down already. Over to the side of Nightmare Esports with the T3 taken down. Andoryu tanking up like no tomorrow. And now too is it for Lexi, trying to finesse something out of Virtus Pro, only to
been pinned and skewered all over to the wall by Lucy as well as Cammy, forced out all the way to the fountain as Virtus Pro takes this game by the storm.
The first 2-0 we've seen today here at the wildcards for MSC at EWC 2025. And it comes from this team VP. They are young bloods that know no fear. And that is exactly what we saw from them from game number 1, game number 2. And, you know, fun fact, Andorio's nickname is the Nightmare. It looks like they're the nightmare for Team Nightmare today.
Oh man, this is not something I expected. I thought a Nightmare Esports on paper by Lucy, and I did. The way that they went through the M Challenge Cup, it seemed as though they had a good storyline ahead of them. And going up against Virtus Pro with Andoru joining in, sure, high profile name, but does he gel well with the team? Well, this series gave us the answer.
Yeah, it looked like there were no problems.
No problems at all.
We were super concerned about that, but we didn't see that come through in their gameplay at all. So it's looking good. And these are one of those cases where we can argue young blood versus, you know, veterans.
I was slightly hoping that you'll say old bloods.
Young bloods and old bloods.
But damn, this Pro 2-0 against Nightmare Esports. They have managed to break the, I would say, curse here, right? Day 1 curse, the reverse sweep thing. I'm pretty sure that they were kind of shaking a little bit for taking game number 1. They were thinking, okay, let's not screw up game 2.
I mean, they're looking for revenge somewhere, right? Because remember, back in the grand finals, they were swept by Team Spirit. So they're coming here into MSC looking for that second chance to make it to the group stages of MSC. And they're coming in with a vengeance. And we're taking a look at a little bit of a replay to how things really went down for them. And we did see some great things coming in from 2EZ. But at this point in the game, I think it was a little too late.
Yeah, it's not really a game for 2EZ for Lexi to play at this moment in time. It's just that they don't have an answer for Andoru, and generally their answer is going to be by Lucy. Understandably, by Lucy, the moment that you have a Edith with a Stallium side, and you just kind of build out a lot of those magical defense or physical defenses, your true damage can actually rack up a lot, which will help you deal with Andoru. But unfortunately, that comes with itemizations. They can't even get themselves out of that early phase because of the fact that they just don't have an answer for Andoru from the start to the end.
And I think that's really funny. Because in the bans, remember? 5 targeted bans.
5 targeted bans.
Onto Andorio.
Yes, and they don't have a problem with that.
No problem.
Just play with what they drafted for themselves already.
Exactly. Gideon, give us your thoughts.
You're in the jungle.
Bobber! Bobber! This guy on Kimmy, he played one hell of a game. All right, I have to admit, I wasn't expecting Uranus to do as well as it did in that match, and Dario obviously clearly got targeted, but at the same time, if Bobber wasn't getting those kills, if Bobber wasn't kind of being the man for the team, that early game was the biggest pain point that should have been Nightmares, right? As soon as they hit level 4, I was expecting First Bloods to fall into their hand. They get a double kill into enemy territory. They completely ruin the EXP lane because of the assists that they got according because of it. So everything just seemed to work out well. I think, unfortunately for Nightmare, a couple of missed mechanics here and there, and especially Igorka, this guy. The amount of outplays that we saw coming in from him, 2v1 down bot side, 3v1 down bot side, escapes every single time. They did the Rock Lee stuff of like, hey, let's take off the weights here. We're playing on like 3 MS. There is no lag. The mechanics really started to shine. You guys did a great job at covering the entirety of this game. And I think, you know, most people are going to be pretty impressed with what EECA is pushing out. What are your thoughts on the region right now after that match?
I think they're completely progressing. It's really cool to see. Do you not agree?
I definitely gotta have to say that, right? I always, when I look at Virtus Pro's lineup, the first thing I kind of think of is they're going up against Nightmare Esports, and Nightmare Esports have definitely made a name for themselves before. In fact, they were in MSC 2021 with a position of between 9th and 12th, right? So they have the experience.
They've been
they
around.
know what they're doing.
A lot of these teams have had experience, specifically with MSC being their starting point. But it's great to see, EECA as a region continues to strive forward here. And I think everybody is going to be proud to see the potential results that are going to be coming down the line. With that being said, that does conclude day number 1 of the wildcards here in the beautiful city of Riyadh here at EWC 2025. It's been a great time. Once again, thank you so much to Abstract and as well as Eterna. Also, big shout outs to Leo. He's already down and out after 9 games, full games of MLBB. My name is Gideon Q. Thank you to everybody who's been watching day number 1 of the wildcards of at EWC 2025. We're going to be closing out the show, but keep in mind that tomorrow we are going to see more MLBB action. Group A and Group B will be back at it again. Some with 1 lives, others with 2. Who is going to make it to the next round? We'll see you guys tomorrow to find out.